We've come a long way, haven't we? Highs, lows, fiestas and bangers. 1 kill per minute has become our normal. The VCS has not disappointed. We've seen Cerberus rise to the highest highs and, like Icarus, plummet back down to earth. Watching them, of course, was 𝗃𝗧𝗺, who started out oh so badly, rose up, fought their way back, but when they knocked on the door of the Pantheon, they were cast out. In truth, there are only 2 teams that can really be considered the gods of the VCS. Flash and GAM. Every time they meet, it's an absolute brawl. Each metaphorical punch sends shockwaves through the community. Yoshino and Kiaya, the rocks of top lane, always ready to get the fight started. They flash forward and force the enemy to deal with them before anyone else. Levi and Ego, players that show how nebulous the jungle role can be. Ego's a rookie with big shoes to fill, has burst out of them, throwing those big bears of set and volley between the enemy and his teammates. Levi, of course, is always one to watch. Breathing fire, clawing throats, and singing team's end. He's famous for a reason. Dia1, 𝗏𝗏, both with mechanics so good they could build you a car, are ready to brawl. Solo kills will no doubt abound. Slater, the best ADC Vietnam has ever produced, is here to show GAM that you can't just ignore the ADC role. Easy love. Slay and Palette, they say they're supports, but watching these games, you'd think they're carries. This matchup has it all. Thrills, kills, and spills are no doubt on the way. Thank you for joining us here on VCS English. My name is Tom Everyday Newing. With me are Dean 𝗏𝗏𝗺 Andrea Clockwork Baresi, and as always, David Vinnie Moss. Let's get into it. How are we tonight, guys? We excited?
Oh yeah, very
pretty nice.
Did you have to do my boy so dirty in the bot lane for GAM? He already didn't get first team. You gotta hit him that hard.
Yeah.
Hey, look, at least he got mentioned. No, but welcome everybody. It is the final night of the VCS. It's all led up to this. Flash now taking on GAM. We do have a bit of a bigger desk today to celebrate the occasion. I'm so happy you guys could join me. I'm hoping everyone in chat is appreciative as well. But let's get cracking. We've got a lot to talk about. So Rebel, you have wanted to talk to us about the newest member of Flash, Ego. There's no question he's had a breakout split. After all, he won the VCS English Rookie of the Split. So why don't you tell us a bit about him?
Yeah, I think all split, Ego has been a massive contributor, as with the rest of Flash, because it's very team fight driven, team everything of the sort. They kind of play together. Now, something interesting when I was looking through stats is specifically in the GAM matchup, but they've played so many times this season, going pretty much full games every time they've had any sort of series, especially during the summer split, is that Ego's kill participation goes through the roof specifically in this matchup, especially in wins. So when they're winning, kill participation for Ego goes up. When they're losing, it's falling by nearly 10% compared to what it normally is. Not to mention, when you look at what that kill participation means, if he is ahead compared to his average, that usually leads to about a 6,500 gold lead, compared to when he's behind, having about a 10 to 11,000 gold deficit to Levi, which just absolutely throttles when that comes about. So when it comes to keys for success here, I think Ego's got to be the big thing that you have to watch for on Flash, because if he's out and about on the map, if he's making plays, if he's with his team, it's going to look a lot better for Flash, and their success is going to look a lot easier.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been consistently surprised with Ego, that solo queue star that's developed, as you said, into one of the reasons Flash is so good. Vinny, do you have any takes on Ego?
Not really. I think he is, of course, at his best when he is that facilitator, when his kill participation does go up. When he's on the heavy farmers like Graves, he just doesn't bring as much to his team to get them snowballing. And thus, they will fall behind really far in the early game, especially against teams like GAM, who are known for their early game. So
yeah, it's true. Clockwork, do you have anything brief to note about 𝗂𝗀𝗀?
I'll just tell the viewers to be ready for some clips here and there, because I chose and analyzed the clip where Levi really abuses a matchup versus 𝗂𝗀𝗀, and that I think will be replicated in tonight's finals.
We'll have to find out. But moving on, we'll go back to you immediately, Clockwork. Most people would say that one of the reasons GAM is so successful is that unbridled aggression. But you apparently think there's a bit of an issue with it. Why don't you go ahead and explain yourself?
It's kind of a double-edged sword. So as with top esports, for example, in China, they're described as a great mechanical team with good macro. So is GAM, in my opinion, in Vietnamese championship. And they have the great mechanics and individually very proficient players, but their setups in team fights and the way they prepare these large, like 5v5s, might be some kind of a problem for them, because most of the times it really shows that there's a disconnect. And for example, Kiaya on their initiation champs like Wukong or Kennen, for example, often initiates without any follow-up from the team. Also, we have seen, for example, 𝗬𝗎𝗻 might be mispositioned and struggles to deal damage, or just gets straight up killed at the beginning of the fight. Sometimes also 𝗧𝗲 can be a real coin flip. Sometimes hits the nail biter Bard ult, but other times he just doesn't do much. So I think that they over-rely on their single individual mechanics more than general coordination, and this might be a very harsh point of contention for them, because Flash is totally the opposite. They love to carefully prepare, set up the vision, path around objectives, and most importantly, Flash knows how to disengage effectively. So if they realize that they take a fight that it's not on their terms, they can leave, while GAM does not. GAM goes like straight into it, and the problem is that they still rely on the team fights to close their games and not on other ways. So I think it can be a bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Rebel, do you have any opinions on how that might affect the matchup?
Yeah, I think earlier on in the split, I had actually said something specifically about GAM, which is in most matchups against most teams, you have to go out and beat GAM, because they will beat you in their individual plays, they'll beat you in your lanes, and then they'll also beat you in team fighting just off the back of like this kind of monkey wrench style. This is the one series where that has not been the case all year, where Flash has been able to set up their own plays and they force GAM to take it under their own hands. So I think the double-edged sword is a perfect kind of comparison here, where in the right circumstance, GAM's aggression can be used very well. Other times it's going to be their downfall.
And I think a big part of why that is a issue for them is they are very inflexible in that draft position, in that draft phase. They can beat you 9 times out of 10 in game, but out of game is where they have the most struggle.
Well, Vinny, very nicely done there, because we are going to move on to your point now, and we know that you're going to be rooting for Flash Yoshino, as you sing about, but you have done a little bit of thinking about how the teams might approach that draft, how they might think about it before the Rift. Give us some insight on that.
Yeah, so as I said, on the Rift, these two are very evenly matched, but outside of the game is where GAM is probably its weakest. They are very inflexible in that draft phase. You see Nectin priority through the roof for Kiaya. He plays it so much, and there are limited champion pools all across the map, except perhaps the mid lane. But that is a difference between champion pool and effective champion pool, because the effective champion pool of Lucian, Jace, Tristana, very small. But once those are gone, he will play just about anything, and it will be kind of not the DO1 we want. Meanwhile,
so go ahead. Sorry.
Well, yeah. Meanwhile, bot lane is very, very great between these two teams, because both of them are completely wild picks. 𝗬𝗏𝗺 has played 14 games of Ashe this season, and it's been all but perma-banned against him in playoffs, because off that champion, he's got Jhin. However, this is a point that is really bugging me. His next best played after the 14 games of Ashe in the regular season is 5 games. In the regular season is 5 games of Ezreal, which he has completely ignored. However, that's such a good takeaway against Slater, who has had no priority on the Caitlyn pick, looks to use Ezreal as his main carry unless there's a tank in the mid lane, in which case he will go to the 𝗂𝗄. And I very much love to see the way these teams draft against each other, because they're both sort of screwbally, but you look towards GAM and they don't have that much in the way of picks they can actually use.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. They don't have the most depth in their play style, even though they sort of have a fair few champions. They kind of do the same thing. Clockwork, do you have any opinions on that?
Well, I think that IDC pool at the moment is not like very wide, so of course the players, ADCs, are going to play more or less the same champions here and there. So it might also be because of the meta.
Yeah. Sort of. Rebel.
But they really don't. No.
Go ahead, Vinny. No, Vinny,
Okay.
respond. Go ahead. Yeah. It's your point.
Sorry. 𝗬𝗏𝗺 loves the Ashe, loves the Jhin, and then he's sort of taking the Caitlyn because GAM doesn't want the other team to play it. And that is not playing to his strengths. They've had 0 Senna priority, even though Senna feels like it should be right up his champion pool. Same with Ezreal. Very safe picks that he doesn't have to really rely on his teammates to keep himself alive. Unlike Caitlyn, which he keeps going back to because they're not willing to just ban it in half their games. Meanwhile, Slater, purely Ezreal, purely Senna, purely 𝗂𝗄. He's only played these 3 champions in playoffs so far. So there is they completely do not touch each other in terms of champion pools.
Fair enough. Rebel, do you want to have any closing thoughts?
Yeah, we could tie that point back to what Clockwork said as well, which is that as we continue to approach the ways that Flash have been able to attack GAM, I mean, that is the draft has been one. You look at like the Pantheon pick, to me, is a humongous one to think about during the course of this series, because mid lane you play all the time with 𝗬𝗏1. Pallet and Slay both play that champion too. There's so much flexibility with it. It's not incredulously strong, so like, you're not going to worry about banning it all that much. But again, things like that Flash are willing to flex and take away from the side of GAM have caused them a lot of issue and make them gotta have some fits here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the draft is always something very interesting to look at. But let's kind of throw the floor open a little bit more and just talk about how this matchup goes. Because if you ever thought you needed footage on a matchup, you've got plenty for GAM and Flash. We know how this one goes. They've played all of their series, pretty much go to 5 games. We know how this works. Rebel, I'll let you kind of just get the first word in, but it's a bit more of an open discussion. How does this matchup go, and where do you think it'll swing?
It's super, super interesting to think about, like where the first strike is going to come in here. I think a large part of that is dependent on what has GAM prepared from the last time, because GAM came out swinging in the first 2 games. It was Flash that made the first adaptation and kept that going, not only winning on their red side, but then when they switched to blue, it was the first and only 2 games of blue that had been won through that rest of the series. So now it's up to, okay, what has GAM done to change up their draft? What has GAM done to change their style that they're bringing into Flash for this finals? I'm interested to hear what the other analysts think about where can they attack on the map, what do they change in draft, what is it about their game plan that you think they need to switch up?
What do they need to switch up? I think the main thing is unlocking Slay. In their last matchup, we saw Slay pick the Bard and basically get confined to the lane because they were just getting manhandled. Look to give 𝗬𝗏𝗺 something he can play 1v2 on, give him the Ezreal, perhaps, and then give Slay Pantheon, give Slay something he can just make these roams on. I think that's the way you have to change your playstyle compared to what we saw in the semifinal.
Fair enough. Clockwork? Any
Yeah, I
opinion?
would say, probably give 𝗬𝗺 more champions that he could shine on during team fights, because we have seen that 𝗬𝗺 isn't really comfortable with champions that in a late game stage then need to move to the side lane to direct the tempo of the game. Instead, he always preferred to group and to be part of team fights, as I mentioned earlier also. But he, for example, doesn't play any like Orianna, which is a huge teamfight champion, and I wish GAM to show up with picks like that can like make the difference in the ground that they want to play on.
So the impression I'm getting is GAM wants to sort of be able to move as the squad, use that aggression, use that early lead. How does Flash prevent that? How does Flash respond to that? Rebel, if you want to start us off.
Yeah, I'll take it back to what I was talking about earlier just a bit, which is if Ego is able to get on the map and make effects to specifically a lot of the lanes, you think about 𝗁𝗁𝗆, insanely good mid laner. You break him loose, he's all over the map. That's how exactly they played the entire 5-game series earlier on in the semifinals. You talk about that game 5 where he actually broke Yashino loose, and if it weren't for that, I think it would have been a very different game between Flash and GAM, because there's only like 300 gold difference, yet they walked away with the Nexus right as GAM was taking Baron. It was a very scary thought just how close that game was, all off the back of Ego being able to find something that breaks loose. If you're able to get that one weapon to use constantly over GAM to kind of hit them over the head with, that seems to be what really, really works against them.
Yeah, very much great. I just want to I'll let you guys run, but don't worry, but we do just need to whip through it a little bit. So if you guys have thoughts on that, just get through it.
Yeah, I think Flash have looked their best when they've had double initiation in their solo lanes. We've seen the double tank comps with 𝗂𝗄 as the main carry source. That's worked really well. We've seen Yoshino shine on the Kennen in the regular season, not so much in playoffs, but the Camille he is currently undefeated on. So that's so high initiation from the solo lanes, I think, is a really strong key for Flash.
Yeah, I completely agree. Clockwork, any final words before we go on to talk about some matchups?
Yes, I want also to highlight that Flash, for example, shines on front-to-back teamfight, but also, Vinnie mentioned the 𝗂𝗄𝗄, for example, they also have shown that they are able to play different kinds of teamfights with, for example, back to front. And this is something that will for sure put GAM in a hard spot.
Very true. So we're going to move on to talking about some more specific players and just some of the movers and the shakers, though it has to be said that oftentimes you talk about players that can carry, and there'll be one or two of them a team. Here in this matchup, there's about 9 people on the Rift that could be the reason either team wins. I'll let you start us off, Vinny. Let's talk about the junglers, Levi and Ego. Run us through.
So, of course, Ego, rookie of the split, he's come up pretty massive this split. He is a perfect facilitator. He's really leaning towards these AP farming picks, with Nidalee and Lilia being very high priority. After that, you'll probably see him fall back to maybe Gragas. That's not so much one of his picks, but the Trundle, the Volibear, the Set, these tanky initiating picks that really help set up the rest of his team. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Levi, who is the polar opposite, and he is big carry pants all the time. He is he loves his Lee Sin, he loves his Karthus, but similarly, GAM has looked the best this playoffs when he is on a sort of tankier initiating sort of champion, Gragas, Zac, even. So almost like what we expect from these junglers is kind of reversed, with super heavy farming sort of solo carry junglers for Ego being really strong for Flash right now, whereas the sort of tanky setup junglers for Levi are also really strong.
It's interesting.
That said, they are also looking to cover the easy love weakness a little bit more, with Levi playing a lot of Kindred recently in solo queue.
Interesting. Be interesting to see if that one comes out. We will move swiftly on, and I want to let Clockwork talk about the mid laners.
Yeah, I mentioned before that, for example, 𝗧𝗏 doesn't have the Orianna in his champion pool. I want to open up more on that because 𝗧𝗏 prefers, in general, AD champions, such as like Jace, Lucian, Pantheon. He also played some Tristana here and there. Anyway, lane dominant champion that he can take a gold advantage for himself since early on, while Kati, for example, prefers control mages, Ryze, Syndra, and so stuff like that, sorry. And also has shown to be comfortable on tanks like Galio, Malphite, and Set. So it will be a clash of styles. Also, and one thing that worries me a lot is that GAM have placed a lot of priority on the cannon, even in mid lane, and it hasn't turned out successfully. So I expect a very different kind of range of possible interaction that can be in the mid lane, and they can go in a super various amount of ways depending on who gets more comfort on their picks.
I mean, fun fact, Kennen is actually Tia's third most played champion in solo queue at the moment. Which is depressing.
Considering how he played Kennen, that's not a fun fact. That's not a fun fact at all.
Kennen is not fun.
I mean, he's fun to play, but maybe not so much fun to watch. But Rebel, I'll give you the final role we want to deep dive on. It is going to be the supports. And I said before that these two teams make their supports look like carries. Do you agree with me?
100%. These two have made an absolute name for themselves, also being able to make all the moves around bottom lane that they want. Specifically in this matchup, Slay's champion pool is relatively limited. It's basically just Bard, Thresh, a little bit of Pantheon, a little bit of Set, a little bit of aggression kind of tied in there. But for the most part, it's Bard, Set. They like to get him out. They like to make him make plays around the map for the most part. What's crazy is Pallet has actually changed up his champion pool to be a little bit more aggressive specifically and attack the laning phase. Well, something that kind of took me aback. The Gragas is something we've seen rise a little bit in priority, but he took that very immediately as the only red side win they had as a way of accessing backline, a way of aggressing against it if Slay takes even a single step out of bot lane. Pallet, I said it in the last series, super pivotal key player to watch over the course of the series. I think that's going to kind of show through yet again in this one, where Slay and Pallet are two to keep your eye on.
Well, we'll have to find out. Now, we are just going to go to a short little break to get ready for draft. Thank you for joining us with this analyst desk. We won't be long, guys. Get hyped. It is VCS finals night. GAM versus Flash. We'll be back in just a minute or so.
Let me tell you about the best regular season team this league has ever seen. Not only is GAM the best early game team in the league, this group of players plays a whole different game. 𝗀𝗃, never budging in top lane, master of dice and surviving dice, a true connoisseur of the beautiful champion that is Renekton. B1, R5, no matter when, he will slice and dice his way to victory. 𝗲𝗏, the malleable king of the jungle. There's a reason we make memes about his farming. His pathing is stellar, his carry potential unrivaled, and when you expected the least, he will play the so-called dock champions and still look like a monster. 𝗧𝗏, the crazy aggressive mechanical god of mid lane, back-to-back MVP in 2020, most solo kills in spring and summer. Every game starts with a choice for the enemy team. Ban 𝗧𝗏's mains or lose the game before it even started. The crownless genius is only playing with one goal in mind today: to make this his coronation and ascend to put his name among the names of the greats. This team boots the deadliest, most gifted topside a wildcard team has ever put together. Bloodthirsty, risk-loving and precise. Blink once and then take control. Blink twice and the game's over. to stand up to GAM in regular season ever since they entered. Perfect split for GAM? Not happening. They have tightened their grip on the VCS with every single split to pass. Last year, 𝗏𝗏 was unable to match up to GAM when it mattered in playoffs, an embarrassing 0-3 followed by a loss that still hurts even today. But this year, the hurdle of the best of 5 was finally taken, and not only once, but twice already. In fact, 𝗏𝗏 has not lost a single best of 5 all year in this league, and they are not looking to start today. Packed with star players in every position, this team does not rely on hyping individuals. Sure, 𝗧𝗲𝗺 is the best SVL outside China and Korea. There is a reason why all teams Palette ever decides to grace with his presence become contenders, and Yoshino is a 2-time champion without even having to play a game in the splits he won. But all those individual accolades pale in comparison to the collective that this team has become. VCS is often criticized for its reckless and unreasonable aggression. Well, the best team here stands above those allegations. Calculated, patient, disciplined, thoughtful, but so much more lethal when they finally strike. When was the last time you saw GAM throw a game? Last week. EVOS, just a few days ago. Cerberus, Team Secret? Games riddled with repetitive dice, heatless bloodlust, and overchases. 𝗏𝗏 float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Give them a finger and they'll take the whole arm. And even if you think they are on the back foot, they are just baiting you to open up your guard. Rotations, team fights, coordination, synergy. You have to measure up to 𝗏𝗏 in all these if you want to stand a chance, and no one in this league can.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going straight into draft. I hope my good colorcaster friend Yulwei did get you hyped up there. But we started off, as is tradition, in a GAM match with a Tristana ban.
Yeah, and I imagine they're not going to change the ban strategy up. Okay, never mind. My point is instantly ruined with the Bard ban. I was going to say they're just going to ban Ashe, Tristana, Lucian again all 5 games, or all however many games, because that's what they did last time. But we've got Bard, which is not that big of a takeaway, I feel, with Slay's recent showing. Okay.
Yeah, Lucian also banned as you were mentioning. I also noticed the Nidalee ban from GAM Esports because they want to, of course, take it away from Ego. It's one of his best champions. Still, I don't think they targeted Ego enough in his champion pool. So maybe I think that they will pick something for the jungler in like these first 2 picks to deny.
Yeah, well, currently seeing the Jace locked in, and Rebel. So
Yeah, I really like the adaptation to the Camille ban, but we're just flying through these picks right now. Yeah, the sec is a little bit flexible between, say, Ego, Cotty, and then into that support role as well. And then the Lilia, we unfortunately are in the best reach in the world because we have the Lilia fan club to come in and cheer this champion on. So now I'm more excited.
You can see every day's cam. He is loving the pick.
Especially fun will be the Lilia against Karthus matchup because like Karthus, it's like one of the most like still junglers, and Lilia runs at like 400 kilometers per hour. So
I don't think though, like her lack of magic resist combined with a wall of pain is just gonna make she's gonna like get slowed down, and you're gonna watch one Q just zap her, and she's gonna be off the map, and it's gonna be hilarious to watch at some point.
However, both are very strong AP farming junglers, so we will get to see the race to, I guess, 500 CS from these two, because I favor Levi in a farming race. But we have both our AD carries as well. Caitlyn not locked in. Ashe for GAM, Easy Love's favorite. Slater's Ezreal, Slater's favorite. Bot lane should be exciting.
Definitely is. Also, look at the last bans from GAM. They're banning away Kennen from DR1 probably, but also, jokes aside, the Syndra is a very important pick. I didn't mention it earlier in the matchup, but Kati plays a lot of Syndra, plays it very well, and also they are one very comfortable. I'm surprised they decided to take it away, but they were probably afraid that 𝗏𝗏 would have taken it first.
And I mean, oh, sorry, Rebel, you. Go for
No,
it.
yeah. The way that GAM has gotten a lot of their champions in this one, you look at the Jace is flexible between 𝗂𝗃, but it's more likely a D1 champion. They got their hands on the 𝗏𝗃 and the Ashe, which you were saying was 𝗬𝗏's #1 champion throughout the entire regular season. How is it that GAM is just like stealing these champions away right now?
I mean, it's because Flash is also getting what they want too. I mean, the Renekton, this is just GAM.
Textbook.
Perfect GAM. But it's also really great for Flash. You've got a really strong... You've basically got Nidalee 2.0 with the Lilia. You've got Slater's best champion. You've got Set, which is great on both Cardi and Palette. Now we just need to see what Yoshino wants to take in. The Camille is banned, so maybe he leans towards something a little bit spicier.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. At the moment, it looks like this may as well be blind pick. These
Really
teams are getting
nice.
everything they want. These teams are getting everything they want. This is actually, I think, the Ornn.
With the
Okay, that's
Ornn.
not. That's
That's
one
a
of the Ornn
Yoshino
things.
pick, though.
That is a Yoshino pick. Like, I actually think this game one's going to tell us a lot because they got everything they want.
Yeah, at least
This is both teams firing on all cylinders.
this is
That's,
going to be...
what a way to start the series.
Yeah, they came out to play. They definitely did. And the last pick for Slay, Pavian might be a very good option into this Ezreal because of the point and click CC at a range, but just heavy lockdown. It still works very well into this bot lane.
Can I mention that GAM, this is the first Leona pick for GAM. So Slay hasn't played any Leona so far.
He has played it a lot in solo queue.
Detective Vinnie.
Actually, that is something. That final Thresh ban is also something I just want to throw out a fun stat. Palette has played 12 Thresh games in his entire career since 2015, I think. Slay has played 15 this split alone. So clearly someone favors Thresh a lot more than the other. But here we go. This is going to be interesting. I am very excited. Both these teams have pretty much exactly what they want. Perhaps you could say with the Cardion set that Flash is a little bit less in that category, but exciting.
Here's the thing though, is like if I'm looking at this just like either on paper or not, you look at Flash's composition, they've got Lilia and then they've got like Ezreal, and that's your damage. There's literally nothing else on the rest of this. Yeah, you could say Yumi's got a little bit, but nothing really. And you look at the opposite side, you've got a super lane dominant bot lane with a lot of push power in the Ashe Leona. You've got an AD mid laner for DO1, which is literally the only thing that matters. And then you've got Kiaya's Renekton, which he was almost carrying on directly in that last series we saw between the two, with Levi on a champion that he will average 13 CS per minute on somehow. I don't know how Flash actually takes this game.
Yeah,
Well,
I've been saying GAM's weakest point is their draft. They've got what they want. Flash should have it. GAM should have this one.
well, each of you need to Vinny already did, but the other two of you need to tell me very quickly. You get one word each. Who's going to win game one?
GAM win.
Damn win.
Okay, GAM win. All right, they're all back in GAM. We'll have to see if Flash can prove us all wrong. I would like now to welcome to the mic the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, the Yulwei. How are you, man?
Hello. And once again, I enter to a full GAM prediction. I'm not sure what's going on in these playoffs, but fair enough. Fair enough.
GAM, 𝗏𝗺 Swift. Well, we'll have to find out
We'll have to
because,
see.
I mean, I think both drafts are pretty great.
Yeah, and I just want to shout out the last time Ego played Lilia. It was game 3. It was a turning point for the series last week. He came in with that Lilia. He got so many kills in the mid game, especially hitting 𝗬𝗏 after 𝗬𝗏 to confirm the last few kills. He carried that game, and then Lilia got banned. So GAM led the Lilia through, and last time they got punished heavily. I'm very excited. Ego Lilia, probably the best Lilia we've seen so far on VCS. As Levi still does not want to play her for some reason. We see the Raptor trick here from Ego. So you always want to aggro the Raptors to get the full bonus of your jungle item. So you stay healthy even though you play against the buff you really don't like. The red buff is kind of annoying to deal with for Lilia because, yeah, it's very fast. Can't really kite it too well. So as we can see, it takes a lot of time, but he's very healthy now. So still on 2 potions, he should be healthier than 𝗏𝗺 in the jungle here. Might look for an early top lane scuffle.
The scuttle scuffle, I love it. Looking down this bot lane, a bit of heavy trading early, but in the end, I don't think either of these bot lanes have super high kill potential. Ashe v Ezreal, but
what is going on here?
Looking for some sin. In they go. Easy loves the target. The watch out. Use the distance. And there it is. You should have watched out, GAM, because Lilia has got that first blood.
And that is one big eep to the win for Flash already. Last time they played Lilia, they fell behind in the early game, and she had to maneuver them out of there in the mid game, but now it starts super early. What an early gank from Lilia. 6 CS into the gank in bot lane. Not something we expect, but now 𝗏𝗺 invading top side. So Lilia needs her blue buff, and we see Set already moving up there. Kati and Yoshino as well coming for the rescue. So it seems like Lilia will be able to contest her own blue buff. She's a level down though, so let's see if Levi can steal this one away. Kiaya has arrived.
This gets a bit dangerous. 𝗏𝗺 takes this pretty quickly. He has Smite as well, with Dia1 roaming over. Yeah, Ego already knows this blue buff is gone. So it's a first blood in exchange for a probable 3 buff.
Yeah, and a big experience lead now for Levi.
The good side of that. Yeah.
So the big problem for Ego here is that he doesn't have any camps to clear. Everything got stolen away from him. Luckily, there is the bot lane 𝗏𝗺, which is very nice, of course. So he's at least going to be in touching distance to Levi in terms of experience. And gold-wise, he's fine. He got the first blood, so gold-wise, everything is well for Ego. But he needs to be a little bit better when it comes to the next clear, because he will fall behind in levels from just ganking. So yes, we talk about ganking. Here's the next one.
There it is. The flash facebreaker goes in. Ego has to be careful though, because only 20 base armor. And with Slay here, the Deer's in trouble. Oh no, Ego's given one away. Slay picks it up. Can Carti even get it out? The shock blast misses. That might be the crucial little bit of damage as Carti does escape to his tower.
Dia1 with no mana, not really able to follow up on that play. Could have been a 2-1 outplay maybe. Ego got read here by Slay, and Slay with the roaming support. Last series between these two teams was basically decided by the roaming supports. Let's look at this again first. Ego doesn't really land his the sweet spot on the watch out 𝗵. Nice flash from Dia1 there. I think he would have died, or at least gotten very close to dying there to the watch out 𝗵 extra damage. So well played from Dia1 and very good roam from Slay. This time around, when he roamed away, 𝗬𝗓 didn't die. This happens way too many times. Slay just leaves lane all the time, and 𝗬𝗓 is like, please, can I have a support? And dies most of the time. So that's a good sign for GAM.
I mean, that's something that our analyst did talk about. It was GAM looks at their best when Slay is unlocked. You saw there, Ego, it's already a risky gank as Lilia going into a Jace because you have such low base armor and it's Jace. He can just kill you. And they had no idea the Leota was going to be there. You never go for that gank if you expect her to be there. But Slay went early, went quick, and turned things around. And speaking of turnarounds, Yoshino's going to need to find one. Oh, nope, he gets out of there.
Yeah, Levi can't really catch up here. Level 6 now, so he was very close. He's actually the first one to hit level 6 on the whole map. That is incredible. Levi once again showing us his magic. And he wanted to... Oh, Yoshino, that's a deep teleport. That's the 𝗍ros move.
That is a bit of a 𝗍ros move, but he is still an Ornn. Ooh, it's scary. Levi spending a lot of time setting this up and actually just has to be. No camps up, so he doesn't miss anything. But still, a little bit of tempo lost. Oh, hello, look at this. Slay lands the big Zenith Blade. Slater now on the run. Too slippery for this Leo.
Yeah, he regrets that one because Ashe can't really follow up. So not the greatest for Slay. It still kind of deterred the turret damage. So it's all okay, all well. Good there in the bot lane. Actually, an interesting adaptation from 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 is one of our most aggressive Enchanted players. And usually actually goes for the better scaling support item. Oh! Wow,
Slay throws that out. That looked like it would have hit, in fact. Now 𝗬𝗓's in trouble. Slay
no flash.
Goes in, bops the cat. But look who's here, Yulwei. It's Levi floating into the lane. Just
what can he do, though? No CC.
He's spooking him.
Now Ego has arrived too. Can they turn this one around again?
Nah, they're out of there.
And 𝗂𝗂 is still behind the levels. He could actually use this opportunity and try to invade bot side now with bot lane pressure, with Yuumi being able to roam
That's
up
exactly
there.
what he's doing.
So Levi is lying in wait.
When
Bot
are you
lane is
going
going to
pro?
be...
I mean, I don't think this is contestable.
not really, no.
Renekton's getting close. 𝗂𝗂 does have the smite. There it is. Gets away from the wall of pain. He eats one Skittle. Ooh, 𝗏𝗏 might have chosen the wrong direction, though. Uses the showstopper, puts up the Haymaker shield, but he just walked the wrong way. And that's going to be tragic.
That was such a greedy path from 𝗏𝗏. He wanted to get back to mid lane, collect the wave that was crashing into his turret, and got punished for that. He could have just walked with his team back to the safety of his turret and teleported back to lane, but he just wanted to be that tiny bit more efficient. Why did it reset? I don't understand. That's very annoying for Levi. He has no mana, so this is going to take a while here. Very, very weird reset there from the dragon. Not very nice. But good punish from GAM. The blue buff, of course, was stolen and actually put 𝗂𝗂 over the line to level 6. But it's a dragon back, and in the end, it's still a 500 gold lead. Oh, 𝗧𝗏, you need to be careful.
𝗧𝗏 gets baited out. There's the final chapter. We'll lock him up for now. 𝗂𝗂 on
𝗂𝗂's
the way
here.
as well. The Requiem comes down. Slater's pretty low. He has to
Wait,
be
what?
careful, and bang, he goes down. Watch out, 𝗃, though. We'll get back onto Easy Love. And the deer is here with the double kill.
And it's still a champion in lane, better than the 𝗏𝗏's in his jungle. It's just one ability from 𝗏𝗏's, not enough to turn the fight. Actually, very surprised that Slater even died to that ultimate. Kill went over to, I believe, Easy Love. So that's not even where GAM wanted the kill to go. And 2 more kills to 𝗂𝗂, who's still behind in experience, but in terms of gold, he should be fine. Oh no, 𝗂𝗏, no.
Should be able to get away. It's on. He has a bramble vest. He's just gonna wander on out of there.
And surprisingly good farming from 𝗂𝗏 so far. Has been on the back foot constantly in the top lane, but has kept up in CS.
We've got to fight your way. We've got a scuffle up on the top
No
side.
𝗏𝗏's
There's the
ult.
Ornhorn getting blown. A lot of knockups. 𝗂𝗂, he's dancing well. He's in the middle of the enemy team now, but he picks up the first kill. Slater just instantly dead on the other side. Where even was he? That's a weird one. Lilting Lullaby not available. Slater.
Neither is the Requiem.
I think everyone's just going to back off.
So that's a 1-for-1 trade. Kill for Renekton is nice for the early game, but another kill for Lilia, it's going to accelerate her so much. She's already sitting on her first item, 4-1 already. Boots can be completed the next shopping trip, and of course, working on the big power spike that is Liandry's. So this Lilia is going to cause a lot of headaches on the other side. But what is Slater doing here?
Ooh.
So he's over the wall. Okay, it's just a flash follow-up on 𝗂𝗏. Slater can't really get away here. Nicely done from
Very
𝗂𝗏.
questionable positioning.
Absolutely. Once again, a little bit of greed from Flash, I believe. He wanted to go to the wave, which was a very strange path to take. He could have just walked down the lane. And now this will result in top side pressure and another objective for GAM. So collecting the first dragon and the first herald. Not usually something we see all too often in almost even games. Most of the time we see top side for bot side trade. And there's no bot in this game, so no easy opportunity to deny this charge. This should just be another 320, maybe even 400 gold.
So something I want to sort of pick your brain a little bit on is 𝗃1 hasn't really done anything. There was the one gank that got turned around, but that was primarily due to 𝗧's play. 𝗃1 kind of just did standard. 𝗃1 got his Jace, which I know the analysts were very much like, ooh, how have you let this happen? So far, hasn't done anything.
So to be fair, 𝗃1's 3 main champions, Lucian, Tristana, and Jace, all play very differently. I think Jace and Lucian are more lane focused, and Jace is the most mid-game focused champ of those. Tristana is the one where he's super active on the map. Jace usually, he tries to get kills in lane and outplays the enemy jungle. We saw that last week, or just this week actually, against EVOS, I believe it was game 2, where the enemy jungler ganked level 2 and he just turned around and one-shot the enemy jungler. Oh, speaking of one-shots.
𝗂𝗂 going into Templar, doing so much damage. He's going to go down to Slay on the other side. And we have a second brawl in the river. Oh. The action never stops in the VCS.
That was a little bit too deep for 𝗂𝗂. He gives up the shutdown, but the gold goes over to Slay. So now the gold totals will actually be a little bit deceptive, because that's a 600 gold shutdown to Slay, which will not actually matter too much in the long run. And the kill for Slater is very valuable for Flash. We all know about Slater's Ezreal, especially in the late game. So him getting that kill can bode very well for Flash and their chances in team fights.
It's very true. I'd love to know what the Dark Harbor stats are at for the Lilia, because obviously has been very, very active.
Oh, Yoshino with a very good trade.
Little trade. No chance for a solo kill, but still getting some licks in on Kiaya. Let's have a look at this. This was, oh my god, Ego.
Yeah, a little deep, for sure. He flashed forward for the Q, lilting Lullaby there. Possibly, I think he could have potentially just closed the distance with a W and then a follow-up with his movement speed. They wanted to lock down the kill, fair enough. The call was very, very decisive there, but a little deep. Ego's still super strong, and actually giving up this shutdown to the support isn't that bad for the next team fight.
Tactical int.
Tactical int, indeed. He got the kill for Slater, he got an assist, and now the shutdown is gone. That means he can play much more aggressively in the next team fight, and will only give up 300 gold, which is way less, especially if a carry collects that gold. This is just a nice little Rift Hole to prepare for the Dragon. Dragon is up.
All to Levi. No lane, no gold for the laners there.
The king of the jungle. He demands his gold. He collected some taxes there.
He's gonna get another dragon.
And that's in Cloud Drake for Karthus. We talked about this last time they played Karthus. It's really nice for him, because 20 seconds of the first ultimate is quite a lot. It's actually, I think, the longest cooldown in the game, the Karthus ultimate, especially the first one. So getting that 10% reduction is very, very good for the mid game and later even as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably one of the best ones. Slater has to use the cleanse to get away from the enchanted crystal arrow. We head back into a holding pattern. If we want to keep our theme of plane analogies going, we are just circling the airport.
So, one thing I just spotted that it interests me to a great extent is DR1's itemization choice here. What is this? No lethality early on. And to be fair, on the other side, we actually have 2 tanks and Ezreal, who's kind of a pseudo-tank in the ADC position. So, makes sense to not go into lethality early. Will hurt his damage on someone like Ego and Palette, if you can ever hit Palette, of course. So this is much more focused on side laning and being able to 1v1 Kati and Yoshino with a Black Cleaver coming in. He also went Conqueror, something I didn't actually point out earlier. Yes. Levi will look for another stack.
But Yoshino charges on away and has the flash, but they're going to follow up on him, and that's going to be an easy kill. Oh, he even blows the horn.
A little bit early on the ult, he might have been able to kill Kiaya there.
Yeah, if he calls that earlier, gets one more brittle proc, yeah, he kills Kiaya. But it's very, very easy to say that with hindsight.
Yeah, and of course, it didn't actually... Oh, Slay gets caught by the swell seed. It didn't actually look...
Oh, they pulled the trigger on the lilting Lullaby. The tower's gone down. They're going to try and kill him. They're just going to go forward. This was excellently timed. And watch out, Eep into the Ezreal damage. And it's another kill for Slater.
And that's just a little bit careless from Slay. There is... I mean, he got caught by the swell seed. Can't really do much about that because he didn't actually see the swell seed being fired.
Easy
Speaking of swell seeds,
he's going to get grabbed. The show gets stopped. Deer 1's here, but you can't stop the deer. Takes a few tower shots, but he's out of there.
And GAM is getting out-skirmished in the mid-game by Flash. This Lilia, it might just be the most important pick in the next few drafts, because so far, Ego and Lilia is an absolute treat to watch. By far the best Lilia we've seen in this region, at least. And Levi still does not want to play this champion. He might actually be forced to play Lilia or ban Lilia every single game now, because this is an early game where looks very good for Flash.
If he hasn't picked the Lilia up, it's too late now. You don't get it next week, Levi. I mean,
for sure.
You can love and hate champions all you want. Lilia's pretty strong. And I'm not just saying that as treasurer of the fan club.
Well, the president agrees with you, for sure. Lilia, such a lovely champion to watch. And Ego 𝗂𝗂 for sure adapted his path. He did not go for the usual Lilia invade style, early farming pressure with trying to invade and outrun the enemy jungler. Maybe go for a scuttle fight early because you have so much more movement speed and a lot of early damage with the true damage as well. Instead, he actually went for a 𝗁𝗔 gank level 2 and pulled that off for first blood. So a very different style, very much adapting to Levi being the better farmer of the two. So I really like what I'm seeing from 𝗂𝗂 so far, and he's now sitting on 7k gold, highest gold in the game, I believe. Yeah, there we are. He had 2 items already on this Lilia, and now he can actually go and look for some tank items even.
He's ever so slightly behind Slater in gold. In fact, I actually think that switched over after you said it.
Yeah,
about 50 gold. No big deal.
Oh, now he's
Still
ahead
very,
again
very
because he
accelerated.
confirmed the 100 gold. Yeah, it's a tight race between the two, and those are the 2 main carries for Flash. So they don't really care if either of them has 100 gold more or less, because as long as both are ahead, that is very, very good. And there's another lilting lullaby.
Looks like there's a nap coming in. Slater gets. Oh wow, that's a lot of damage. Slay even goes down, and oh my,
Lilia gap.
Offering. This is the Eep gap.
It is for sure, and we both know, as Lilia players, there is no greater feeling than playing Lilia with a Yuumi attached. But we have Yoshino in trouble again.
Yoshino, he might not be feeling too good as he is getting camped, and Levi picks up another horn-shaped sack of gold.
So I don't mind this strategy from Levi either. I think he's actually adapting to the mid pressure or overall map pressure from 𝗂𝗂. 𝗂𝗂 is so much faster than the Karthus, and he will probably outperform in team fights right now as well. So instead of trying to challenge the 2v2s in mid lane, maybe the 3v3s in bot lane, he just goes top lane over and over again and feeds off this tank that can't really do anything against it. Gets Dark Harvest stacks, gets gold, gets tower gold, so now Levi in a very strong carry position as well. And the last time he played Karthus, he had incredible teamfight positioning. He was one of the main damage dealers, and he has to do that again this game.
Here we go. 𝗂𝗂's been caught. There's a lot of damage. There's an exhaust, and it's going to be Slater picking up another kill. We've talked a lot about 𝗂𝗂, but we can't ignore the fact that Slater, the best Ezreal, possibly the best Ezreal outside major regions, maybe even just outside Eastern major regions, who knows, is getting fed, is the point.
Well, easy love.
Yes.
Yeah, this is something 𝗂𝗑 does way too often. He dies randomly in the mid lane, in the side lanes. This is one big problem GAM is dealing with or trying to deal with right now. It's not only on 𝗂𝗑, most of the time it's actually also on the GAM setup. This one was pretty much just 𝗂𝗑 to blame here. Yeah, I think you can't really find anyone else who's has anything to do with that death. That's just 𝗂𝗑 overextending. Flash was up, so maybe he felt safe. But against Lilia, Flash is not going to do anything. So that's another death. That's another kill over to Ezreal, who's now 5-2, just as Lilia is 5-2 as well. So both of the carries got all the kills. We actually have 10 kills, and all 10 kills on Lilia and Ezreal, while the tanks and the support just sit on the assists. So it's perfect gold contribution. We also will have on items come in just a few minutes. So the actual gold lead is much bigger than what we can see on screen right now, as GAM is actually holding the gold lead.
So Yulwei, does 𝗂𝗂 do the ultimate Chad move? Get the death crown? Is it a death crown Lilia game?
I think it's a paradox Lilia game. Zhonya's paradox is probably the call here, especially against DR1. You talked about the very low armor, base armor for Lilia, so I think a little bit of extra armor from the paradox would be nice, would go a long way to defend against 𝗂𝗑 and DR1, and of course Kiaya's burst as well. So I definitely favor Zhonya's as well. Ook, there we have another play in the mid game.
Yeah, they're going for it. 𝗂𝗑 throws out the arrow, diffuses the play. But this
that
is
should
just
just
get
be the
tower. Yep. It's got to be
and
said.
this
is... In fact, I'll set you up, because I know we're about to make the same point. I'll set you up. This is a tendency we've seen for GAM. They're stubborn in the side lanes, Yulwei.
But they want more from this fight.
They're not going to get it.
Kiai on the flank.
Maybe they will. Kiai is actually playing gatekeep. There's the showstopper. He's going to go down really fast. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Not good enough. There's a double knock up to save 𝗂𝗑. No, he isn't saved. The Requiem begins. Slay goes down. That's a lot of damage out of that Karthus. And Yoshi and Flash, you need to get out of there. You have low health bars.
So it still is 2 for 1, and Flash is actually once more. 𝗧𝗧 has a lot of healing with the Yuumi still attached to him, so 𝗧𝗧 is still very hard to deal with. 𝗧𝗃 doesn't really have damage anymore, no Flash, no ultimate, so you can't really do much against 𝗧𝗧. He's way too slippery to hit the Skittles. So in the end, it's still a Flash win. They get the mid lane turret, and yeah, I want to spend a little bit of time talking about this play, because this is something you all should watch out for. Not just watch out E, but also watch out for GAM on the side lanes. Because as we can see here, no one... let's focus on the 3-play first. Good flank from 𝗂𝗧, but he's a little bit alone there, and good reaction from 𝗂𝗃 to immediately throw him even farther away from his team. Ego, I think, overextended into the enemy team a little bit too much. If he has the Zhonya's there, he can do that and just go golden and prolong the fight. So I think next fight will be even harder for GAM. Well, let's get back to the point. You set me up, and I talked about this in my hindsight video you're going to see in one of the pauses today as well. GAM have this tendency to send the 2 solo laners in the side lane to give them as much farm as possible, but then they don't react to the enemy team grouping in mid lane. This happened against Flash, this happened against EVOS multiple times, where the enemy team just looks at the map, okay, both solo laners are just farming in side lanes, we're just going to brute force 5v3 in mid lane, and the solo lanes just don't react, and they have lost so many mid lane turrets. This is something GAM has to shore up if they want to have any chance at winning the title today.
It absolutely is. Oh, speaking of which, 𝗬𝗎𝗺's going to have to shore up his play. That Yuumi ult will not quite land the final tick. The Wall of Pain came in clutch. The Swirl Seed will not quite put anyone to sleep. But here's a dragon.
Yeah, and this play basically gives them full dragon control. GAM secured the Scuttle Crab, but no wards on the objective. 6 seconds, and 𝗬𝗎𝗺 actually used TP to get back on the map, so GAM is not ready to concede this one. They want to fight. Levi ultimate will be available in 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, Slay
very
has
dangerous.
the dream
Look
dust
at
on him at the
𝗂𝗏.
moment. There's the Solar Flare. The dragon is secured. 𝗂𝗏 lurking. As
But
you said,
𝗂𝗏 is
Slay
dead.
goes over onto the Slayer. 𝗂𝗏 is dead. He's just absolutely rocked. His socks are gone, and now it's a shutdown. This is all Flash. GAM melting away. Ego, that's a triple kill for Slater. That's, oh, he's not going to get the Penta, but it could still be a Quadra, as 𝗂𝗧 is the last one standing. And Flash, oh my word, I don't even know where that fight came from, but they walk away with an ace Yulwei.
Yeah, a 5-for-0, perfect ace. Flash really showing their prowess in team fights. Perfect formation. They are very, very good with Yoshino on tanks. We actually saw a very, very different style than the last time they played. Yoshino with a lot of split pushers, has super high gold share, pretty low damage share for his gold share because he's just in side lanes all the time. Today they came in with a classic. It's Yoshino on the On together with 𝗧𝗧, Asriel, and Palette Yuumi. It's the full late game team fighting squad, and add the super fat Lilia into the mix and Carti on another tank, and their team fighting looks absolutely stellar, out of this world. Wipe the floor with GAM, get the Baron and the Dragon. This should be all she wrote for this first game.
So where does Levi just gets wrecked?
Yeah, just gets sniped by all these skill shots. And then 𝗂𝗏 from the flank, it kind of looked decent at the start, but he gets exhausted immediately and is just sitting duck there, can't get away from all the damage. And Yoshino is still full HP, by the way, so
Yeah.
he is... They can't even get close to killing him.
I mean, 𝗬𝗎𝗺 in that fight lived up to his gold reward because he gives as much gold as a cannon minion, and he played that fight about as well as a cannon minion.
Well, yeah, he doesn't really have anything to work with, to be honest. No big front line for him. Everyone is... this is also something GAM did, especially against EVOS, which worried me a lot for today's series. Their team fighting looked very out of sync, and their team fighting still looked decent when they were on champions that could play for themselves. A very individualistic team fighting, where 𝗂𝗏 plays for himself, 𝗂𝗏 plays for himself, and so on. But if they have to rely on going into formations, going into front-to-back team fighting, they look kind of bad, I have to say.
Yeah. Let's see what everyone is working with, not so much in terms of team as in terms of inventory. Yulwei, as we do see an inhib possibly being taken. Do you like what you see?
We have some interesting adaptations here, especially I like 𝗂𝗏's build, going for the more tank-busting build, side lane build. Talked about this earlier. Didn't really get to use it too much. Flash is once again just brute forcing, might even try to end the game here.
they're calling it a teleport. The horn is there as well. They're doing a lot of damage. 𝗧𝗲 dives forward. The Yuumi ult's already ticking. In comes the Requiem. Kiaya's already dead, though. Lilting Lullaby on 𝗧𝗲 doesn't actually get finished. In comes the arrow. Do Flash want to go for this? No, 𝗁𝗄's being doesn't have teleport, so they don't. Oh, he's stopping. It's because he's stopping DR1 in the base, but they are going to go for this. This is a bit of a base race, and there's only one runner. This is going to be game, and everyone in chat spam eat for Flash to sweep as they start off with a game 1 victory, and Lilia looked massive.
And I have to say, this was the most dominant game from Flash against GAM we have seen, I believe, all season. This was, from start to finish, a good game plan, very good adaptations from Ego. They never struggled in teamfights. Not a single teamfight went GAM's way, I believe, in this whole game. Very good game plan, 27-minute victory on a late-game scaling composition on Ezreal Yuumi, and, of course, Ego and Lilia. So this composition is something GAM has to think about very, very much in this pause, because they can't leave the Lilia open again if something like this happens. And I really question the Levi Karthus, because I liked him on all the initiating champions. I think his Zek and stuff like that looked incredible. So I'm hyped for the second game, but Flash making a statement performance.
Absolutely. Absolutely they are. So we will head to a little bit of a break now. Don't worry, guys. There's content for you in that break, but we'll be back with the analyst desk in just a little bit.
Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside.
Welcome to In Hindsight Episode 7. All eyes are now on the final, the rematch of the two strongest teams all season. Team Flash, the best of 5 team in 2020 in the VCS, unbeaten so far in best of 5s, and GAM, back-to-back regular season winner. In the light of the most important match between these two teams, today's episode will highlight 2 impactful plays from last week's match. Both favour the eventual winner Flash, but come from very different starting points. Action and reaction, gank and counterplay, pressure and cross-map response. The first play took place in the 4th game of the series. After a good start, Flash is already looking at quite a substantial gold lead at merely 10 minutes. Flash is pushing out top lane and look to get some tower gold or even a kill when 𝗧𝗲 arrives. This series was mostly dictated by Palat outroaming 𝗧𝗲, but with the initiative finally on his side, 𝗧𝗲 is getting ready to strike back. Unfortunately for GAM, the initial engage is not enough to confirm any kills, and they are faced with a difficult decision. Pursue the play and risk a dive, or cut their losses and go back to the normal map position. GAM decides to dive. With TF ult, Flash are able to reinforce the defending members, and the dive gets more and more awkward for GAM. DR1 finally makes his way to the top lane, and GAM once again hold the numbers advantage and move in for some kills. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Flash's bot lane is continuously hard pushing the wave and hitting the turret. Jin concluded that he can't possibly defend the turret and finally evacuates the vicinity to move to the deserted mid lane and collect some juicy minion gold. Follow the bot lane on the minimap to get a better feeling for just how long this play will keep going. 𝗂𝗀 dies in the dive, but 𝗏𝗲 is able to get one kill back. At this point, 𝗏𝗲 do not want to let go, as 𝗂𝗀 will respawn more quickly than 𝗬𝗏, and the rest of the HP bars from GAM are very low. Hence, 𝗏𝗲 move forward. 𝗬𝗏 still can't go to bot lane and finally gets bored just killing minions. He runs towards top lane and is able to get one kill back. More importantly though, all the time in top lane has left the bot lane turret exposed for way too long, and 𝗏𝗲 secure 5 plating first turret, funneling a lot of gold into the main carries later. Bad comes to worse for GAM, as the low HP totals also make it easy for the revitalized Trundle to collect the Herald. While GAM didn't really lose much gold immediately in this play, they ceded control of multiple objectives and gave 𝗏𝗲 too much room to get unanswered gold from tower platings. 𝗏𝗲 stayed cool when they saw the dive and were adamant about pushing bot lane, which paid off big time in the long run. The second play I want to highlight is a rotational one orchestrated and executed with precision by 𝗏𝗲 in Game 5 of the same series. Before we take a closer look, let's lay out some groundwork first. At this stage of the game, Yoshino is very far ahead of 𝗂𝗧, with a 100 plus CS lead and 4 kills. 𝗏𝗲 overall is 5k gold up, and their carries just completed strong items all around. Dragon is about to spawn and Baron is warded. On top of that, GAM's Baron speed is not the greatest if 𝗬𝗏 does not have access to infinite mana, so the threat of a Baron rush from GAM is relatively low. 𝗏𝗏 sent Yoshino and 𝗀𝗻 to pressure bot lane. 3 of the 4 remaining members have the means to join forces with Yoshino very quickly, as DPs for Syndra and Asriel are available, and Pantheon's ultimate is up. As you can see on the minimap, 𝗏𝗲 is looking for a gank on 𝗂𝗧 in bot lane with Trundle. 𝗀𝗻 starts the fight and locks him in place, while Syndra and Pantheon immediately channel their spells to join the fight. For GAM, this comes out of nowhere, as they had no vision of 𝗂𝗀 approaching and everyone else was just starting to get back on the map after a reset that took place right before this play. With 𝗂𝗧 down, 𝗏𝗏 decide to commit for the bot lane push and even use the remaining TP from Asriel on a minion to prolong the backdoor protection being removed. GAM completely missed the mark with their recalls. 𝗎𝗏 in particular stayed in mid lane for at least one too many waves. 4v5 and with a severe gold disadvantage, GAM choose to not contest the inhibitor and 𝗏𝗏 break the base without Baron at only 24 minutes. Instead of backing off immediately, 𝗏𝗏 used their vision advantage and single target abilities to fish for a few more kills, potentially looking at Baron if they find a high value target. In the end, only Slay dies, but 𝗏𝗏 secure the dragon on the way out. Zooming out, this play gave 𝗏𝗏 the constant pressure they needed to pursue Baron, which they secure 2.5 minutes later. A quick decision and perfect read on the map state, as well as positioning of the GAM players, was all it took to pave the way to Game 5 victory for 𝗏𝗏. If they can replicate smart rotational map plays like this in the final, the second title should be within touching distance. Can 𝗏𝗏 outsmart and outlast GAM again? Or will GAM's early game and laning prowess prevail today? Only one thing is sure. Every single series between these teams has gone the maximum amount of games this year, and the last one should be no exception. Thanks for tuning in to In Hindsight Episode 7, and let the final begin.
Welcome back, everybody. And the deer is here. 𝗂𝗀 brought out me and Yulwei's current favorite champion and went to some ridiculous things there. But I'm going to start off. Vinny, just go ahead.
Leave Easy Love alone. My God, the man was bullied so hard and very unlucky in a couple of situations too. If 𝗂𝗀 had taken like half a second longer on that initial clear of the red buff, that hawk shot comes out and spots him before he gets in position. No first blood. Lilia's pathing completely ruined. Levi gets to take over. Other than that, Levi gets dove again and again and again. No response from Levi or 𝗂𝗧 or Dia. He goes to the mid lane, gets dove again and again. No response from any of the 3 top side of the map. Slay's doing his best, but he's on Leona. And then they get to push all the way to the inhibitor, and D1's taken bot tower. Qiai is pushing nothing, and Levi's going, these chickens look good right about now.
I mean, so that is actually something as people who stuck around during
Free
the break.
easy
would
love?
I don't. Maybe the VCS. Anyway, let's leave Easy Love alone for a moment. It's actually something Yulwei just pointed out. If those of you that stuck around in the break would have gotten some Yulwei ASMR with that episode of In Hindsight, GAM looked a little bit inflexible, which is such a weird thing to say about them. They were just, as you said, they were just playing 1-3-1, except it was actually 1-2-1 because Levi was just farming and doing nothing with the gold. Rebel, how did you predicted GAM to win that, and I don't think they ever really got close.
I think the big thing about that game, Eagle played like some immaculate League of Legends, and there were a couple of like contributions to that, but the big thing was there's always pockets being generated that depend where you're allowed to be on the map given strength or weakness, and you can go to supplement a weak side or kind of favor for a strong side. And it was memed a little bit to attack Easy Love because he was just getting bullied on the bot side. But there were this constant generation of this like ability to go bot side and just completely go untouched the entire game, which is all Ego had to do. Not to mention, over and over again, picking up the kills on the not only the Lilia, but the Ezreal meant when you got into those fights, it wasn't the tank that was really ahead. It was the damage that was there, bursting out this team with no ability to soak whatsoever. It was a combination of those two that just made Flash run away with this one.
It's true. Then Clockwork, we are heading into draft, but I'll still give you the chance as we head over there.
I'll be super fast.
No,
I just want to
take your
point
time.
out.
Take your time.
Okay.
We haven't actually got into draft yet, but go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to mention that, like on paper, I would have favored GAM late game because they had like the Ashe, the Karthus, and they could stall enough for Flash to lose their damage. But Flash didn't wait for that. They kept striking and setting up team fights how they wanted, or objectives too. And GAM was just like too keen on waiting for the Karthus to scale, and even when they tried to contest the team fights and the objective, they did so in a very clumsy way, and it punished them so hard.
Yeah, it's very true. So this might be the play-by-play in me. And just, play-by-play, me no analyst, me just emotion. I think Flash really set the tone here because coming into this, the analysis of the matchup was actually pretty easy. GAM is going to come in hard and fast, kick the door down, and if they kill you before you react, then they win the game. But if Flash gets a chance to steady themselves, then Flash probably wins the game. Not that game.
No.
Flash kicked the door in.
No.
Like, Flash were the ones setting the pace, they were calling the plays, and GAM never got on their feet. They were caught snoozing.
Yeah, they absolutely were. And sort of, I want to go back to something I did, like my first piece of content for the VCS English. I discussed split push comps, and a big part of that is your 3-man core. You need 3 men in that core. Levi, where are you?
Well,
Anyway.
there is a draft, but just before we go to draft, I want to very briefly, just for a few moments, show our predictions. I know it is one game late, but we'll just go over to that just quickly. What did you guys all predict?
Flash.
Ooh, we're split. We're split here on the desk. We've got 2 GAMs and 2 Flashes.
Wow.
Yep.
Interesting.
I still favor Flash, despite this first game was actually, as the other analysts, I lent towards GAM draft, but still overall, I think Flash will take it. And I was not like too wrong for how it began.
It's true. I mean, I was basically tossing a coin. I thought it was going to be a 3-2, and I almost could toss a coin for who actually came on top, but I just favored GAM. I don't mind, though. I'm happy with either team winning, but let's head over to draft because the bans are coming in. Lilia is still open, and Team Flash still has blue side. GAM, you might have misidentified the problem here. Analysts, take it away.
Well, and now there is no Karthus to match that in the sort of early game farming. Not that it matters. I don't want to see GAM. I don't want to see Levi on a farmer. But if they don't first pick Lilia here, it gives the option for Levi. I'm pretty sure he hasn't been playing it in solo queue, but maybe he has on an account I don't know about, but doesn't matter. It's being hovered.
It seems like Lilia will be the center of this series because, Ego seems very comfortable in it and Levi doesn't. So if GAM keeps ignoring the pick, Flash will keep taking advantage of this.
And I'm curious, what is it that Levi's been able to actually generate in terms of counter? Because he tried the farming option with Karthus twice now, neither time working, and I can think of two other champions off the top of my head, being the Hecarim is one that can out team fight and actually do well in the early game. The second is actually 𝗂𝗃, which I know Levi has played before. Both of them very hard counters specifically to the Lilia, depending on what your composition is, could work. Instead, leaning for the Kindred, another decent farming option to try to supplement that consistent damage that was lacking from 𝗬𝗎𝗻. But again, we identified that wasn't really the problem.
I also I don't like I like the Kindred pick for GAM because it makes up for 𝗬𝗎𝗻. But you've got the Caitlyn. Put
The
him on
Caitlyn is
Jhin.
pretty bad. Yes,
Like I know
absolutely
that
put him on
sounds
Jhin.
I know that sounds insane. If you've not watched the VCS before, you must think I'm an idiot.
Ashe is also
This is
still
easy
open.
love. This is easy love.
Yeah,
Like if you're
just
gonna
help.
if you're gonna put him on the Kindred, if you're gonna put Levi on the Kindred, you need to put 𝗬𝗎𝗻 on his utility ADC. That's the point.
And
Clockwork,
Also,
I want to
oh,
cue
go,
Clockwork
go,
in.
go
He
for
hasn't
it.
talked in a while. What do you think so far?
So far, I actually don't mind that much like the first pick Caitlyn because it allows 𝗬𝗎𝗻 to have a safe lane, meaning that it can play the lane without overextending and still generate an advantage. But the problem is that so far 𝗬𝗎𝗻 didn't have much peel. So a carry jungler for Levi takes away some potential peel jungler. I don't know. For example, if Levi went for Zac, for example, that can do peel for 𝗬𝗎𝗻, and I don't know. I don't like Kindred either.
So the Syndra locking for
I think
Tier 1
like-
does mean that they're probably not going to go into that full-on, whatever it is, 1-3-1. Kindred into Lilia, I don't know. I actually would have liked to see Olaf and just perma invade and kill the Lilia.
Yeah. Just
But-
pick Olaf and break her legs. There's 4 of them. You really get to break them.
Oh, but
But
the
in terms of
one has Syndra.
Defense, yes. In terms of defense, if it's not banned, get that Thresh pick for Slay to give some form of peel, or maybe go for Tahm Kench? I don't know. You know you're probably into Kalista set, because Palette's set is great, and it's a great combination, so very interested to see where it comes in from here. It's Yoshino targeted in bans very heavily. So
It
support
looks like-
lock in here, give counterpick to Yoshino. Not Yoshino, 𝗧𝗧𝗃.
So it looks like Flash is again going for some early game comp.
Wouldn't be shocked about that. The Kalista actually is a very formidable opponent, specifically into Caitlyn, because of its ability to spike early and then into mid-game. And not to mention, if you put that set bot lane, that is an exceptionally mean lane, even into something like the Thresh Caitlyn, where it can get very aggressive, especially that level 6 mark starts to become a level of dominance that we won't see. Instead, they actually go to 𝗏𝗏𝗃, which is crazy to think about, that they flex that around to have 𝗏𝗏𝗺 back on the champion once again, but still, very formidable bot lane here with the Kalista and Caitlyn.
Very formidable, but I was kind of thinking maybe we saw something a little bit spicier, maybe the Sejuani, but now we have to see what does Yoshino have as a blind pick. I don't really think, I think the Volley Bears are just about it. I don't really know what else he's played that could fit that position.
Wow.
𝗬𝗎𝗺 Jax. Come on, Jax.
Okay, so here I see another potential issue with Lilia very fast and Volibear also very fast. I think Day 1 on the Syndra will have some problems with keeping the threats away.
Like, keeping him away might be an issue. Disengage could be quite an issue, you are right.
Hello.
But we have the Jax.
It's the coded special.
Called
Yakety
it.
Jax. Yeah.
Alright, is this the Tarek top? It's not gonna Give me Tarek top.
That's never happening, Vinny. It's a good thing. So, I mean, these are... I love Flash's comp. Let's start there. What are all of our opinions on Flash's comp? I think the reason I ask that is because I don't think there's too much to say. It's just good.
It runs at you very fast. You have the speedy deer, you have the bolt, you have the big bear that comes out at max speed with Righteous Glory if he builds it, and you have Set the Hedgehog apparently because he goes so fast.
Tarek stuns on top of them. Like there's a stun coming at you at like a train.
Mm-hmm. This is the train comp. GAM's is a little bit more interesting is the word I'll use because I'll let Rebel start us off. How do you think this GAM comp is? How do you think it goes?
I think in order for GAM's composition to work here, especially getting into late, number one, they got to get Syndra and Jax online. Number two, they need to burn a lot from Flash and not let them get a lot of return for it. You've got Lilting Lullaby, you've got the Showstopper, you've got the Fate's Call coming in from the Callista, you've got the Carrick Ultimate, whose name I can't remember, so I'm 3 for 4 on that one.
Cosmic
but a lot
Radiance.
of really big, Cosmic Radiance. Big ultimates, if you can burn even 2 or 3 of those before the fight really starts, it's huge for GAM, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like that. It's going to be very easy to do here, so I'll call Flash just to start things off.
Fair enough, Rebel. Thanks for getting it going. Clockwork, who are you predicting?
I'm siding with Flash too for the reasons that I mentioned before, but also I'm not really impressed with the Jax. He's going to have a very hard time in lane, and also Levi can't really defend him. So I think top side is very imbalanced in favor of Flash.
Fair enough. Vinny, close us out. Who are you predicting?
We're going to have the same problems of last game, even more exacerbated. I think it's going to be Flash.
Fair enough. With that, we say goodbye to our analysts for at least a little bit, and we bring back in the 200 IQ man himself. Yulwei, welcome back to the mic. You're not pulling double shift, so you've had plenty of time to think. Unleash those thoughts.
So am I muted? No, everything is fine. Okay, I have 2 things I want to point out at the start of this game. The one is GAM's inability to play against Set. Actually, when I watched some of the games against EVOS back, and especially the one where they just grouped mid lane, initiated at 22 minutes, and just pushed down the base out of nowhere, that was all the Set engage. And last game, once again, 𝗁𝗃 zoning away 𝗂𝗃 from his nice flank in the mid game. So I really want to see how GAM can adapt their play around the Set, because so far, Set has equal or kind of neutralized the lane against DR1 every single time and had a better impact in the team fights. So Set is the #1 champion to watch out for, in my opinion. And then on top of that, how is GAM ever going to kill anyone in team fights? There's Callista ultimate, there's Tarek ultimate, there's 𝗁𝗃 being super tanky, Ego being absurdly fast, and Yasuno, I mean, he's a big bear, so I don't really see how GAM can kill anyone. So this whole composition for GAM looks almost desperate to me. A lot of strong individual champions, and they kind of need to hard smash lane to win this game. I don't think they can actually win team fights on even footing, or even 2-3k ahead in the late game. So they need a really big gold lead. They need a good Baron Dragon Snowball, I should say, and they need some solo kills from 𝗂𝗃 and DR1. They need to see the best top side of any wildcard team put in some big work here.
Yeah, we really do. And this is something we were kind of discussing in the break was, are we beginning to see the holes in GAM's draft? Are we beginning to see a bit of the coaching fail where if they can't do anything about the Lilia, and Flash doesn't care if they pick Caitlyn because it's easy love. You're not really scared of it.
Yeah, Flash just said, "No, we don't care about Caitlyn. We don't want to first pick her. She doesn't matter to us." So, yeah, that happened, and now there's a big gang for Lilia.
In some trouble. Haymaker comes in, but Ego was pushed away by that Syndra E.
Levi trying to get the counter gank, but I think it's very dangerous.
Oh, Levi's lost the 50-50. He's shattered.
Oh, that's so
Absolutely
unfortunate.
shattered.
Ego's already a level ahead here.
Yulwei, who do I root for? Kindred's on one team, Lily is on the other. What do I do? Oh,
You
guess
called
that's just a flash.
Kindred Stan. You have to go for a Kindred now.
I think I have to go Flash because they've got set as well.
They have a very
is
risky
the
top lane
target.
dive.
This is so bold. Kindred not that great in dives early on. Yoshino
Oh,
goes forward.
what?
The instant damage, he's turning it around. Levi going low, and here comes
no.
𝗬𝗺𝗺. There's a face breaker straight onto 𝗬𝗂𝗺, but he's got the counter strike. Levi playing with fire.
Wait,
and
DR1.
DR1 arrives as moral support. Yoshino has to cancel the recall and keep on walking. But that was explosive.
And everyone survived in the end. Can you believe it? Everyone limping away on GAM's side. A lot of flashes blown, a lot of TPs used on either side too. 𝗁𝗏 kind of liked this reset. Oh, he just is going to clear out this top side. It's a little bit of a lane swap, just temporarily though. This is just to catch the waves and not lose any momentum. So a little bit of a tempo swap. Yoshino is not going to be liking is not going to like his time in the mid lane against Syndra. It's very hard for this Volibear to ever do anything. But of course, he still has his passive and his E, so he can just mindlessly shove this wave and look for another reset into top lane. As we can see, he's already on his way. So that was just a temporary wave catch, something VCS teams are actually very good about. I talked about this early on in the season, something, a macro concept that I think VCS has really understood to a great extent.
Yeah, I do agree. So they will go back to their normal lanes. Nothing as ridiculous as last game so far. Ego does not already have a few kills. He's actually just having to farm. Levi got unlucky and didn't get his first mark, so we'll have to keep an eye on those Kindred marks as they go through. And look at this. A Caitlyn up against a 𝗂𝗧. 𝗂𝗧 being heralded by some players as the one counter. That's good to say.
Yeah, especially in EU, I think a lot of people still value 𝗂𝗧 very highly and talk about her as the only real Caitlyn answer. She's still going to get outscaled, maybe not in this composition where 𝗂𝗧 Tyrek, we all know the team fighting power for that duo, and overall Flash's team fighting is so much better in this comp, so I don't think ADC individual outscaling is a concern here. You talked about Kindred marks, and the next 𝗬𝗺𝗺 is going to spawn bot lane, so I believe that is guaranteed to be the next mark, right? So a good position for Levi here.
Yeah, there's no Raptors or Gromp up, so yes, full mark.
That should be a very nice first stack for Levi. Yeah, as we can see, the mark just spawned there. Bot lane is also in control. Mid lane is pushed in, so there's a free first stack for Levi. A little bit later than he would have hoped for, but still relatively uncontested.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, the thing about Kindred is she's eventually going to get her 4 marks. It's obviously important to track, but you can't stop her forever. It's just too easy to get them in the early game. What I'm sort of looking at is the fact that we are at nearly 7 minutes in a VCS game. We don't have a first blood, but we do have Ego with level 6. Did he not see the wolf? I don't think he saw wolf. He has no idea. He didn't see the wolf's frenzy.
That's a 𝗂𝗺𝗺. He could invade topside though. Jax of course has perma pressure, so it's a little bit hard to do that, especially now with 𝗧𝗏 being kind of they don't know the position of 𝗧𝗏 on the map, so he could be roaming up towards topside. So Ego invading topside is a little bit risky here. He's a level ahead of Levi. Levi can't fight him right now, but with the Jax, I think it's maybe Ego's still fancying the invade there. And now 𝗁𝗁 reclaimed mid lane control, so this should be a red buff trade and should 𝗧𝗏's there. Can we please go up there?
Yeah, 𝗧𝗏 is there, and Ego just has to pull out because he assumes that 𝗧𝗏's got friends. 𝗧𝗏 was actually the friendless nerd, but it didn't matter. You just got to bluff. So
yeah, and even if he's alone, it's kind of hard for Lilia to kill Thresh alone. So I really like this roam from Thresh resetting in time to help his jungler confirm his camps. Levi was put behind in terms of levels because Ego absorbed a lot of early experience in mid lane. So now finally able to catch back up, and with the red buff steal should actually be able to accelerate ahead of Ego in terms of experience once he clears all his camps. So still no early kill, still no real play to make an attempt. But we have some early advantages, especially in top lane as well. Look at that CS gap. That is one sad Volibear in top lane. And 𝗂𝗺𝗺 showing us the counter pick prowess.
Well, I mean, that's something Vinnie pointed out in draft, where they banned a bunch of Yoshino's champions and then said, blind pick. he can't pull out the Fiora and stuff on the blind pick, so he just had to go to the Volibear, and 𝗂𝗧 just snap picks of Jax. It's easy. And he's got that big lead. It is somewhat equalized by this bot lane. So they go, ooh, Paulette gets hooked, but has a stun.
So, as this game is much slower than we expected, I want to already set a few expectations, because GAM, with this composition, kind of relies on split pushing and side laning, especially 4-1 is something they can play very, very well about in this around in this composition, with Levi's safety on the ultimate and 𝗬𝗏 traps, so it's kind of hard to dive them. And on the other side of the map, we have Jax, one of the strongest scaling side laner in the game.
Oh,
so,
there's a Kalista ult. There they go. There's the knockup. Levi gets stunned up. He will have access to the Lamb's Respite. And the Cosmic Radiance was used as well. Everyone is immune, Yulwei. There is no death on the Rift. And now there is, as Kindred will be the first one to fall. How ironic. 𝗬𝗏 might be following him. No, he gets away, throws out the Unleashed Power. 𝗬𝗏. Oh, my word. So bold. And it pays off. He kills Slater.
Oh, Lilting Lullaby, though.
Lilting Lullaby into the Taric stun. And that's an easy kill for 𝗁𝗏.
The early action going in Flash's favor. That is not how it's supposed to go in this matchup. Flash is supposed to be the calm, collected, thoughtful team that outscales and out-team fights. Oh, this could be another kill. Slay gets hit. No. And they are still winning these early skirmishes. We saw the power of Paulette and Slater level 6. And it's actually so hard for Kindred to do anything against these kills from Slater, because Slater just stacks the Rents, stacks the spears, and waits for Levi's ultimate to wear off, and then just one button, and he insta-dies. So Levi can't really deal with that. Very, very nice play from 𝗬𝗏 to at least get one kill back, but he used his flash and his heal, so now kind of exposed or susceptible to ganks in the bot lane.
Yeah, also very well angled Taric stuns. Really well.
Absolutely. Yeah, as you can see, Levi tried to flash over, but yeah, I think he hasn't played against Kalista in a while, because that was the most true kill of all time. There was just one button. And 𝗬𝗏, very aggressive. We don't really see him. That one step back. Yeah, he could have survived. He could have survived.
We come back to live, and 𝗬𝗏 is saved by a lantern.
We have the Herald in Ego's inventory, the Eye of the Herald, I should say. So that could be first turret. It's still on 3 platings. So that's not low enough for the first for the Herald to kill it by itself. So instead, they're just going to reset and go for a dragon early on. We haven't really seen Flash dominate the early dragons against GAM. Most of the time, it's actually GAM with the dragon lead. So that's a change of pace, and Flash overall in control of this early game.
Yeah, that they are. And the question's just going to become, I think, 𝗂𝗧, you better have those carry pants on. Oh, hell. That was a flash forward into the showstopper. 𝗬𝗏 in trouble. He's going to have a nap as well. They want to let Ego have the kill, and there it is. And my, Yulwei. Do you reckon they watch our stream and they know that we just want to see Lilia succeed?
But I'm not only praised to Lilia, because this is so well orchestrated. This is such smooth gameplay. They know 𝗬𝗏 does not have flash, so what does 𝗁𝗏 do? He waits for 𝗬𝗏 to go into the middle of the lane. Flash showstopper into Lilia, already waiting there for the lilting lullaby. Just perfect execution. There's nothing 𝗬𝗏 can do against this. This is not even... Oh, maybe a little bit of a counterplay.
Oh, wow. Slater's just insta-dead. Teleport coming in, but they might try and outplay it. Of course they will, because 𝗂𝗧 is here as well. Paulette flashes away, and Ego arrives. Paulette's so low, though. This isn't a fair fight. Slay going low. Do they really want to keep this going? Yoshino, I think you could have called this off. Ego gets the kill, but now he has to contend with 2. Double kill for 𝗂𝗧. They're going under the tower. It's a triple kill for Jax.
Triple kill for Jax. That is the glimmer of hope now for GAM in this game. I say glimmer, but they're actually ahead now. And he finished his first item already. He is a very, very strong boy, and no one really can stand up to him in side lanes. So GAM with very good counterplays. I just praised Flash's plays and how they look so smooth, but that was nicely done for GAM. It all started with a 2v2 in bot lane, something we don't ever see in GAM games.
And it was a 2v2 that GAM won in bot lane. 𝗬𝗏 came on our top. They slept on the fact that, it's still a Caitlyn. Ooh, but there's a Kalista ult. They want to try and turn it around. 𝗬𝗏 immediately being punished for her hubris. No, the rend was early. 𝗬𝗏 lives.
The big shield. I think Slay actually put some early points into the shield, because that shield was very, very big. So let's look at this again. Slater just overstepping into a trap, and perfect execution from Slay there. Follow up with all the skill shots. Palette has no mana, so he can't actually... he doesn't have his ult available too, because that is a very long cooldown. So at this point, I think GAM can make it out with two.
Smurfing.
Slay absolutely smurfed this fight. Then a perfectly timed stopwatch to actually bait Yoshino in and get another kill for 𝗂𝗃. Ego very greedy to go for all these kills, and 𝗂𝗃 gets another one with flash stun. 𝗲𝗏 was even there to contribute with his ultimate to the dive. So that is a lot of gold in the pockets of 𝗂𝗃. He's already 40 CS ahead, and now GAM has to show us that they know how to play split push. Because there was a situation, game 3 against Flash. You have to remember, Flash won that game, but GAM was very far ahead, and 𝗂𝗃 at some point was 6-0 on Renekton, getting 2 or 3 solo kills on his lane opponent, and they still weren't able to convert that into anything in the side lane. So now 𝗂𝗃 and his team have to show us that they can actually play side lane and know how to exploit the 1v1 advantage.
We'll have to find out. And I mean, 𝗂𝗃 is the kind of player that can definitely do it. Like, 𝗂𝗃, you said you think he should have been MVP of the league. And I found it hard to argue with you. Look at this play, though. Palette and 𝗁𝗏 on the way in. Slay gets dazzled. But he's a bit tanky at the moment. 𝗁𝗏 really wants this. They're really charging forward. Swirl Seed rolls in, and Slay has to flash away from it, fearing that lullaby.
So Slay now with no flash, can't really go for the aggressive plays we saw early on. But how is this happening?
How is this happening? How is Yoshino winning this?
𝗂𝗃, what did you do?
What? He must have taken tower shots.
Yeah,
somehow.
maybe. So that gives Flash a lot of time in the mid lane here, especially because they also forced Slay back into base, 𝗂𝗃 back in base.
Levi's gonna have a nap. Jumps away. They can't actually follow up on it, particularly because it's a kindred. So
Wasn't actually the greatest target there.
No, it really wasn't.
I think it actually gave Lilia turret aggro all the time too, so she couldn't actually attack the turrets. Not the greatest execution on that dive. Should have probably just focused the turret. Not the greatest chance to push the turret very quickly. Slater has a lot of attack speed and AD, so he deals some damage, but of course it's still Kalista, so only 90% of the AD is actually going to hit. And then all the other champs, full tank Taric, full tank Set, and Lilia with turret aggro, so probably not going to happen. There was an opportunity to raise that first turret, but instead, or the first mid lane turret I should say, instead a reset now, and we're eyeing the second dragon. This is going to be important for Flash. They want the dragon snowball.
That they do.
What's
If
Ego
they're lucky,
doing top
they can
lane?
Inferno Rift. I don't know what he's doing top lane. He's throwing out a Swirl Seed at the moment, and I think that's about it. Levi just gets a free Drake. That was horrible.
Dragon.
They trade it for a Rift Herald, but that's not a good trade.
So Flash much more focused on immediate goals and not so much thinking about the late game. Of course, they don't actually know what Rift we're going to go to, so it went to Mountain, which now, Mountain is still a nice dragon to have, of course, and Soul is still going to be valuable, but possibly the better outcome here for Flash. If it would have been Infernal, maybe they would have regretted this choice a little bit more. Still questionable. I think they gave Levi too much. They gave him a free dragon and a free stack on the bot side now too, with this Raptor spawn. And they are still behind in gold, so even the tower they can secure here with the Herald is not going to be enough to equal out the gold. So a little bit questionable. Passage of play that went in GAM's favor.
If they can get the tower, they're not going to be able to get a tower here because the enemy ADC is too close.
So good wards, as you can see on the minimap. They would actually spot Dia1's move, so can't get ambushed here in the top lane. And Flash playing with a lot of restraint, a lot of discipline to not immediately overextend for the tower. They want to see everyone from GAM to not run into a potential trap here. Another pink ward to spot movement, now cleared by EasyLove. So this top lane is just going to be a 2v2, no one actually impacting it. And I want to spend a little bit of time looking at the vision control on top side. It's littered with wards from Flash. That is very, very nice vision they have all around the mid lane. So they can spot Dia1's moves all the time. As long as he's not going to TP, they should know at all times where he's going to go.
Yeah, it's true, but Yulwei, you said that one of the big problems for GAM is how do they kill anyone in a team fight? 𝗂𝗃, does 𝗂𝗃 being this far ahead completely invalidate that setup? Why team fight?
Yes, in theory. So there's my research on my knacks on GAM, I guess, my reservations on them, because I don't know if they can actually play split push. They have never really played split push, all split, even when 𝗂𝗃 had big leads. So I don't actually know if they know how to execute split push and how to advance the map with a 4-1 setup or a 1-3-1 setup if they choose to go for that one. So yes, it could invalidate this point, and the Jax is a win condition if they can actually execute on it. But I have to see that before we can expect this to happen.
Fair point. Levi takes a fair bit of damage, but drops down the furry circle. It's just going to be a little bit of poke back and forth as waves are being cleared, but both teams look a little bit skittish at taking any fights.
Yeah, it's time for us to check items. One big power spike for Dia1 has come in, but no early penetration. So even though one item Syndra is scary, it's probably not enough to kill anyone with her burst. Levi also going for the immediate power spike on Black Cleaver. I think Black Cleaver is warranted if you look at the enemy team with double armor tanks on the other side. So it makes a little bit more sense than last time when he went for the IE second item. I know you like the crit Kindred, but do you agree? I think Kindred going Black Cleaver in this game is a fair choice.
Yeah, I think it's fine in this game. He hasn't really accelerated early. It's fine. And there's a lot of tanks. There's a lot of AD as well to help set up. You go crit Kindred when you need to carry. Levi doesn't need to carry this game, so it's okay.
Yep, I agree with that. Also, shredding the armor for 𝗬𝗀 and then 𝗂𝗃 as well to follow up is quite nice too. Both teams will have problems killing the enemy. It's not only Flash that will have problems killing GAM. It's also against the Kindred ultimate, right? So it's not easy for Flash either. We already saw the interaction of Rent and Kindred ult that is very unfavorable for the Kindred, of course. You can just wait with the Rent stacks if you are still in range. But Kindred can also just flash away then. So this game might just be a little bit of chess in the mid game where no one really wants to initiate, because the initiation into all the counter dive or counter dive, I guess, or counter play on the other sides is very, very risky. And especially for GAM with 5 squishy members, it's not going to be an easy task to find a favorable fight.
Ooh, Cardi wants to stop the back, can't quite do it. The thing about the VCS Yulwei, as I'm sure you know, is that while they might be playing a board game, I don't think it's chess. I think it's Monopoly on Christmas Day. Because it's going to end with one of them getting bored, flipping the table over and punching their brother in the face.
Such a perfect analogy. I love it so much.
Because that's how every Monopoly game ends, and it's also how most VCS games end.
And most of the time, it's GAM that flip the table and go for the random engage. Let's see how much discipline they've gathered for this final. They're already one game down. Losing this one would put them in a very, very, very tight spot where they have to win 3 back-to-back.
Giving Flash 3 championship points is terrifying.
Yeah, and they've lost the last 4 games against Flash.
Yeah, absolutely. Carti gets denied the entrance there. Levi also dodged a nice swirl seed. Or should I say, he nicely dodged it. So, it's just 2 dragons now for Flash. No soul point. Nothing drastic.
Yeah, we're just playing the waiting game on both sides. Items coming in left, right, and center. 2 items now for 𝗂𝗃. He is so strong. But to be honest, he was sitting on 3 kills 10 minutes ago, and nothing has happened since then. He's just scaling up. But what for? Yeah, the question is just what for? I mean, in theory, if this were like the top Chinese team or maybe European team or one of the best Korean teams, you would just say game is over. Jax is so far ahead, they can't play against that.
Carti's in a bit of trouble. He's got 3 coming for him, uses the flash. He thinks he can get away, and he's got a deer running up to help him out. There's the swirl seed. I don't think he is dead. He gets away.
Well, nice save. There's nice coverage there for 𝗂𝗀. One swirl seed was enough to dissuade the dive there from Levi. Very scary.
I think that's that's fine, right? Because if you dive, you risk a lilting lullaby. It's a set
Oh, for
with
sure.
Haymaker.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think you ever dive there, so that's fair enough from Gum.
And something I just spotted, this set is not actually the Headshock set. No extra movement speed from runes. There's he went
Against Syndra,
fleet
it's fleet
footwork.
footwork. Yep,
but not
Syndra.
even secondary. Look at the secondary runes. He actually went tank runes secondary, so he's not sitting on the big extra movement speed. We saw that when he flashed, he didn't actually get the movement speed buff. So
True,
no Nimbus cloak. This set is a little bit slower, dude. He's going to be tankier, of course. So they wanted more frontline and less mobility, which is an interesting choice. Slay getting caught here.
He's okay. It's just you hook my player, I'll throw a swirl seed in your face. Just dissuading any fight. 𝗁𝗃 moving in. He might not be doing that cardio, but as you can see from his health bar, he's definitely been lifting weights. Easy Love in trouble, instant flash away, but he's still going to go to sleep. There's the watch out, Eep into all the follow-up, and 𝗁𝗃's the one that gets the kill.
Flash break the stalemate first. We were sitting on 9 kills for like 15 minutes in this game, and finally another kill happens. This is not going to amount to much. Good vision control from Flash on the top side. They might fancy the Baron start, as I just said. Slater starts hitting it, and they have Taric, the best Baron support in the game. They're going to be healthy all the time. So it's against Kindred. Kindred is one of the best Baron stealers in the game, because she can just immune the Baron and then wait for her ultimate to wear off. Kiaya?
No, looking for a flank. Kiaya's going to be the target. Yoshino uses the... Oh my
that's
god.
a lot of damage.
Team 1 just did a lot of damage. Kiaya going in, giving them the bonk. Has that counter-strike once again. Dives out, though he's low. Cosmic Radiance comes in. But Dia1 completely diffuses it. And with the Taric ult gone, Flash can't fight.
Yep, and no one dies. It's so hard for both teams to kill them. It's so hard for Flash to chase into all the balls for Dia1, for Kiaya and Levi's zoning control. And even Slay can add the box to that. So it's hard for Flash to chase. It's hard for GAM to counter dive, because there's so many tanky members guarding the squishier members of Flash. And there's so much heal as well. Taric permanently spamming his Q. Already Redemption built up his ultimate. So no team can actually hurt anyone.
Kiaya gets caught a little bit, and Dia1 hits a 4-man stun. Oh my god, this man Syndra is so clean. Levi's the beneficiary. Slater has to run. They go forward, and Dia1 once again. This is why he was the MVP, as he's just won them. That Baron fight, he diffused it all. That mid lane fight, he won it all.
Dia1 could have maybe just won the game here. He got 2 really big stuns, and this should just be a very free Baron. This is going to enable Kiaya to split push even more, to double down in side lane pressure, because he doesn't even have to dive now. He can just wait for his minions to take down the turrets. So this is the moment of power for GAM. This Baron buff, 2.5 minutes, where GAM can break open this game and secure the second game. Flash with a big blunder in the mid lane.
I think it's harsh to say it's a Flash blunder. It was a mistake, but that was just Dia1. We're getting constantly reminded, like, yeah, he picks those AD mids, but last split, he was feared on Syndra for a reason.
Oh, for sure. Flash wanted this. Oh, look at Yoshino. Lying in wait. They want to go on Dia1. Does Dia1 show? Ooh, so close on the swirl seed.
They know he's there. He has walked over a ward.
No Cosmic Radiance. Oh, it's up now.
Swirl Seed again. Doesn't hit onto Levi. This should be an easily secured dragon. It is. Now, can they evacuate? Yoshino gets slowed, but he's still the bear.
So this whole passage of play was positive for GAM, but they still need to get more here. This composition is still going to get outscaled in pure 5v5 team fights, so 3k gold lead is not enough. They want to break an inhibitor here. With this Baron buff, it's the best opportunity they are going to get. So you see this team fight play out again. It's just so well done from Dia1, hitting 2 stuns, I believe, and there's another scatter the week, almost killing Slater as well.
He hit 4 people with the first stun.
4 people.
It hit the front line and the back line. It was.
He's a legendary play on this champion, and we see it way too few times in summer. He is so good in team fights. So good at finding targets. Didn't actually do much in the laning phase against 𝗁𝗃. 𝗁𝗃 has really managed to neutralize Dia1 in laning phase time and time again in the 2 series we have seen between these 2 teams. but he's still to be feared in team fights.
Yeah, he really, really is. And this is what we wanted out of these teams. It's the clash of the Titans. Game 1 was not what we wanted to see. We want these close games. We want GAM to be firing with their mechanics. And at the moment, they look really good. So Yulwei, so we do have a bit of a play brewing. How does Flash get this one back?
Oh, can 𝗂𝗃 do anything with this Baron? This should be a turret, but it's only the first one they get with the Baron. Yeah. Can they get another one? 30 seconds left on Baron. I don't think it's going to last for long enough to get another tower here. Which is, I think it's not good enough. It's a solid gold lead. They also stopped the Dragon Snowball, so it took away the potential soul point with the last one. Flash is going to need a while to scale up, but double tanks and potentially 4 or 3 Mountain Drakes, I should say. It's hard to deal with. So one thing go ahead.
I just want to comment on that point, but they've got a really good team with dealing with tanks. Jax doesn't really care if you're a tank. Kindred has 2 sources of % health damage, and Caitlyn, okay, she doesn't specifically beat tanks, but she just stands 3 kilometers away and fires artillery at you. Eventually, the tank explodes.
And speaking of that, Caitlyn,
there's no gym.
There's a big potential for 𝗬𝗏 to redeem himself for all his bad performances against Flash. Because this game so far, even though he's 1 and 2, he played a very good game, especially in laning phase, and he's now sitting on 3 items. He has so much more damage than Slater, especially when he's able to stay at a safe distance and is not... Oh, Levi!
Oh, Levi's in a lot of trouble. He can't even get the Lamb's Respite off. And that's just a free kill picked up. 𝗬𝗏's the next target. Yoshino doesn't quite land on him with the bear bomb. And Dia1 will make sure his AD carry is safe.
No objective up for Flash, though. This was just a little bit of a pick, and they used a lot of flashes to get on top of Levi. Levi didn't get to use anything, so that also means next teamfight he will have his flash and his ultimate available. So just 1 turret for Flash, and they might even trade it for a top lane turret. Oh, it's the classic. It's the mid lane push against GAM. Dia1 way too late to respond.
Yep, they're just running it up, and that's going to be a tower taken for free. I think this one's a little bit more forgivable because maybe the call is that you can't stop them anyway. But I think you can.
Oh, and will 𝗂𝗃 die here? Yoshino is trying to scout him out.
They're hard pinging it. He's been found. He's never going to kill Yoshino in time.
Oh, Dia1 arrived, though.
Yeah, he absolutely did. 𝗂𝗃 uses the counter-strike. This is getting scary for Flash. They're getting collapsed on Yulwei. The Swirl Seed misses. Hasn't applied any Dream Dust yet. There's the Flash out of 𝗏𝗏, trying to get away. Uses the heal.
No Cosmic Radiance.
Available. No Cosmic Radiance. There is a showstopper. There it is. They get the party started. Yoshino going forward. There's a lot of damage coming out. There's the Lamb's Respite.
Slater
desperately trying to hop away. Doing it well so far. The showstopper onto 𝗂𝗃. Levi's the first one to die. Answered back immediately onto 𝗏𝗏, though. 𝗂𝗃 running away. Hops to the ward. Cardi charging him down.
Slater!
Slater, though, but 𝗬𝗏 crits him off the planet, but the deer gets one back. Dia1 and Yoshino having a bit of alcove gaming. Ego's too low to approach the Syndra, but he hits him with the Swirl Seed. And now they've just got to defuse the big beast of GAM, the MVP of the league, Dia1. Cardi's got the health bar to do it, but they're calling in a teleport. This is getting a bit scary as Ego looks to be the target, but 𝗂𝗃 steps on a honey fruit and won't be able to catch.
And Ego is way too fast for him to catch up. Honeyfruit definitely played a role there too. But this will definitely defuse the dragon. So no dragon for Flash as a prize. And 𝗂𝗃 used this teleport though, so you can't really split push too well if Flash wants to play around the Baron. We see Baron pings. Will this just be a Baron sneak? There's no wards. If they avoid the ward there in the top side, the pink ward, Flash could get on Baron. And now they have Cosmic Radiance available.
Slow. I think it's too slow, though. Like, this dragon is only going to last another few seconds.
It took too long for them to react.
Yeah, they just couldn't get there in time.
So that's another dragon. That's soul point now for GAM. And GAM is still 4k gold ahead. We saw how close that teamfight was. And that was without Cosmic Radiance, one of the strongest teamfight abilities in the game. Oh, Flash still starting the Baron. Their Baron secure is insanely good. They have Kalista and Smite, level 15 Smite. 𝗲𝗏 needs to get here with his ultimate.
He
Going
does.
down. It's not going down fast enough.
No, it's not. They have to pull out, but will GAM let them? 𝗬𝗏 has a flank. 𝗬𝗏 gets pulled in. 𝗬𝗏 once again hitting the big stuns. There's a showstopper, but it's instant on to Slater. Ego's going to fall into the grave, and it's all Flash now. They are it's all GAM. What am I saying? It's all Flash in the grave as they're charging on forward. GAM pounce when the iron is hot. I just mixed my analogies, but it doesn't matter. The important part is that GAM has won the fight.
And 𝗏𝗏 with the big misplay there on the 𝗬𝗏 waited for way too long. They had no idea where 𝗬𝗏 was coming from, but they still saw 4 members. I think if he cast the 𝗬𝗏 ulti a few seconds or maybe 1 second earlier, they could win this fight hard. But now it's just going to be game. GAM storming down mid lane. They don't need the Baron. They got all the kills, and they will defeat Liliaire from Ego for the very first time. 1-1. GAM strike back in game 2.
𝗀𝗃𝗍's a 3-0, LJL's a 3-0, but the VCS delivers when it matters because we cannot have a 3-0 as we are at 1-1. It's an explosive game 2. And Yulwei, I said that game 1 was a statement for Flash, but I think the rebuttal was just as powerful.
And the 0-4 losing, or the 4-game losing streak is the comfort zone for GAM. Last series against EVOS, they lost 3 against Flash, then lost the first against EVOS, and promptly won the next game. Now, 4 games in a row against Flash lost. 5th game, nope, no one is going to win 5 times in a row against GAM. GAM strikes back at 1-1 now. Flash needs to find another way. And this composition looked so much in Flash's favor, and they still lose the game. How will they strike back? We'll find out in about 10 minutes.
That we will. We'll see you then, guys.
There are a few things like a great sporting rivalry. Frazier and Ali, the LA Lakers versus the Boston Celtics, my dad and Steve from next door. And here in the VCS, we have a true rivalry in the making with Flash versus GAM. Flash joined the VCS in the summer of last year, and since then have been consistently competing with GAM for that top spot. With an all-time head-to-head record of 16-14, GAM is currently in the lead, mostly due to their 2019 performance and the 3-0 shutout in that summer playoffs last year. But with this year's head-to-head being 12-10 in the favor of Flash, the storied organization is going to have to look to get their crown back from these new kids on the block. GAM's strength comes from the pure talent they are able to put forth, including Vietnam's poster boy, 𝗲𝗏, and also 𝗧𝗏 from the fabled 2017 MSI Gigabyte Marines roster, although now he has role swapped to the support position. Meanwhile, Flash have shown some of the tightest team play in the league, led by star ADC Slater and veteran support and shot caller 𝗏𝗏. In terms of individual skill, the map is split between the two teams. The dominance of GAM's top side over the course of the split, especially through the top jungle duo of 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗲𝗏, cannot be understated, while the aforementioned Flash bot lane is a world-class duo. Mid lane for both teams should be a wash, with just how clean both 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏 are, with their level of play heads and shoulders above the competition in Vietnam. Yet these teams are unfortunately exploitable through very different ways. GAM's strength comes from their early game dominance, skill checking their opponents at every opportunity and coming out on top. And while this has worked wonders for them in the regular season, and especially in spring, they fall apart against opponents of similar caliber, and the size of their champion pools do get called into question. Superstar 𝗬𝗏 has crushed on these mid lane AD carry picks of Tristana and Lucian, and we've seen him be far less explosive with these picks taken from him. Meanwhile in bot lane, EasyLove looks lost on these picks that aren't called Ashe or Jhin, as the team abandons him and he cannot keep himself safe on the picks like Caitlyn. And 𝗧𝗏 is thus confined to the lane, unable to get the solo lanes and jungle snowballing with aggressive roams on things like Pantheon and Set. 𝗬𝗏's champion pool has also looked rather inflexible, defaulting to the Renekton wherever possible, even with counterpick available. Flash's issues are much more focused in the game itself. Their early game is by far the weakest point, though the strength of their bot lane and their ability to rotate around the map keeps them competitive, as they're usually able to get the first 3 turrets down and the first dragon. Against GAM, this could put them in a position where they just simply get run over, and we got to see this in Game 2 of the semi-final matchup. GAM was able to get an absurd lead pre-15 minutes, and Flash was put in a position where they could not counter the sheer aggression coming out of them. However, if they can survive the early game without a deficit, Flash have ways to get back into the matchup with superior vision control and ability to match GAM in those team fights from an even footing. Flash can always look to beat GAM late if they can reduce the impact of 𝗧𝗲 and 𝗏𝗏 in the early game. That said, these teams I feel are as close to evenly matched on the Rift as possible, though their strengths are almost the complete opposite. However, Flash has the advantage when it comes to the draft phase. That said, with revenge in their minds, we will see what GAM has prepared for the grand final of the VCS Summer Playoffs.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at even Stevens, 1-1. This series could still go the distance, as we all knew it would. It was a very different game too. Rebel, I'll give you the floor first. What did you think?
I think that whatever the other 2 analysts say before me from now on, I'm going to have to say the opposite, because now we've gotten both predictions wrong in both games, unfortunately. So we're going to change that up a little bit. But certainly...
The inverse law of prediction strength.
That's how that has to work, yes. GAM, I thought in this game, they were able to force a lot more fights, which is the style that we thought they would come in with, where they're able to, rather than playing a macro style, or rather than even having to force themselves into a split push style, somehow they're able to force out fight after fight, where they're able to use the strength of their composition, not really get barreled down on, and somehow they're able to take this one against Flash.
Yeah, that they were. Clockwork, Vinny, start with you, Clockwork. What were your impressions?
Yeah, for a hot minute, I seriously doubted that the nameplates were switched off, because GAM teamfighted really, really well. They set up flanks greatly. First off in the bot lane with the Kiaya teleport that got a triple kill, and then also that fight in the top lane when they managed to nail all the Flash members. That was a great flank, and I was so impressed by that. On the other hand, Flash kind of disappointed me a bit, because they mistimed their cooldowns very often, and the one time that they were about to win a fight, it was due to a 𝗧𝗲 great individual outplay, not as a team effort. So I was a bit worried that, hey, is this real GAM and is this Flash, or are they switched off?
It's opposite day.
Well, we've got 2 Australians on the desk, so we're upside down.
Yahoo! Yeah, I have to say massive props to the bot lane this game on the side of GAM. They stepped up huge. They were a big part of GAM's actual victory. 𝗬𝗺, of course, had the massive flashy plays, but that first setup fight in the bot lane, that was all on Slay and 𝗬𝗏. In that fight in the top lane, 𝗬𝗏 played it so well, he was able to get that final kill onto Slater before he could truly pop off and take over. And also, one thing that I do want to mention that was overlooked in the cast, just that mid lane play around the turret. Yeah, no, you definitely should have picked this up, because just around that mid lane turret, just before they do the dive and get the 4-man stun and all the beautiful things happen, Levi takes the chickens and gets his 4th mark. And that extra range played a huge role in that, in them getting those final kills. So yeah, come on, Kindred, man. Where's your Kindred appreciation?
I don't want to bust us on this. I don't want to bust us on this, but I am going to just respond. I did notice that, but it wasn't an auto attack that got the kill. It was a dance of arrows, which isn't affected by the mark. So shut up. Screw you. I did say it. You think I'm not watching Kindred?
It was still very important for the rest. It wasn't that got the final kill, but it meant he could do a lot more damage outside of the turret range. I will win my point.
I've only got so many words in the cast, but anyway, I'll take the flame. Let's move on to looking at the next game. And something I want to present to you guys, a conundrum. Lilia, 2 games in a row. It was ridiculous in game 1, not as good in game 2, but still looked like a very strong pick. Levi apparently hates the champion, just doesn't want to play her. And now 𝗬𝗏, was he good enough on the Caitlyn that Flash have to start caring about Caitlyn? And I'm going to let you start the conversation, Vinny, because I know you're a bit of an 𝗬𝗏 lover.
I don't think he played it so well that it's a problem. I think the big thing was he had protection. He had the Kindred ultimate, he had the Thresh Lantern, he had the Scatter the Weak in overall around the draft. So he was able to play a lot safer. And yes, that meant he was able to put a lot of good work out on Caitlyn.
Let me rephrase. Can I rephrase then?
Yeah.
GAM actually incorporated 𝗬𝗏 into their strategy.
Yes,
because they
did that, and that was so much better from GAM.
Yeah, and I want to get your guys, as we are heading into draft, because this is where it's relevant, I do want to get you and Clockwork and Rebel, I want to get your opinions on this, because I think Lilia and Caitlyn could be holes in GAM's draft. Rebel, we'll start with you. Do you agree with me, or do you think it's okay?
I think the Lilia 100% is a hole in GAM's draft. The thing about Caitlyn is I think in that game they had a proper response in the likes of the Kalista, but they weren't really able to execute on that kind of counter pick. It looked like there was just constant pressure thrown to the bot lane, a lot of defense that we didn't see in game 1. Game 1, they were getting dove over and over again, just getting abused on the side lane. This time, GAM put a little bit more resource into it, made sure that 𝗬𝗏 felt a little bit more comfortable, and then they were able to make that work. Actually, already the supported theory caking effect on blue side here, GAM going to be banning away that Lilia.
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah. Clockwork flew you in as well.
I do agree with you that Caitlyn was for sure a better fit for 𝗬𝗏 with GAM's composition and playstyle, but I don't think it's that dangerous that warrants a ban. If I was Flash, in this draft here, I would focus much more on banning Syndra, because 𝗬𝗺 had more than 30 bans on the champion, and this game 2 showed us why.
Well, it wouldn't be the VCS without someone making a mistake in champ select. This is our secret tact. This is why VCS wasn't allowed at Worlds, because it's a special Vietnamese mind trick into every champ select, so the pause is so long.
They've already had to condense Worlds down. They can't deal with Vietnam stalling us out with the champ select issues.
I mean, maybe if they let Vietnam go to Worlds, by the time play-ins was over, Corona would be solved. Anyway, let's move on away from my terrible jokes. Just guys, we've got a bit of time now, so you can kind of build on your points. We'll start with you, Clockwork. What do you want to see out of both teams going to the next game?
Okay, I'll start with Flash, because they just have to recover from this first 2 games, because the composition was kind of similar with the set mid and kind of not really early game focus, but lacking a bit of late game damage. So if I'm Flash at this point, I would like to pick a bit more, some sort of insurance in the late game, because like if they don't hard win the early game, they still have options in the late game, because the set was not really effective in that game too.
Yeah, it's true. And we are heading back into draft. Hopefully it sticks this time. Fingers crossed.
Okay, so the fact they haven't banned Camille indicates maybe they're first picking it? Yes! I've gone really well with predictions today.
Oh.
Go for it, 𝗙𝗺𝗀𝘀. You want to talk?
I was going to make mention the Camille getting locked in here first for Ki. Huge takeaway from Yashino, because we know just how strong the champion is in Yashino's hands, winning that game 5 last time. Ki actually showed quite a bit of really, really solid play on it as well. And this is probably even more jarring than anything we could have expected, which is the first, it's an R1 𝗂𝘂𝗺𝘀, which is just crazy to think about. I gotta hear what you guys think about that, because we haven't seen this in a ridiculous amount of time.
Well, yeah, that's something I did want to bring up. You were everybody was asking, is Caitlyn a hole in GAM's draft? It's a much bigger one in Flash's. They will ban it on blue side. They do not want to play it at all. So, GAM showing willingness to play it, maybe this opens up the massive range advantage, especially with this Nautilus lock-in.
That's a very early Nautilus. I'd like to, just before you go, Clockwork, I will let you go. I'd like to remind everyone, 𝗏𝗏 loves the mid lane Nautilus.
Exactly
just
what I
putting
was
it
about
out
to
there.
mention. Yeah, exactly what I was about to mention. And in this like matchup in the bot lane, I think that it's still a great pick as for support, because, well, he puts Bard in a really hard position. He can't really poke with the threat of the anchor, and also Caitlyn needs to be a bit more careful in just pushing the lane and so on. So in this, until I see the mid lane pick for GAM, I would guess that it's a support pick.
So,
I think you always have to guess it's a support pick, but I'm just floating the possibility.
The mid lane Nautilus isn't exactly good right now. To put it lightly, it's
true.
Pretty much, even the great 𝗀𝗺 himself doesn't do it.
I want to clue you in, Rebel. We can see one half of both of these drafts now. What do you think so far? Where would you like to see these teams go?
I'm very excited to see 𝗂𝗂𝗺𝗀 again, because I feel like 𝗂𝗂𝗺𝗀 has been getting the very short end of the ADC stick, where we just have oh, Ashe is strong, oh, Caitlyn is strong, and it seems like no one can play these champions to the absolute way. It feels like every ADC counters another ADC, and we're just waiting for that. And I've just been waiting for 𝗂𝗂𝗺𝗀 to step back in and people to be like, we did play him for an entire year straight. It doesn't really matter that he's a little weaker than Caitlyn or Ashe. Maybe we can still make it work. And finally, a team decides to make that step forward and end up taking it. I think this early in the draft is a little bit insane, but paired with the likes of the 𝗚𝗔𝗠 and the Nautilus, a lot of hard engage, as long as they can keep Camille away from him, could actually be some very mean things to come out of Team Flash, especially now the hover of the Orianna.
Zilean can get him into those team fights.
Shut up, Vinnie.
Okay, alright.
Going from the grave.
Get out of here. You're not allowed. Get in your box.
Orianna.
Orianna can also do that if she decides to use the dissonance on him, but give me my old man.
I think the Orianna, great pick because 𝗏𝗏 plays it and the other one doesn't. I think to be the most effective, she needs a ball carrier. So I'm looking for the last pick for Flash to make my assessment of the Orianna overall.
Yeah, and they still have that jungle pick open, so you could see something really hard engaged like 𝗀𝗏 for classic pick, or I don't know what Ego has that particularly leans up with that. Possibly Hecarim?
Ball carrier.
Or Lee Sin, yeah. Oh, he's hovering Hecarim, yeah.
Yep. I mean, I like the
I've fallen
Hecarim.
behind. Yeah.
I just want to point something out. Levi, 100% win rate on Gragas. Levi may as well be an alcoholic with how much beer he tosses around the rift. It's pretty intense. This is a comfort draft for GAM. The Camille for 𝗂𝗃 is a bit of a blast from the past, but you ignore that one, it's just great jungler for Levi. 𝗬𝗏's Jace. 𝗬𝗏 looks good last game on the Caitlyn. 𝗧𝗏 loves the Bard. It's looking pretty fearsome.
Yeah, you talk about abusive lanes too. Like the Camille into the Ornn isn't fantastic, but it's still one that Camille can win. And then mid lane, you've got the early lethality that can come out on Jason to abuse the Orianna early, and then the Caitlyn Bard just completely harassing out the Aphelios and the Nautilus bot lane can actually mean some very dominant lanes, maybe for the first time here on the side of GAM.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I really think it's highly on Ego to have that early game impact on this Hecarim because I think Levi and Gragas can have early game impact, of course, but it's generally a little bit slower. So potentially, if Ego can't get off to a good start, this could be a GAM game.
I'm gonna go the other way,
Possible.
actually. I'm gonna go the other way because Flash know that they're better at team fights, so they drafted a comp that does that and does it very well. On the other hand, GAM, of course, they have like comfort picks on the Jace and on the Camille, but it looks like a 1-3-1 comp with the solo laners that go to side lanes. And I'm gonna tail Yulwei on this, and I'm not too convinced on the GAM's ability to pull that off. So I'm calling on Flash now.
Fair enough. Picking against Levi's Gragas is very bold. And I think Rebel, do we still need your prediction? Who you got?
Yeah, I'm going to call GAM in this one.
Fair enough. Well, analysts, once again, I banish ye back to the depths. Be gone, spirits! And Yulwei, please do come out of the summoning circle and bring us your wonderful knowledge.
Zip. We EU now, by the way.
Is that the noise summoning makes?
Maybe somewhere. So Flash's draft looks very familiar. If you've watched some EU, they love Hecarim over there. Hecarim in almost every draft in EU, and it seems like Flash has really modeled some of the drafts after EU teams. Aphelios, of course, not much of an occurrence anywhere outside of the VCS. We have 𝗃𝗀, and maybe Flash scrimped EVOS too much because 𝗃𝗀 locks in Aphelios every single game. Still have no idea why Slater refuses to play Caitlyn, even though he actually showed Caitlyn in the last week. So he can play her. I'm very confused by that.
I don't hate the Aphelios, though. Like, this is the kind of comp that, you know, LS used to scream at teams picking into Aphelios when Aphelios was kind of broken.
Yeah, but then you have Caitlyn against Aphelios, and Caitlyn is just better Aphelios at this point. So, yeah, we'll have to see what Caitlyn can do, what Slater can do. He's an incredible team fighter. Sometimes goes a little bit too deep. Okay, that was a hook.
What? The minions just deciding, nah, dog, I don't want to get hooked. I'm out of here. What?
That was, yeah, there was some Q magic from Palette on this champion that is one of the most broken hitboxes in the game, I'd say. But yeah, overall, Flash's composition, not a lot of agency early on, outside of bot lane. Flash, the Hecarim doesn't really want to gank. He can skirmish, he doesn't really want to. Oh, Levi. That was a respect Flash if I've ever seen one.
It was very respectful, but was it needed?
No, I don't think so. Well, he's so scared of Levi's Gragas, because we all know Levi's Gragas is not a dog champ, by the way. He is a hard carry. Last time he went Gragas, he hit every single E. He went like 6-1, or maybe even 7-1. Had the most damage in the early game. I think he's the best Gragas player I've seen. Of course, it's always compared to competition, but what he does on Gragas is unrivaled.
Don't put limitations. He's the best Gragas in the world, and I will not be taking any further questions.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen a Gragas that is better than him, so yeah, maybe. And Hecarim going for an early 𝗪𝗏. He's ahead one camp right now. He's going to have a little bit of a faster clear than the Gragas on the other side, but of course Gragas with much more ganking opportunity, or many more ganking opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
Level 6 is very strong for Ego, and especially if he can use his Ghost E into then Ult Burst, that's a lot of damage. Someone like 𝗃𝗏 would instantly die. Even 𝗃𝗏𝗃 could be in trouble, so I think we have to wait to level 6 for some action from Ego, while Levi could actually look for an early gank. No flash E gank so far, which is quite surprising.
Where does the 𝗃𝗻 go, though? Because his lanes... None of your laners love getting ganked for.
I actually think top lane is quite an easy gank.
Is it?
Yeah, level 6, I think top lane is a lot of CC. And On deals a surprising amount of damage. Don't like this level 4 gank. I think that's a little bit of a sin here from Ego. You should just clear his camps. And try to invade a little bit more. That's 2 camps too much. He should always be on no camps available.
True. Look at this 2v2 in the mid lane. The supports have decided that ADCs are overrated. And hey, can't say I disagree. Screw them. Get them out of the game.
Now we can finally talk about this. The 2 supports that roam all the time into mid lane. And this is something 𝗏𝗏 was able to outperform 𝗧𝗏 on in the last series. These 2 teams played against each other. It was more about top lane roams, honestly. It was not that much about mid lane clashes, more which of the 2 supports could actually impact top lane and top lane skirmishes more.
Ooh,
Levi, no flash on Carti.
Ego, he's hit the ghost! He arrives like a Spectre in the mid lane, but has a very low impact, aside from dissuading any Levi shenanigans.
So, another attempt from Levi in mid lane. Once again, didn't have to flash though, so the flash E potential is still there. In most Gragas games, flash E is confirmed first blood, because it's almost you can't outplay that. So a little bit surprising to not see him use that before level 6. Of course, can still then chain that together with your ultimate to get even more damage down. So maybe a little bit of a bot lane gank incoming soon for Levi, but so far not able to find a gank opportunity. Only blew 1 flash, and Carti's flash is going to be up in like 1.5 minutes. So Levi kind of falling behind in the dynamic of this matchup, because 𝗃𝗻 is going to outscale him. Even though it's Levi's Gragas, 𝗃𝗻 is insane in the late game.
It's true, and I mean, Ego, I think he's just a bit of a horse dude, as he's really favouring his quadrupeds today. We'll have to see if he can get back to that game 1 performance.
Really not a fan of Slater stealing the last hit on the dragon there. That should always go to your jungler. It's more experience. I really don't like that. But in the end, it's the first dragon still.
Very, very micro issue there.
Actually,
it
might actually matter a lot.
It matters, but I don't think any player has thought about that.
Fair enough. And we have a slow early game, which favors Flash's composition. We have scaling champions in mid and jungle, mostly top lane, of course, as well. And even bot lane likes to farm it out a little bit more. And right now, look, speaking of bot lane, that is a 15 CS lead for 𝗏𝗏𝗃 into Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, you questioned the 𝗏𝗏𝗃. Apparently, it's just great. It's just great. Oh, hello.
Wait, what?
𝗃𝗏 died.
Yeah, level 6. Oh, he isn't even level 6. Ego not even level 6 and had no ghost. How did he die? And what is happening? Please, observers.
Whoa. I don't understand how that happened. Can we please get a replay?
Most likely going to see that soon, but this is concerning for GAM. No early kills for the Gragas, and he's ahead in CS, but that's not really where you want to go with Gragas. You want the early game lead, the early pressure lead, and you want just overextending into turret. Yep, fair enough. That's the easiest kill Ego has ever got. He just pressed E, ran at him, and secured the last hit. Once again, forcing the flash from Carti though, so maybe finally time for Levi to flash E on top of Carti and get a kill back. That's very unfortunate early kill for Ego though, and he's going to be a very strong horse in the mid game.
Yeah, and it looks like he's kind of doing a bit of a weird build here. What's going on in this inventory?
Yeah, thrift shopping once again. Has everything.
Yeah, I mean, like, I saw the mana crystal, and I was like, oh, he's doing the Sheen thing. And then, wait, there's a second jungle. Just complete an item, dude.
No, he wants everything.
Buy the Sheen.
Yeah, there we go. Sheen, and actually no boots early on, which sounds counterintuitive, but with all the extra movement speed from Ghost and the E, you actually don't really get much out of the boots, other than
There we
like
go.
faster
There's-
jungle clearing.
He's
Okay, still no
finally,
boots. Sheen and the second item on jungle, and it's not the blue smite, it's the red smite. So strong in skirmishes and 1v1s. A little bit surprising to me.
I think it's a great choice, honestly. Look at how much burst there is. You smite Levi as he's coming in, he deals a bit less damage to you. You smite Dia1 as he comes in. You smite. I like that, actually. I really like this red. I don't think you need the blue smite. They're coming at you. You don't need to slow them down.
Speaking of coming at them, GAM now shifting their focus on early objectives. I'm really, really surprised by how Levi played this early game. No aggression whatsoever. Still sitting on his flash. Hasn't even tried to go for a flash E gank. Instead, just going for the first Herald now. And this is a Herald trade into Aphelios white gun. So Aphelios already got 3 plates here. So that Herald is not really worth it. And GAM flash off to a 1k gold lead.
There we go. We do have a kill coming in. 𝗁𝗏 has gone down. Sorry, we did miss the start of that play. We were just fixing up some tech things. I think we're synced, assuming you were okay your way.
Yes, all good, all
Okay,
good.
we are synced.
Apologies.
All good. All good. Just had to check on that one. Sorry, guys, but we did see a nicely executed play out of GAM to bring the kills back to level.
Yeah,
And they're gonna summon up
finally,
the Herald.
the long-expected Levi flash utilized to get a kill on 𝗁𝗏. This was long coming and might even be a little bit too late. I think that he had an opportunity to use this way earlier and get an early lead for Dia1. Instead, now it's only 1 kill and a few plates, of course. So, oh wow, he actually... That was very close to missing everything. Levi kind of lucky that
Yeah.
E connected. Very big belly. If he went out a little bit more workout, that would have not have connected, and he would have looked very, very bad. But luckily enough, his belly's still very, very big and got the connection on 𝗁𝗏 for the secured kill. 𝗁𝗏 still no flash, but now there's no flash on Levi either, so he should just be able to handshake lane a little bit more, stack his tier, move to a very strong mid-game position, and giving up 1 kill doesn't really matter for this flash comp. They are so strong in mid and late game.
But we're back to dead even gold. There's a 20 CS lead in the top lane, but the Aphelios is beating a Caitlyn in farm. How?
It's called player diff. Yeah, there's a
Caitlyn's
reason
not
why Flash is
hard.
not banning Caitlyn. There is a reason. We saw Caitlyn in the last best of 5 between GAM and Flash, and she was consistently falling behind just because of player diff. I think both players on the Flash bot lane are stronger laners, better mechanics on either player, so it's honestly not that surprising to me anymore. Of course, if you just tuned in from the LCK, you might be thinking to yourself, why is there an Aphelios and why is this Aphelios ahead? Yeah, it's Slater. It's the best ADC in our region, and 𝗬𝗏 is not that good at laning. So,
Look, the VCS is a very strange place. And it's, again, they couldn't let us come to Worlds. We were showing that Aphelios is still broken. They don't want to nerf him again.
Makes sense. He actually is getting a buff for the Worlds patch. I am scared.
I'm actually
getting a
okay
buff.
with it. I'm okay with him being like the kind of second string ADC, because I actually think he's very fun.
As long as he's
I
not
just didn't
first
like-
pick every game anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I think you should never be able to blind Aphelios.
I agree with that.
I agree.
So the game has significantly slowed down here. Ego level 9, still keeping up with the solo laners mostly. And that bodes well for the late game. Working on his Trinity Force, of course, should come in like 2-3 minutes, and then he's a super strong horse. We saw some horseless games from 𝗧𝗏, and top lane horse, of course, has a little bit more gold to work with. But the jungle horse scales even better in comparison, because the enemy jungler is not going to be as big of a threat in team fights. Speaking of team fights, there we go.
Team fight, Slay immediately goes down. Palette's gets turned gold. Ooh, 𝗬𝗏 is whipping some damage out, but in the end, it doesn't matter because the objective is going to Flash.
Another little thing I noted down for this series is GAM's vision control and objective setup when they are not the first to the objective. And it's kind of lackluster. And they still contest all the time, and most of the time 𝗧𝗧 has to bite the dust, especially on his Bard games, where he is the one to roam first. Once again, we see him getting caught there. Another kill over, this time over to the support, so not the biggest of problems in terms of gold allocation. That's another very nice Dragon for Flash, and they are going to be accelerating into Dragon Soul. Oh!
Oh, wow, they're following up on this. 𝗁𝗏's in trouble. There's a shockwave, but the barrel comes out, and 𝗧𝗏 spreads the party.
There we go. It's another 𝗧𝗏 play, and very nicely initiated from 𝗬𝗏. Flash for flash trade. 𝗁𝗏 just can't catch a break here in the mid lane. Everyone is just focusing him down. And honestly, shout out to 𝗁𝗏 for keeping up in CS after getting camped from all sides. But he's in a little bit of trouble. Once again, no flash, and 𝗧𝗏's flash is back up in a few seconds. So that's an easy target for another combo in about a minute or two.
Yeah, and 𝗁𝗏 so far has been the target. But Yulwei, look at this. The VCS is growing. Look at 𝗁𝗏's inventory.
Yes, I saw that early on, and I'm so happy. We are really in EU right now. Talked about the EU draft, and now we are also going for EU items. This is tier Orianna, and especially if you don't fight early for dragons or avoid fighting around your mid lane, then tier is just the better item. It's just has the most AP, it gives you more safety with the very, very big shield. It's actually like 400-500 shield in the mid game, so even though this Orianna looks very squishy, that's 500 more HP actually on her HP bar once that is stacked. So this Orianna is going to be a big threat, and GAM is going to have a hard time dealing with her because all their melee champs dive in. So 𝗬𝗏, Gragas, and of course Diamond on the Jace as well are just going to have to deal with that big shockwave. And we have to see how they do it.
Well, I mean, at the moment, we're going to have to see how big that shockwave really is, because 𝗁𝗏 is not having the best time. He is 100% of his team's deaths. We've been receiving a lot of attention from 𝗧𝗏 this game. Diamond is going to go towards that lethality. No big tank line to be scared of, except for the Ornn, but...
What is happening over there? We have a lot of pings in the enemy jungle.
𝗁𝗏 has gone gold. He uses that Nautilus ult, but there's the barrel once again. Can Yoshino save him with a ram? No, it's only one.
Oh, no!
Oh, that's hooked. 𝗧𝗏 goes down. It's all turning around. There's another knockup, and it's Flash that are dictating this play at the moment. Can they charge forward? No onslaught of shadows. They don't have much ready. The E is escaped by 𝗬𝗏, and there it is. We go 𝗧𝗏𝗺.
Of course we do. But that was a 5-1 for Flash, with Orianna still stacking her tiers, so very inefficient itemization, and also missing the shockwave. No one got caught by that shockwave, so it's already looking very, very scary for GAM for their late game chances, because if shockwave and a few more items for Orianna backing up that shockwave hit, who's going to be able to stand up to the enemy team? And also Onslaught of Shadows, I think, maybe the strongest teamfight ultimate from the jungle. One of the biggest CC tools, and also just a lot of damage. So, yeah, GAM needs to think about how they want to take fights. I liked how they ganked 𝗁𝗏 and tried to get an early kill in team fights on 𝗁𝗏 with the likes of 𝗬𝗏. So I would like to see more of that. Maybe a little bit more of side laning too, because I feel like all the melees overcommitting into a very, very small corridor into a tight spot in the jungle is not the way to go into Orianna and Hecarim.
It's true, yeah. Corridor's not where you want to be fighting at all. Also, I mean, 𝗧𝗏 wasn't even in that fight.
Yeah, you're right. Way too late.
Imagine the Moonlight Vigil on top of that. Seriously, GAM, stay out of corridors. This is not where you need to be fighting. You are the Dothraki here. You want to be fighting in the open field.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Because you can, I mean, kind of ironic. Hecarim's on the other team. Hecarim doesn't want the open field.
True.
Bit weird. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried for GAM's late game chances, but it has to be said, they are currently doing fine. I didn't actually catch the gold right before we went to the pause, but I imagine GAM is still a little bit ahead. And it's GAM. They can still make this happen. And I'm going to ask you, Yulwei, where do you think the big team fight will be? Will it be next Dragon, or are we waiting for Baron?
The question is if GAM wants to fight for dragons in the first place, because it's just Cloud Soul. So, I mean, Cloud Soul for Hecarim sounds very scary.
Yeah,
it's free AD, for sure. It's not something you want to give up, but maybe you don't actually go for the fights, because River is an open field. It depends on which part of the river you're actually fighting in. So the river might be a little bit dangerous. I think GAM needs to stick to lanes where they can see everything, where they can spot the flanks, then use their trap line, use their poke to siege, because their siege is incredible. They have Caitlyn, they have Jace, two of the strongest siege champions in the game. They then also have the threat of dive from someone like Levi on the Gragas with his ultimate, with his E, and 𝗂𝗃 coming in from the side as well. So I feel like they need to stick to what their champions do best, which is sieging, and then also controlling the vision around the lanes to not get caught by anything, any flanks from the onslaught of shadows, or even the on ultimate.
Yeah, and I mean, that's, as you said it earlier when we were talking about the dragon, that is something that GAM has been struggling with. Whenever they're behind the play, they look uncomfortable. They don't have the best vision lines. They don't have the best setups. We have to see if they can overcome that, as they are a little bit behind. We are in a tech a pause at the moment. We don't know the cause, but we will keep you updated. We are going to go to a little bit of a break, just to conserve our voice. But yeah, we'll be back as soon as there's gameplay, guys. Don't worry, we'll keep you updated with any news. We'll see you soon. VCS English, it's the Yulwei announcer pack.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Bringing you all the insight of VCS English's premier analyst.
Oh, so in this game, we get to see the great counterpick that is Jin. He's not going to be ahead in CS and lane, and then he's going to get outscaled too. The best of both worlds, honestly. I absolutely hate this.
Welcome back, everybody. We were about to give you a little bit of content, but oh well, we're back in game. That's much better.
Better content, anyway. Yeah, here we go. And you
you
said
got
GAM is probably still ahead, but
No,
not
we're
the
wrong.
case. Actually, 1.5k gold lead for Flash. Of course,
Yeah.
we can't actually see the stats when the pause screen hits, so
Chat
apologies for that.
corrected me almost immediately.
Okay. So yeah, Flash actually in a super dominant position now. Trinity Force completed for Ego. He's sitting on the Herald too, so they will be able to break potentially mid lane turret. Top lane is already going down, 300 gold more for Slater. He's working on the second item. Tia is still getting stacked by Kati. Yoshino is close to his level 13 power spike, so there is going to be a really big power spike coming when Yoshino hits 13 and Slater gets the second item. And I can't see a world where GAM wins a team fight in the next 5 minutes.
Well, not a fair team fight, but you know, GAM often has a little bit of magic where they can trick people into taking team fights they shouldn't take. We'll have to see if they can get their spell books out. So, I mean, what do you think of this 𝗂𝗃𝗵? I don't think he's done enough.
Yeah, I'm personally not the biggest fan of 𝗂𝗃𝗵 for the reason that I just don't think GAM is a good split push team. And I love 𝗂𝗃 on anything that can initiate and can have a big impact in mid game. His Renekton is of course legendary, always banned, because everyone knows that. He's played like 20 games this split alone. But even his cannon last week looked incredible, especially if he had to dive buddy, when he had to dive buddy, I should say, with the Zac, with the Olaf. His cannon had big impact. This 𝗂𝗃𝗵. Oh, Slater actually got caught.
He's in all sorts of trouble. He doesn't get away.
He's
DL1
dead.
cleans him up. It was a fantastic little play. There's a big shockwave, though. They answer back onto Levi. 𝗂𝗃 puts up the walls.
What?
He goes caught. He goes low. That looked very silly. Ace in the hole. Doesn't find a way through. Flash actually have the health bars. But it's a 1-for-1.
It's a 1-for-1. You talked about unfair team fights, and there we go. That's some unfair Bard ult connects there. I don't think he was actually still in the Bard ult, but somehow got caught on the edge there. And of course, instant follow-up from Levi flashed in, but it's still only a 1-for-1. They used absolutely everything in their arsenal to get those kills. Of course, a few flashes still available for all the squishies. That's good for GAM. But they weren't able to get control of a dragon, so that's just gonna be another dragon moving to soul point at 19 minutes.
Okay, yeah, questionable.
Okay, come
Questionable.
on. That's not on Slater. Slater had flash, but you can't really fault Slater for that one. He was not
questionable
in.
hitboxes.
And now look at this. This is so much fun. What is that? It's so dumb. I love that. He's unstoppable in the Onslaught of Shadows, I believe. So the 𝗂𝗃 ultimate just waited for the unstoppable effect to wear off, and then he was like, nope, come back, please.
And because Levi was the trade for Slater, that puts Flash up the soul point as they just went over and secured the dragon.
Well, I know you don't like to listen to me, but yeah, I pointed that out a few seconds ago.
Did I really have another out-of-body experience? Oh,
Yes,
Yulwei.
you did.
So we've got a bit of
problem.
downtime. This is where I can admit, yesterday morning, I woke up at 4 a.m. thinking that we were between games in this series and that I had gone to lie down between team fights and was like, no, I need to wake up and go give my play-by-play. It was an experience. And it's happened. This is the more shameful part. That has happened more than once.
It just shows your commitment to the job, so I think that is honorable.
Going insane.
It's a little creepy, but yeah.
I'm going a little bit insane. Quarantine combined with a lot of VCS. But let's get back on topic. Cardi takes a big shock blast there, DL1, and there we go. That's Bard.
And finally, Slay back with his good Bard games, because of course he missed this interaction so many times in the semifinal and even against EVOS a few days ago. So it's good to see him back on form. Of course, the last Bard ultimate, I wouldn't credit him too much with that one. That was just I don't even know what to call it. It was not lollipopping. It was just bad animation, I guess. And Slater had to pay the price.
I actually think what it was is one of the 𝗱𝗺𝗀𝘀. A lot of the 𝗱𝗺𝗀𝘀 animations, he lifts off the ground, which because of how Summoner's Rift is coded, makes
Yeah,
it
it makes
look really
sense.
weird.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I mean, again, super hard to read, but it probably isn't a bug. Ego now going on to 𝗬𝗨. Might regret his decision though. As look at all these teleports. The boys are coming in. 𝗬𝗺's the first one to line.
𝗬𝗨.
Ego wants to turn it around. 𝗬𝗨's just dead. And oh no, it's all gone wrong here for GAM. Look at that. The Seraphs comes in handy, and that's a shutdown onto 𝗬𝗺. And Flash are in control.
And Ego on 4-leg junglers is insane. Look at him go on this Hecarim. 3-0-3, Trinity Force completed. And there's no way for GAM to fight against him. 𝗬𝗨 is a solo laner, by the way, and Ego just one-shot him. Flash for Flash trade against 𝗬𝗏, so he's now a little bit more exposed. And Flash once more. They want the Baron. They are sitting on a big power spike. Yoshino is level 13. He can tank for ages. Ego has so much damage. Slater has so much damage. This should just be Baron.
Yeah, and at the moment, Ego leading the way means Flash really are holding the reins as they take this one down. The Bard ult, that was weird, as what the hell is going on with Bard hitboxes? But it is Baron secured by 𝗱𝗺𝗀𝘀. And now, does GAM get anything on the way out?
has no flash, by the way.
Look what Slater got put, though. That was so big brain out of Levi, but it's not going to matter. 𝗬𝗨 traded back. He can't get the belly bop. Slay flashing on forward. Does get that Bard stun. �ពលgoing low. This could be a big turn here. There's the shockwave, though, but do they have the follow-up damage? No, they don't. That's 2 kills now for a Caitlyn. Ego's the next target, and they got Baron Yulwei, but at what cost?
What did it cost? Absolutely everything. Oh, good stopwatch from Levi. Ego able to... no, he does not get away. Another kill for 𝗬𝗏, and now Yoshino, the lone survivor.
Oh, yeah.
He's so tanky,
He's
but I
gonna
don't
try-
think he's tanky enough.
Oh, he gets the kill on 𝗬𝗺, though. Okay.
It's one back.
Love. Okay, they need to be a little bit careful of the 𝗚𝗄 burst, but with that Bard stun landing, 𝗬𝗏 will pick that up. And suddenly, the Baron buff means nothing, and we are back within touching distance.
That we are. It was a greedy Baron. It was quite a lot to risk, quite a big risk for Flash. Look at the Ego, no mana, no ultimate, almost no HP either. So the strongest member in comparison to GAM is not actually ready to fight. And even though Yoshino can tank for ages, this was once again a masterclass from Levi. He's so good in team fights on this champion. Even though the early game was a little bit disappointing, he shows up when it matters most and secures the easy first kill on Slater. Now the damage is not here. The Orianna is not level 16, doesn't have 2 items, so this shockwave combo was not enough to kill 𝗬𝗏, and now it's just consistent damage against almost no consistent damage on the other side. You see how strong Ego is. This would have killed Levi, by the way. So
Oh, yeah.
it's another shutdown to 𝗬𝗏, and now we're once again looking at 𝗬𝗏 as the main carry for this team. Hasn't worked out too well in most of the games, but maybe it's his time to shine and bring his team to match point, championship point.
I mean, whichever team wins this is suddenly on championship point. This is a high-octane, high-pressure game, and this could be a high-pressure team fight. If Flash were to secure this, it would be Soul. It's only a Cloud Soul, but there is a Hecarim and an 𝗱𝗺𝗀𝘀 who really, really love that. Slater,
Quickly check the timers. We have Ghost almost ready for Ego, Flash ready for Slater, no Flash for 𝗁𝗁. So that is what
ultimates
we're working with.
available.
No Flash for 𝗬𝗏 either.
GAM with pit control. And it looks like Flash. They're not going to... Oh, no. Ego goes in and he gets the dragon. Oh, the horse does everything. As they're going to turn it around as well. There's the 𝗱𝗺𝗀𝘀 and the shockwave
still
gets
alive.
the instant 2 kills. And one team fight goes to GAM. The next goes to Flash. Triple kill for 𝗁𝗁𝗆. And Yulwei, this is peak VCS.
This was always going to happen, even though we saw the 5 or almost 5-0 ace on the top side, 5-1 or something. It was not on fair terms. It was not on even footing at the start of the fight. And now we actually get to see the team fight prowess that this comp possesses. It's absolutely incredible. Look at the formation from Flash, staying grouped together. Yoshino zoning 𝗬𝗏 away. 𝗬𝗏 can't get past Yoshino. He's a brick wall. Yoshino does not take any damage from him. And Ego once again decides to be the hero. Goes in 1v2 against top laner and jungle. And look at how long he survives here. W gets so much HP back also with with the Conqueror. On the backside, 𝗬𝗏, I talked about it at the start, no flash, so he's just cord. That is Flash's teamfight prowess, giving them the big 5v5 victory. Now 𝗁𝗃 also got a big gold spike. 3 items completed out of nowhere.
Oh no, Yulwei. They go from the mid-game to the late-game builds like that.
And
much
now,
like certain other snaps, I don't know if GAM is going to have too many people left.
and that comes to worse for GAM, as now levels for Yoshino have hit level 15, 2 on upgrades, and look at those on upgrades. That is a Molten Edge for Slater, he's going to hit like a truck, and then the real truck, Ego, also with the Trinity fusions. How are you going to get past those 2 players? Yoshino is unkillable. And then there's so much damage to follow up. This team composition has outscaled anything. I don't think there's... like, you could go into pro draft and try to draft a better 5v5 comp, and you will have some troubles, because this is absolutely insane.
It is. 𝗃𝗏𝗺 teleports out of the top lane there as he felt the collapse coming. So, Yoshino's actually caught on the other side of the map by the Bard ult. Tries to immune all the CC, but look at them. Like ants, they're swarming on top of him. No. He lives for a long time, but it doesn't matter. Finally, the shutdown comes in. Oh,
I love Hextech Ultimatum. It's such a great spell. It's so
very
dumb. Interactions with that spell are just glorious to watch. So Yoshino gets caught. He didn't immune the Bard ultimate for some reason. He can actually W Bard ultimate and would have potentially gotten out of there with the Blast Cone. Instead goes down with Flash. They don't skip a beat. They immediately go to the top lane and they have a lot of damage on turrets. So this should just be another turret.
It should be. That is Slater doing 𝗱𝗏𝘃𝗀𝘃 things. He had a few white guns. Took down the tower. 𝗂𝗏 down in the bot side on the Camille. He's given us a few funny moments with the ults, but hasn't really had the game impact we expect. Funnily enough, top laners in general have been quiet this series.
Yeah, he finally gets a little bit of alone time in the bot lane to secure another turret. But in the meantime, Flash, I said they don't skip a beat, and they are actually just straight up running towards Baron. This is going down in an instant. Yeah, that's not good enough.
By a moment. Well, they got to look at the cool golden worm. And GAM, are they going to try and repeat what they did last time? I think this time Flash is a little bit more switched on to it, and they're all going to get out. The Baron buff survive.
Yeah, this time Flash was ready to fight. They were actually able to move back out of the Baron pit in their closed formation. The one thing that is like the most Flash thing, and of all the VCS teams, they are the best team when it comes to teamfight formations, when it comes to front to back positioning, and just how they take team fights. So the best opportunity for GAM is always going to be around objectives where Flash has to open up their closed formations and actually try to focus on the objective, which gives another threat, basically another flank to GAM. But as long as Flash can maintain their setup, there's almost nothing GAM can do against level 16 𝗁𝗃, level 16 Yoshino, Ego almost level 16 as well, 2 items completed, and one of those is an on item, and the most expensive item in the game on top of that, so it's looking very grim.
Funnily enough, it's the Trinity Force is one of the most expensive items in the game, but it's actually a terrible ornament. Yoshino trying to stop the play from coming in. 𝗁𝗃, he's been gold for a very long time. Yoshino doesn't redirect his ram, does a fair bit of damage there onto Slay. He's a big punching bag. They don't want to be investing damage into him, but they will eventually get him down. Ego gets knocked forward. The horse is dead. He's broken his legs. Can the rest of Flash get away? Slay goes for the stun, but misses everything. 𝗂𝗏 dives forward. Can't get it there. Slater firing back. A huge shockwave! The turnaround comes. 𝗁𝗃's got 2, and 𝗱𝗏𝘃𝗀𝘃 has as well. In fact, it wasn't 𝗁𝗃, it was 𝗁𝗏𝘃 that picked up 1, and only 𝗃𝗏𝗺 is left standing. And Flash, they could just win.
They only have 2 small creeps there. Engage on Slater.
𝗁𝗃 needs to be careful of the turn. Yep, there it is, but it doesn't matter. 𝗃𝗏𝗺 goes down. And with the minion wave arriving, it will be Flash that move up to championship point.
And GAM saw the opportunity there. They saw Flash not moving in their closed formation I talked so much about all the time. No open field, actually committing into the jungle, and GAM was ready to pounce. They were ready to abuse Flash's mispositioning, but in the end, Flash just too strong. They had outscaled them in every aspect of the game. Too strong in team fights. Orianna ultimate, Aphelios a very high level with Flash available, and it's just too much damage to overcome, even after killing the incredibly strong horse. So it ends with Flash looking insanely strong in team fights, going off to a 2-1 lead and championship point. This could be another title for Slater, and finally the title Palat hoped for when he went to GAM last split.
And finally, a chance for Yoshino to win a title while actually being on the Rift. We'll have to find out if it will be the Crown secured or if we will go to that Game 5 as we have so many times with these teams. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a few minutes. We hope you are enjoying the show here on VCS English. What?
Can I pop the mastery when I talk about the Orianna?
Sure.
Why is it fuck ratio? There we go.
Spoods, can you very quickly give me a Slay full body? Piss.
Just go to the drive. There's a fuckload.
That's not for GAM.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm asking Spoods.
My view?
Clockwork.
3 minutes.
You need to mute.
Yeah, that'll do.
Levi, on the other side, gets Raptors and then Red Buff without going to Krugs because he also wants to contest upper side Crab. So that's what they do. They both meet at the upper side jungler, and around this is where it happens. Look closely at the mid lanes. They are roaming to help the junglers. And here you might see, hey, that's not jungle difference at all. But hey, every great racer needs a co-driver, am I right? And so GAM Levi snatches first blood from Ego, and not only that, he chases and keeps the tempo up and takes also the crab in the river that was contested to extend even more his lead. Not only that, but as you can see now that the replay is rolling and it's not on screen, Levi also moves to take the Krugs so he can all the more gain more gold and snowball the advantage. And as you can see now, as soon as the replay ends, Ego, as soon as he respawns, he managed to only buy one component of the item jungler. He invades the enemy Gromp and then goes away with the jump. But here Levi has just recalled and he bought a skirmishing saber and 2 long swords, which means that his trading potential is very high. Ego moves from Raptors to Wolves again, and then he wants to take the Gromp and then keep his gear. But Lee Sin knows that he has the power trade, so he moves to take the Gromp of Ego invading, knowing that he can win the trade, and so he does. But hey, wait a second, what's that? Is that a kill? Am I fast enough? Can I get that? Of course I am! Levi gets in, takes the Gromp, takes the kill, pops the mastery, and goes away with what is a huge lead that sets the snowball and then can prompt a huge win in Game 2 for GAM versus Flash. Can we see it again in today's finals? We're about to find out.
we head to championship point. Flash looking to equalize their all-time record with GAM. They currently stand 1 game behind, 19-20 ever. Should they take the championship here in Game 4, it will be 2020 and they'll be the 2020 back-to-back champions. How very serendipitous. Welcome back to the VCS English Analyst Desk. I am Everyday. With me, as before, Clockwork, Vinnie, and Rebel. This time we'll start with you, Clockwork. We saw you in the break, looking fantastic. What was your opinions of that last game?
I'm gonna like slightly pop off a bit of a mastery 5 here, because as soon as Flash pulled out that Orianna pick, I knew that it was going their way, because even if GAM did really their hardest to shut down the pick in the laning phase, ganking him repeatedly and setting him like 0-2 started, it was 𝗁𝗃 laning score. But after that, twice in 2 subsequent fights, the one at the Soul and one of like the last fight of the game, 𝗁𝗃 popped off with the shockwave and completely deleted the enemy carries. That was like so well executed, and also like all the members from Flash Ego had a really hard outplay throughout all the game, and that was like really instrumental towards Flash win. I want to see more.
I think we all. I think we all want to see more. Rebel, do you have any big takes out of that last game? Are we going to 5? What do you think?
I mean, I think everybody would like to see it go to 5, because I wouldn't want to see a 3-1 determine the team that would have been favorite at Worlds. I don't think that does correct justice to either of these two. But Flash has been playing fantastically today. They're playing very, very well. As we saw in that last game, their team fighting was spectacular. The 𝗵𝗄𝗺 and the Orianna combo was one that the Orianna is a little bit expected, but the 𝗵𝗄𝗺 certainly kind of came out of nowhere, and they played it to great avail. And their ability to kind of force multi-person fights, fight in corridors, things like that, and fight to their strengths more often than not was just really, really well designed by them. Shows again, GAM, inability to fight where they want to, inability to set up fights and kind of take what they want, rather than just having to flex whatever gold that they've got over their opponent.
And Vinnie, I'm going to ask you something. Oh, sorry. I want to ask you something a bit more specific, because I know, you've got a favorite player on the server. It's Flash Yoshino. I know I am joking about that part, but I actually do want to get your opinion on this. I think these games have almost been 4v4s. The top lanes have done very little. A couple of good ults out of Yoshino. Other than that, I think they've been really quiet.
Both top laners have been kind of on their island, but it's not necessarily their doing, I guess. I mean, it is their doing. They're not making these big teleport plays that they could. You saw game 1, Levi try and put that attention up there. It didn't go anywhere. And even in the game where 𝗃𝗃 was able to get that 3-0 lead on Jax, it wasn't really him doing the carrying. So these top laners have been rather quiet, which is a shame, because this should be one of the spiciest matchups. What with Yoshino and 𝗃𝗃 both being on GAM last year, Yoshino mostly bench warming. However, this is technically Yoshino's first final, so he might be a little bit jittery on his side.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Technically, because he's a 2-time champion.
Yeah, we won't retread that ground. Do either of the two of you, Rebel and Clock, do you have any sort of comments on the top lane? Because it's standing out to me.
I still have hope for GAM to bring us to game 4. And I noticed something from 𝗃𝗃 that was really like inspiring, considering all the complaints that we had towards GAM's tendencies to not split push. This game with the Camille, 𝗃𝗃 actually tried to go to a side lanes and put pressure somewhere else. It was well punished, well played around by Flash, but I think that GAM is like trying to go a bit out of their comfort zone, and maybe it will work next game.
Maybe, but we're heading straight into draft now. And Rebel, what would you like to see out of GAM to take us the distance?
I gotta be honest, because like game number 2, when we saw them win, it was a lot off the back of easy love. It was a lot off the back of like their bottom lane, which is something we don't typically see. As you said, like top lane has been invisible, and I feel like Levi is almost getting jungle gapped in this one by Ego and his quadrupeds, his ability to play any of those champions, and Levi's almost inability to do the exact same thing. I really need to see 𝗂𝗃 and Levi, two of the best players in the league, especially two of the best players that a lot of people consider pretty much anywhere, to step up, especially with GAM's back now against the wall.
Yeah, and also I want to see 𝗃𝗀𝘀 play the Syndra more. I want to see him play Aegis more. He was a big part of their win in game 2 with that Syndra, massive scatter the weeks. So I want to see him able to be a bit of more of a playmaker beyond the 1v1 solo kill threat, Jaces, etc., because it's not happening against Cardi at all.
Not at all. Cardi looks like, Cardi is looking really, really hot. And
There we are.
yeah, that's okay. Well,
Ooh,
there's the Syndra.
there's the Syndra, and also the Nidalee for Ego, one of his best champions, and finally he gets to show it because GAM chose not to ban it, so we're gonna see some really high-tempo jungling maybe.
However, I don't think Nidalee's play aroundable. Like, you can play around it very easily, especially if you have Levi who knows Nidalee inside and out, so...
Yeah, I don't really particularly like the Nidalee pick, just because Ego's now challenging the farming ability of Levi, which, again, with Froggy still existing somewhere in the league, his CS is still being drained slowly. And the Syndra, I think, is a good pick for 𝗃𝗀𝘀, but I think it should come a little bit later in the draft, just because they want to veil it. As I think there's plenty of picks that are just outright stronger than the Syndra, the Orianna being one of a few other champions in the mid lane that do the exact same, that are also just very proficient team fighters as well. So the Syndra this early kind of played the hand of what 𝗃𝗀𝘀 wanted to go to. I'm curious if they're able to flex it, but I really don't think that they're capable of doing so.
I don't think so either. However, again, pick of the litter in terms of AD carries, so GAM could be looking to just pick their Jhin and then ban away some of Flash's preferred picks, like Kai'Sa, like Senna, like Aphelios apparently. Yeah.
But, so, Slater is weird. Because he does play Caitlyn.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Played it last week.
He didn't play it. No, he didn't. He played it in the last week of regular season.
Sorry,
he hasn't touched it since.
Sorry. Okay, fine, that's true. But, like, it's so risky from GAM. Like, I don't hate it, but it is risky to leave it open and you pick the Jhin, because he could still pick it. It's so weird.
Especially with that set potentially being the support pick. And quite likely being the support pick with the mid lane Syndra, because with that melee solo laner, you have given free range for a Caitlyn Lux to come through, and Palette plays enchanters very well.
Very true.
Yeah, let's see. I'm also very excited for the mid lane matchup because Orianna versus Syndra, both great comfort picks, and we might finally see some really great 1v1, and especially from 𝗃𝗀𝘀.
Stream crashed? Oh no. Our stream crashed. Back? Okay, we're back.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was saying that 𝗃𝗀𝘀 has had a great game on Syndra on G2, but the other two games, game 1 and game 3, he wasn't that impactful. So sticking to Syndra might be the recipe for success for GAM.
And it's not his only mid lane mage. His Ryze currently is winless, but those haven't really been on him. At least one of them was kind of a he should have won that game, but Flash had a great backdoor play in their semifinals, game 5 even. But the Ryze looked set up to carry, so that is always an option. However, losing that early game pressure from the mid lane is not GAM's forte. So, very interested to see what their pick is here.
So, yeah,
Ooh, there we go.
Zach Jin.
Come to Kai'Sa immediately too, because that's a really good pick into Jin compared to most other things.
Ooh!
I don't.
Ooh! Ooh!
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no way.
Colette's been
No
playing
way.
𝗬𝗺𝗺 support in solo queue.
I said,
Holy
It's gonna
specifically
happen.
said this will never happen on stage, and he doesn't do it. He goes to the Pantheon.
what?
Frank.
Unfortunate.
Paulette has been playing a lot of 𝗬𝗺𝗺 support in solo queue, but it didn't happen. It's just the Pantheon.
Okay, so if Flash uses Kai'Sa as ball carrier, they have the biggest testicles in Vietnam.
They have nads, that's for sure with that, if your ball carrier is your AD carry.
Well,
But-
AD carry is ball. AD carry. Maybe does it include it?
Alrighty.
It could either be the Kai'Sa as the ball delivery, but also you're forgetting the leap range of Nidalee gets enhanced with Jin's
Wow.
abilities. So you can use the Nidalee as a great ball delivery system too.
Map wide ball carrying Pantheon.
Guys, I'm
That's
gonna
how it works, right?
Guys, I'm gonna have to ask you to move on from ball talk because we can see both compositions, and I think I like GAMs as well.
GAMs is actually a very good composition, kind of lacking on consistency in terms of the damage, but with the long range engage of that Zach Jin, potentially they don't need the consistent damage. Maybe they just blow up the Nidalee, not the Nidalee, the Orianna and the Kai'Sa before they can do anything.
Clockwork, do you have any thoughts?
Okay, personally, I want Kiaya not to go too deep with the Wukong because he will probably try to go on Orianna on Kati. But if he doesn't and he is a bit more measured with his ultimate, GAM have a lot of peel and they have a lot of tools to stop Slater from getting up close and doing the damage that he needs to. If they can pull that off, Orianna will not be enough. As much as a Clockwork fan that I am of Orianna, it won't be enough of a damage source for Flash.
Fair enough. And I need the other two of you. Rebel, you start us off. Who's winning? We going to game 5?
I've been wrong every single time, so I'm predicting Flash so that I'm wrong again and we get a game 5.
Hell yeah. Vinny, do you want to go to bed or are we getting game 5?
I actually do think this might be Flash taking this 3-1 because of that aforementioned consistency issue and damage.
Well, I hope you're wrong because I want game 5, but we'll find out. Yulwei, welcome back. Turn your mic on, son. This is going to be a spicy one.
Oh yeah, we have so many iconic champions, and I think that the most interesting one in this draft is actually Levi's Zach. So much success, I believe he's undefeated so far on the Zach. 3 games in play with 3 wins, 2 times played in the very first series against Cerberus, then once last week, game 4 against EVOS, or this week actually, just 2 days ago. And what I really like about this Zach, and what my problem with GAM was in the first few games, was they lacked consistent engage, and Kiaya alone is not enough to engage. But when they have 2 engage champs, when Levi can engage the fight and Kiaya be the secondary engage, come in from the flank, they look absolutely incredible against EVOS in the last 2 games. So I am very hyped to see what Levi and Kiaya can do in team fights to engage.
Yeah, and I know... Thankfully, we don't actually cast from the same room, because you can't hit me when I say this. I love the Jin pick for Easy Love. I think he looks really good on it. I think giving Jin to Easy Love when you have the Zach, the analyst touched on it, that's a really good combo, and it lets Easy Love very safely and very easily have high impact on fights.
So the one problem is Jin wasn't really in meta last year when we had a lot of Kai'Sa, and there's a reason for that. Jin struggles against all the attack speed focused ADCs because he just can't match their all in. He doesn't have attack speed, or almost no attack speed, of course. He can't build attack speed items, and Kai'Sa is one of the biggest attack speed steroid in the game. Oh, there's the first game for Levi.
In goes Levi, he gets the stretchy arm, pulls Cardi back, and Cardi is gone! He's got no hope.
He's not?
Oh, he's not! Oh, he's stepping! Oh, he made me believe, Yulwei. But no, Ego, calm down. 𝗁𝗃 survived for a long time, and in the end, it will be first. Oh, that's a okay. I was going to say that's a risky teleport, but he's got friends.
So that is a much better start already than last game. Last game, we praised Gragas for Levi so much, and he just didn't gank early on. He tried one gank in the mid lane, blew a flash, but never actually did anything, and got outpaced by a 𝗧𝗃𝗺𝗵. That's not supposed to happen, so already very happy to see Levi change his pathings, change his priorities, and go for an early gank. Good early kill on 𝗁𝗃. 𝗁𝗃 almost making out here, proccing his face rush very late into this gank. Oh, that was so close to actually dodging that one as well. 𝗁𝗃, he played that as well as he could, and Ego a little bit too late to actually do something there. Also a little bit unfortunate on the timing, because D1 actually flashed after 𝗁𝗃 just as Ego's spear was flying, so not able to hit the spear there, not able to get the kill back. And overall, I'm a little bit scared for Ego in this early game, and overall in this game, because usually you like Nidalee, especially if you watched a little bit of 𝗚𝗃 earlier today. Nidalee Renekton is the go-to combo. Nidalee and the strong AD top laner or mid laner is what you want to go for. Speaking of Nidalee,
Yulwei, here's a bit of a rumble in the jungle. Levi's going to be the target, but he's got a level lead. He'll pick up those blobs as well. Ego gets the smite on the Grom. He goes back in, puts him into the cell division, but Slay and Easy Lover here. 𝗁𝗃 won't roam first. Ego going low, gets
what is going on?
Kill Levi, manages to get out. 𝗁𝗃 deep in the enemy team, but there's no follow-up, and they're going to walk out.
that was so aggressive from Ego. He somehow gets away with that. Slater was far away from this play, and I thought Easy Love had the last hit there on the fourth shot. I need to see where the fourth shot went. I thought he had the kill for sure. Oh, Slater getting stopped. It's not great.
That's annoying.
He now actually has to stay for the next wave if he wants a better reset. So that's very, very important for the bot lane dynamic. And Slater not being able to reset early for a pickaxe will put him in a little bit of pickle when it comes to item timings.
I want to see when 𝗂𝗃 TP'd. Because he could have TP'd to a blob.
That's true. Yeah, he could have saved the
Played the
jungler.
Immortal Zac.
And Ego could have played this so much better as well. I just want to go into the replay. He didn't actually smite the blue buff. He could have spear smited, comboed the blue buff down to hit level 4 immediately and actually...
Well, I kind of like what he did. He smited the Gromp, which killed it, which meant Levi had nothing to smite.
Levi smited earlier and got a lot of health back to actually secure the blue buff. So I think if you actually steal away the blue buff, you hit level 4 early and you get even stronger in the fight. Now Yoshino hit level 6, he also has flash. It's probably ungankable.
I'm hoping for a replay. There's a lot to look. I really want a replay, but let's just move forward until we get one. I understand VATV being very skittish to play replays.
The support clash in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, look at these. Can we go to the mid lane? Mid lane, please. There is fights. Okay, nothing ends up happening, but we watch the top lane.
There's a lot going on the map right now. Both supports actually using every single second they can find where they're not required to help their bot laners to roam into mid lane, to get some vision control into the river as well, and to try and impact the map, maybe get the crucial kill to get their teams ahead. Right now, Flash with a slight gold lead, like 500, and a decent CS lead in the jungle, which is something we don't expect to say with Levi in the game, but... So far, Ego playing a good game on his favorite champion, most played over the course of the whole split, and one he's very proficient on.
Absolutely. Just have to see. I'm really upset we didn't get a replay. I've just been waiting for the replay, but I don't think it's going to come. I don't think it's happening. So we just have to move on. 𝗂𝗃 gets a good little bonk onto Yoshino.
𝗂𝗃 has a hard time kind of trading into this big tank because he deals a lot of magic damage too. So the early armor you get from the passive, or the stacked armor you get from the passive for 𝗂𝗃, doesn't really do much against this On. So seems like he's losing all the trades right now. And On with the very early Barmy Cinder, of course, has good wave control, is able to just secure all the minions. And so far, I actually have to praise Yoshino's On, because in laning phase, he has not been falling behind against all these strong laners 𝗂𝗃 has picked for himself. Camille, the Renekton game 1, if I remember correctly. Nothing has been able to break Yoshino in laning phase.
A lot of damage going in onto 𝗧𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 dodged all of that haymaker damage, and 𝗧𝗏 is going to go so low. Just survives the ignite. Drink your pots, kids. Because that was the only reason he lived.
I think 𝗧𝗏 wanted to go for the ultimate to execute him. Decided against him. Maybe the stacks wore off as well. I'm not sure. It really looked like 𝗧𝗏 was looking for the ultimate behind the turret. Probably a good decision to not go for that, because Levi was lying in wait, ready to pounce on 𝗧𝗏. And instead, they're just going to use the bot pressure to secure first dragon. The last 2 games, Flash has actually been able to get the first few dragons, which is already a big step up from their first series against GAM, where they struggled big time with the first dragons.
That they did. Ooh, in the mid lane, 𝗬𝗺 is the target, but flashes away from the Ornhorn and survives. Now, a few very stepped up pace of the game. Last game, it was much more slow, much more collected. And even though it's only 2 kills at 9 minutes, there's been about 30 attempts.
Yeah, it does not feel like 2 kills, because no one is dying, but they are definitely trying to kill people. Of course, 𝗧𝗏 limped away with like 2 HP in bot lane, and now 𝗬𝗺 barely getting out of this play. They are in full vision. Let's see if especially 𝗏𝗏. Oh, 𝗏𝗏 not level 6 yet. He can't ult in. No Starfall available, but 𝗁𝗏 is approaching. No ultimate though, so what can he do?
Well, he's going to scare them, at least, as it's only a level 5 𝗧𝗏. Kiai moving over as well. The eye is towards Flash. Levi slingshotting himself over there. Yoshino's getting bonked around a little bit, but there it is. The safe hands of Ego. Can they get in to actually get the eye?
Both ADCs are getting closer.
Easy. Levi, oh, he's a little boy, but he can still find a way over that wall.
Look at mid lane. Flash could immediately walk mid lane. Yeah, I think Flash should just go mid lane and use...
𝗬𝗺 though. Oh, he's gone the wrong way. He's going to be absolute... Well, you got to kill him, guys. It looks like each of them left the kill to each other, but in the end, 𝗏𝗏 picks it up. And Flash...
Well, that's such a big win for Flash.
Yeah, it is.
GAM still not able to reset their plays, especially now with 𝗬𝗺 dying. This should... Ooh, they aren't actually spawning the Rifthold. I don't like this too much. I think this should have just been an instant mid lane push into that second Herald mid lane turret. Instead, they're going to hold off with the Rifthold, maybe trying to get one turret down a little bit more to secure the whole turret. I think that's a little bit too greedy. I would have really liked to see Flash just invest even more time into mid lane to break 2 more platings or get 2 more platings for themselves. Instead, very aggressive. No reset has come in, so all the gold from the recent play, all the gold advantage, is not put into items right now. So even though Flash is ahead by 1.5k, it's not an effective gold, because GAM has gotten their resets, and now Ego in big trouble.
Ooh, yeah, he is, but they don't yoink him in. Not sure what they were so scared of there. Maybe just didn't have the damage follow-up. But Flash are off to a fantastic start here, and this is a great first step on their way to lock in a back-to-back championship of the split.
And because he's on the screen right now, I want to talk about 𝗁𝗏 a little bit, because he has stepped up so much from his spring start, and now he needs to get out of this one.
There's a shockwave, but it might not be enough, as you can't shockwave unleashed power. And Syndra will pick up a second kill.
𝗁𝗏 is too strong.
We've talked about ball holders a lot with the analysts. Maybe it's 𝗬𝗺 that's holding most of these nuts.
Well, it didn't actually do much for GAM, to be honest. They got a kill, which is nice, but can't... Oh, and this might be a counter kill on 𝗬𝗺, because everyone is jumping in.
Oh my god, everyone is here! It's an absolute party in the mid lane. Levi charging on forward, and everyone has arrived from GAM. There's the Cyclone. The Pantheon will be the first one to fall. Ego wants to at least get the cell division, but that's not a counter kill.
That's something that has bugged Flash sometimes in the GAM series. When they overcommit, they can just lean back and say, we have better scaling, we are the better team fighting team, we are the better macro team, so don't take unnecessary risks. But they were feeling themselves there and went a little bit too deep. Disrespected the 2 teleports, but speaking of teleports, here we go again.
It's another one. 𝗧𝗏 going very low. He goes down to Slater. Easy love. should be able to escape. Yoshino can't get close enough.
Well,
What
Yoshino
happened
feels
there?
very bad there.
Why was
Yoshino.
Slay there?
I think the play actually looks worse than it is, because if there's no teleport from Yoshino, 𝗬𝗏 and Slay can dive him. But because there was a teleport, 𝗬𝗏 had to back off and leave Slay for the very hungry Slater on the other side. That's going to be first turret as well, channeled into Slater in terms of the gold, all going over to him. Can 𝗏𝗏 make it out of range? Nope. 𝗏𝗏. Come on, 𝗏𝗏. Could have dodged that gold. That was a little bit unnecessary. But it's still a lot of gold in the pockets of Slater. Yeah, it's a dive
See how
setup.
that happened. Yeah, Easy Love has to back away. Yeah, okay, fine. Slay
think
comes
it's-
out looking very silly there, but it was
Probably. Honestly, looking at the summoner spells available, I think the dive is not a great idea, because there's heal and flash for Slater,
It
so you
wasn't
can
as
just...
bad as it looked.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't as bad as it looked. It looked like an int. Maybe was an int, but not actually that much of an int, because Yoshino had to teleport down bot lane. He's now behind in CS, 20 CS. And this is the first time 𝗂𝗧... Oh, well, we had this Jax game, but one of the first times where 𝗂𝗧 is really off to a great start. And once he has Trinity Force, he should be the one we focus our eyes on in team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, that Cyclone is going to be absolutely massive. It's one of their biggest sources of real damage is the Wukong. So 𝗂𝗧, I said that I think top lane's been a little bit invisible. 𝗂𝗧 needs to prove me wrong.
Yeah, and another position that GAM has been struggling with today is jungle, of course. And look at that. That is Levi on a 40 CS deficit. Levi! So Froggy not working for him anymore. Froggy not giving over the CS. He's preparing for the relegation tournament, of course, and he needs to step up. So Levi can't rely on those stolen CS anymore. And suddenly he's 40 CS down, looking at... Oh, he's actually even in levels still. Ego should hit level 10 here. Yeah, there we go. So 1 level difference. But as long as the engage is hit from Levi, 40 CS difference on the tank jungler doesn't actually matter that much.
Actually a good point. But still, ego being activated is what's more important in that.
Oh, 𝗏𝗏, where's he going?
Yeah, where is he going? It's just down to Easy
Nice.
Love. Ooh,
Nice.
the W doesn't hit. He's got the fancy footwork.
That's so funny. Just swapping places. Like, nope, I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with that. Go away, please. So now no flash, though, and that's against Shockwave and against Yoshino's ultimate. So how can 𝗬𝗏 even fight 2 very immobile carries on the side of GAM backliners? And that's not going to be easy to deal with. All the zone control on the other side.
No, it's not. So, I mean, I want to kind of go back, as we've watched a little bit of this game now. The biggest issue with this draft that was brought up was the lack of consistent damage from GAM. With DR1 getting off to this good start, yes, Cinder is still not consistent damage, but is it going to be enough upfront damage to overcome that hurdle?
We'll have to see. We actually saw a lot of overdives from Slater on the Kai'Sa. I'm not too happy with her being played here by Slater. I think he's better on the backline ADCs right now. Not because his Kai'Sa is bad, but because he thinks the Kai'Sa is still as strong as last year. And this year, Kai'Sa diving into the backline is not that successful a strategy. So we'll have to see if maybe someone like DR1 can just wait for Kai'Sa to dive in and then one-shot her, as he said. So that's a possibility. And basically relies on Slater's positioning in the late game.
It's also a Mountain Rift. Flash has gotten the first 2 dragons. A Mountain Soul is pretty backbreaking for GAM.
Oh,
So
it
much
is.
of their damage is front-loaded. That shield, that extra resistance, no consistent DPS to chunk through that is really, really rough. So GAM needs to get around those dragons. And of course, the opposite applies. They're going to be building resistances. There's going to be a full tank Levi. 𝗂𝗧 will probably go a Death Dance at least at some point. So they're going to get a lot of value if they can stack those up. But Dragon, I think, is going to become very important this game.
Yeah, and right now, looking at item spikes, I think it's in Flash's favor. Even though 𝗂𝗧 just completed his big ticket item, the Trinity Force is done. There isn't really an item for Levi right now. He's just a big sack of HP. Doesn't really do anything else. It doesn't have any resistances built up. There's only one item for 𝗬𝗏 and DR1. So even though that's a nice one item power spike, if you look at the other side, we have 2 items for Ego, 2 items for Slater already, and almost 2 items for Yoshino. So even though Yoshino is not level 13 yet, I think he's still already a big tanky boy and hard to deal with, especially for someone like 𝗬𝗏. Oh no! Oh, you hate to see it. Pantheon 900 damage casually.
That's such a tilter your way. That's an alt F4.
Support, by the way.
I'm surprised we didn't go to a pause because someone turned their computer off.
That's such a tilter. Well, 𝗏𝗏 on Pantheon is someone to be feared. I'm very sad we can't see him on the world stage because he's one of the best Pantheon supports alongside people like Beryl. I would have really liked to see him against some of the major region supports. The whole bot lane of Flash, honestly. Just seeing them 2v2 fight. Just going to hope that that they stay together and can show us their prowess next year, MSI, or maybe Worlds next year. But for now, they are eyeing their 2nd title. Slater has only won a single title this year, of course, his very first, and he wants another one. He wants to cement himself as the best VCS ADC.
I mean, we are, getting to a point now in this game where perhaps titles are being decided. We'll have to come back to it as a lot of teleports are coming in. DR1 arrives, but with the counter teleport from Flash, I don't think they'll actually pull the trigger.
Look at mid lane.
Yeah, it's
they're trying to get the mid lane turret. It's very low. It's quite risky for Slater to overextend there.
There's too much long-range engage. He has to be very careful.
A good call for Slater. Something he would have maybe not have respected against a different team. But of course, GAM is very quick on the map, and he knows that he's exposed if he ever gets caught. He's like, 𝗂𝗄 has a lot of mobility and is kind of slippery, but better on the offensive side. So she's very slippery. She dictates where the fight goes, not if she gets engaged on.
Yeah, very true. I was going to say it before. There is a lot of pride on the line in this series. GAM, last year, Yulwei. Do you remember? I think it was the first final we ever cast together was the summer finals. I think we were out of there in about an hour and a half. Because that was not a close series. That was GAM caving in Flash's skull. It was not pretty.
They swept the whole playoffs. 3-0, 3-0.
They did lose a game in playoffs.
That was
and it wasn't
insanity.
I don't have perfect memory of those times, but they weren't close. And here is Flash, 1 year later. They can't go to Worlds, but that doesn't mean the pride isn't there.
Oh, no.
Absolutely screwed. It doesn't matter. They screwed up a little bit, but they get the kill. Traded for a dragon. But to finish my point, Flash, 12 months later, they have a gold lead and are on championship point.
And I would say on championship Baron. If they get this Baron, I believe the game will be over. So this might just decide the whole series.
It's only got 3.5k health. They need to get going. He's holding that 4th shot. Doesn't get it. Oh, look at this, though. They've all stacked up on top of Levi. And the Wukong Slater is the first one to go down. Slater follows him. And Levi goes down, but he's only in the cell division. Yoshino flashes. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is on the run. And game deciding Baron? I think it's GAM decides to Baron.
And GAM will close the gold lead. They will get back into... Oh, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 tried. He has the crit damage, but this will cost another life. So Flash losing another member here. Very easy to chase him down. That's 4 kills for GAM and the Baron on top of that. They also secured the dragon on the other side of the map. So it's a big misplay for Flash. Too aggressive on the Baron. They wanted too much. They saw the finish line. They just wanted to secure this game. And now it's all but secured for them. Back to even gold. Dead on even 37k. It's not over on the other side either, but it's a big momentum swing, and now GAM can work with a big buff.
That they can. And look at this. This was GAM. The moment they saw the opportunity, they struck.
And look at Levi. Levi not looking at Baron here whatsoever. He sees the engage opportunity on the members, not on Baron, and hits 𝗏𝗏𝗏 there. Slater also completely caught on the backside by Slay and 𝗂𝗏 going diving on top of him. And I just talked about the 𝗂𝗏 not being the greatest at defending herself against dives. She wants to dive in herself. Not the case here. And it spelled her demise. This is now a super close game, and GAM, they could just win with the next team fight.
I mean, GAM picked a team fight comp, and this is something Clockwork identified before the series started, was 𝗂𝗃 was showing some worrying tendencies of being impatient. There was no impatience there. He came out of stealth the moment Levi launched his arms, and they went in together. It was the bounce house. Flash didn't have a chance to respond. Flash with a gold lead, it doesn't matter if you can't cast your spells.
Yeah, in the last two games, when they were pushed to elimination point against EVOS as well, they brought out the Zek and the Olaf. They went for early game engaged junglers and looked so much better in teamfights. The double engage is what this top lane jungle combo can play best in teamfights. And once again, Levi and 𝗂𝗃 strike together, Levi and 𝗂𝗃 engage together, and they get the big teamfight victory.
Look at all these traps. Wow. Don't walk through mid lane, guys. It's, very well trapped up. And it's got to be said as well, 𝗧𝗲 has gone to his perennial pick. He goes to the waifu, the Kai'Sa. So far, pretty invisible. Oh, wow, we go to another dimension there for a moment, but Ego's been completely caught out as we return through the rift.
He's still alive.
Now he's not. 𝗬𝗎𝗇 finally gets him. He survived for a really long time there. Not 100%. That was a bit weird.
And Flash unwillingly ceding control of mid lane. Is it going to be enough to yield 2 turrets for GAM? They've now secured a 2k gold lead. Might not be enough in the ultra late game, but it's a very big lead in terms of objectives too. A lot of control with these 2 mid lane turrets falling, so GAM put themselves in a good position to contest the next few objectives. And remember, they broke the dragon chain, so Flash nowhere close. Oh, it's not over yet.
Oh, Dana1's the target. In goes 𝗧𝗲. He heard me talking, but he's going to get the show stopped on him. 𝗧𝗲 picking up the kill. Levi comes from another planet and brings down the blob as he is bouncing around like an absolute man. Cardi goes down. Yoshino's going to be the next target. It's only 2 left alive. Yoshino will turn it around for 1, but it's only a support. Can he get something onto 𝗎𝗍love? No, he can't. He finally manages to reload that pistol and will thud the shots in. And finally, 𝗚n has fallen, and GAM desperately want this game 5.
Trading your ADC against the carry against GAM is not the way to go. ADC is not the position GAM care about, and this game Dia1 is not that valuable either. If you trade it, maybe against 𝗂𝗃, maybe then you can win the fight afterwards, but he's your main carry. Cardi is not on an item breakpoint where he can take over the DPS, so once again, I question 𝗧𝗲's decision-making to dive in. He has done this so many times on Kai'Sa in playoffs, and I think they lost almost every game on the Kai'Sa pick because of plays like these. He sees the opportunity, he goes for the kill, and he gets the kill, but he still dies instantly. He has so much damage, he can't afford to do that. Because who's there to deal the damage now? Carti has a little bit of burst damage, of course, but doesn't even get to cast his ultimate. Then there's the support and the top laner, who went tank and whatever assassin thing Pantheon support is, so no consistent DPS. That's just not good enough. 𝗧𝗲 needs to adjust his Kai'Sa play. I have said this so many times on cast already, and I'm honestly very disappointed to see him do these dive plays again and again and again. It fails his team, and now they're really far behind, 4k.
That they are, and it's got to be said, Yulwei, does it make you happy or sad that 𝗎𝗍love actually makes Jhin look like a champion? Are you happy that someone's figured it out, or are you sad that you look wrong?
Well, I always talk about Jhin, hating Jhin as the main carry threat, and he is not for GAM. So I actually think this is fine. I still don't like the I still don't like the champion too much. I just like to see good ADC play. I'm just in love with good mechanics, good kiting from ADCs. But if you know you're in a player disadvantage in bot lane, just go Jhin, I guess. He's more like a mage, honestly. He's more like a mage, a lot of CC, a little bit of burst damage.
Yeah, exactly. He's a utility mage. That's been his nickname for a really long time. He's a mage pretending to be an ADC. And
so let's look at some of the items.
I love it.
For Flash, because I don't think they're out of this game. They lost the last 2 gameplays, and it feels like GAM is in control. they definitely are in control of the gold lead and also secure the next dragon. But Flash's composition is still insane in the late
Levi
game.
going deep. Doesn't find the initial hit, though.
And I feel like if Flash thinks about this composition and resorts to actually counter initiation and counter diving, or trying to guard the two backliners from Levi's and Kiai's engages and flanks, then they can still easily win this game. It's Orianna. She's 0-4, but 2 items now completed, and she's still scaling up, almost level 16, so that shockwave is gonna hurt. The 3 items completed now for Slater, so 2 of the 3 evolutions, the Q and the E, are here, and he's going to build the IE next, upgraded then into Molten Edge, so his 4-item power spike is going to be absolutely massive.
But Yulwei, it is a big Zac who has been a linchpin of this team. Slay getting beefy as well. Kiaya has that death dance. I mentioned it earlier. They've got 2 stacks of Mountain Drake already. They're getting to the point where, yeah, you've got all these carries, but it might take you a little bit too long to kill them. And if you get to the point where 𝗙𝗺 getting off, 3-4 spell rotations, then they do have consistent damage.
Absolutely. And looking at Kiaya, he's highest gold in the game right now by like 1k over his own ADC and the enemy ADC. So Kiaya is actually a main carry now, and he has a lot of damage under his belt. If he dies though, then suddenly GAM's whole teamfight setup falls apart. So it's all on Kiaya and how fast Flash and how well Flash deals with him and how fast they can actually kill him. I think right now Flash is in a little bit of a bad spot in terms of items. They need one more item for both Carti and Slater, but once the next big items come in, it's probably going to be Death Crown and Molten Edge. Then I feel like the tides are gonna turn again, and they're going to have enough damage to deal with the 2 divers.
We'll have to find out, Yulwei. This one's on a knife's edge. And we'll have to hope no one does the splits. I'm on tenterhooks. I really want the game 5. At this point, I think both teams have earned the win, but I just want the game 5.
Well, I predicted 3-1, so I'm kind of torn. I want to cast another game. I want to see our season end with game 5.
Yulwei,
also want to look like the superior analyst, though.
Yulwei, you're not winning the prediction game. You're like 60 points behind the people in first. Let's just accept it, and let's hope for a game 5. But we'll have to find out, because still a long way to go. Levi dives in, gets onto Ego, but they don't confirm the in-game.
So fishing for engages. Flash once again has accepted that they are behind and has played very disciplined, very defensively, and not giving up anything, not overextending into any lanes. This is something Flash does better than any other VCS team. They are by far the most disciplined team. Oh, speaking of that, Ego, where are you going?
Ego!
What is happening?
Levi played that with a very short elastic slingshot. So Ego escapes, only losing a flash. And we now have 10 seconds on Dragon.
I don't think Flash is going to contest this one. What? That was amazing. I love Zac. But look at the items right now. Look at Carti and Slater. They are so close to their big spikes. I don't think they can fight right now. Oh, Baron for Dragon. Oh, it's so risky. Don't fight right now. Please, Flash. Just wait 2-3 more minutes and finish your big items. The most important one is Molten Edge. It's also Flash, though.
Yeah, but even Flash, they want the fights. They've got that bloodlust. There's the dragon secured. Levi picks that one up for his team. They're getting beefier every moment.
3 Mountain Drakes. There is so much. There's so many free resistances. It's hard to deal with, even for someone like 𝗁𝗂𝗄. 𝗁𝗂𝗄, one of the highest single target damage in the late game, especially on the crit builds. Where's GAM going? I think GAM could try to force the issue here. Try to force Flash into an engage, because they know Flash's items are not there. They know Flash is so close to the big power spike. Slater just needs like 1,000 gold to finish his IE, and then IE is going to be upgraded to Molten Edge immediately. Same goes for Carti, Death Crown, just around the corner. Right now it's not here. So GAM, I feel like GAM should be a little bit more assertive around the big objectives and try to force the fight around Baron, because every second that goes by is in favor of Flash.
But it's so terrifying, Yulwei. you're sitting there and saying, one mistake and our season is over. We go a year without the split title. GAM doesn't do that, Yulwei.
Slater's
The org
recalling,
doesn't
and there it
do
is. Look at Slater, he
The
just finished
Infinity
his
Edge.
IE. There's an upgrade ready for Yoshino, so that's going to be 110 AD plus more crit. Of course,
Yoshino,
the extra
don't complete
crit.
that recall. Oh, no, come on, guys, give him the item. Silly, bad timing, but it's not going to matter.
So now recall from 𝗁𝗃 coming in as well. Is it enough? It is enough as well. The two items are here. The two big power spikes for the two carries are here. And now GAM has to fear the big damage coming out of 𝗁𝗃 and Slater.
So he actually upgrades the Death Crown first.
I think he has another upgrade ready though. He's level 15,
should.
so he should have another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. That is Molten Edge and Death Crown. Two of the best AA carry item upgrades for the On. Oh, where's Levi going? Levi and Slay looking for Yoshino. Yoshino very far away from his team.
Yeah, he is, but he takes so long to kill. And there's a great amount of collapse with 𝗁𝗏𝗏 and that diving on in. They're going to go for him, though. I mean, he's this far away. Of course you will. If he gets any marks down, there's the showstopper Yoshino.
He's dead.
At this point, they can kill you. He blows the Orn Horn. Levi comes in. 𝗎𝗍𝗺 flashes over, and Levi gets the kill. Yoshino, what did you just do?
Why did he wander there? That was so
What was he
random.
doing?
Oh, Flash might have just lost the next Baron. Oh, DR1 needs to be careful. There's a lot of burst from Slater. Yeah, it seems like Flash is just giving up this Baron. I think that's a wise choice. It's more gold. It's once again a big combat buff as well. But I think you lose the game if you contest this one. So I think it's a good choice. They overextended for the mid lane turret though, and GAM wants more.
Yeah, Levi's already used that elastic slingshot, though. I think 𝗁𝗃 can get away. Yep, there it is. He's going to stretch the arms out, but he's just trying to pinch in the map. Slater's been found. Ego will be following. And Yulwei, I think it's start to prep a little bit of metal. Maybe scrape some of it off. Kiaya under tower will go into GA. Levi cancels the
Ego's
slingshot.
alive
He's
still.
tanking up the tower at the moment. Yeah, somehow. He finally will go down. There's 𝗎𝗍𝗺 rattling the big Jin shot.
So every second counts for Flash. Can they buy more time for Slater to respawn? Oh, good teleport.
Gets found. This is a disaster for Flash. Yoshino made one mistake and it might define the entire split. There it is. Levi jumps in. He's got the cell division. He's got no fear. And Yulwei, I think we might be going the distance. I think we have a game 5 and I wouldn't have it any other way. VCS fans, we might not be going to Worlds, but honestly, who needs it when you've got GAM and Flash going to Game 5 here in the finals?
Every single series this year has gone the distance between these two teams. So far, Flash is up 4-2 in series, won both of the best of 5s between the teams so far. And once again, we are going to Game 5, championship point for both teams. Can GAM get revenge? Can DR1 finally secure his first title after 2 back-to-back MVP titles? We will see in a few minutes. Game 5 is upon us.
And queue up the silver scrapes. And this time, remember to mute it when we're talking. But we'll be back soon, guys. Don't go anywhere. We've got one more game here in the VCS Summer Split. You don't want to miss it. I hope production remembered to turn the song off this time, because once again, we are in a game 5. Flash and GAM, it always delivers. It's been back and forth and back and forth, punches and swings and throws and plays. And finally, we arrive at the end. One more game, one more Nexus. Welcome to the VCS English Analyst Desk. We've got the brain panel assembled. I'll start with you, Vinny. Your boy grew up.
My boy has grown up so fast this series. Easy Love coming up huge on this Jin game. He's had 2 pretty solid Caitlyn performances as well. And after game 1, I was worried. I thought he was just going to run it down the rest of the series and we were going to just get that shutout. But no, he's stepped up huge. I'm so excited. Give this man Jin every game. He is beautiful at this champ.
He really, really is. It suits their team comp so well. But that game was still very close. It could have gone either way. Rebel and Clockwork, let's bring you guys in. What were your impressions on that one? Clockwork, you start us off.
Okay, so the game started on a very puzzling note for GAM because Flash was actually on a 4K gold lead before 20 minutes, which is sometimes they get an early lead, but it's usually GAM who does that. But then everything went out of the window for Flash, and after the first Baron call, they couldn't pull themselves up again, and GAM just kept engaging on their terms and deciding the team fights themselves, and they worked every time. So I think we're here for the brains, but I'm gonna talk emotions at the moment because this is all it counts at the moment.
Feel free, man.
Yeah, and then I remember the analyst desk on Thursday when EVOS was 2 games up, and someone said, "I think GAM just doesn't care at this point." Well, I think they do care. They do care a lot, and they're gonna show us.
It's true. I think the idea that they don't care is kind of ridiculous. I think that's a really silly mindset.
I think we said
they definitely care.
Possibly checked out and sort of mentally boom, but
maybe
that's a different thing.
Maybe. Rebel, I want to get your thoughts. That last game, it was close, but GAM has pushed us to 5. What do you think?
Solely over the course of the series, I feel like GAM has now transitioned to the point where it's now Flash almost entirely in the driver's seat, but they have given over some plays to the side of GAM here, where GAM, in that last game, for all intents and purposes, they should have lost. They should not have been in a position where they could take control back of the game. But that one Baron call led to a good team fight. It was a team fighting composition. They didn't have consistent damage, had too much burst, and it just didn't matter. They just began to start flexing their muscles as they do as GAM. And so to me, it's all about Flash and their ability to not make mistakes, their ability to not get capitalized on by the side of GAM. And that game was kind of indicative of that fact.
Yeah, and that big Baron play. Okay.
No, you make your point first. Make your point first.
All right.
Go ahead.
That big Baron play was because our, longtime viewer Kiaya heard you and decided, I'm going to be the carry this game. And he did. He was that consistent damage, more or less, in that fight and that to come, because that was a 4v5. Dio was dead.
That's true. Now, just before we go into draft, I do just want to flash the prediction screen up because I've got 3 analysts with me. And I think some of them have already gotten it wrong. And my prediction still looking pretty good. Just saying.
By rights, we should have been right.
I also would like to say mine is still right.
I know. Yeah, me and Rebel, we're the smart ones. But
I haven't actually accurately predicted a game yet also. Somehow my game score is so perfectly intact.
Now, let's move swiftly on into draft. I just wanted to have a bit of a tease. It is, of course, a very hard one to predict. I said it before. I predicted a 3-2, and then I tossed a coin of who actually won. I don't mind. I think both teams have earned this. Both teams deserve it, and I just want a good game. We're seeing these bands come in looking very similar to the last games. Teams have worked out what they want to remove from the pool. What do we want to see picked up, Clockwork?
Okay, so I'm a bit like now hesitant on the Orianna because GAM have showed that they can punish the pick really well. Didn't really work out in game 3, but in game 4 they tried again and it worked very well. So I want the Syndra again, and here it is. But for Flash, it's denying to 𝗧𝗧𝗺, very smart. And yeah, I think 𝗁𝗃 can show up very well. He actually didn't have a bad series so far. He pulled out a lot of great plays. Syndra can be very instrumental to a good team fighting that Flash always does. And 𝗧𝗧𝗺 has a lot of options, but needs to pick the matchup wisely or might struggle.
One thing they do like to do with the Syndra is pair it with a Senna. That might not be the case here with the Aphelios, okay?
Yeah. We haven't
But,
seen any Senna so far.
Ignore that, yeah. Senna priority is gone, yeah. But Boy's back. Boy's got his shenanigans.
Caitlyn is getting all the way through draft again. Just saying.
Absolutely. Neither of
VCS
these
is a weird place.
Neither of these teams are particularly proficient with it. 𝗬𝗎𝗺 can play it, but his team doesn't like to really give him the resources you need to maximize the pick. And Slater just doesn't want to play it ever, apparently.
One thing that I want to add is the Zac. I really want to see Levy's Zac again for two reasons. First, he really managed to punish lack of vision on Flash's side and therefore initiate fights on their terms. That was very, very good. And the second thing is that due to his passive, it's hard to punish over-aggression, which is GAM's bread and butter. So please pick Zac again if you're GAM. It's so good.
I wonder if the Zac gets picked, if they're actually willing to go to something like Janna. I know it's something that specifically Palette has picked, and it's a very hard counter to the likes of the Zac because there's multiple ways to disrupt the jump in and plenty of ways to knock him back out even if he gets in. I don't know how well it goes with the Aphelios into any specific lane, but I think there are options at least for Palette, which makes me think it's possible here we actually wait on the support pick if they're planning to wait and see whether Levi is going to pick something like that Zac again.
Well, jungle is still open, so, or they can just ban it. That is also an option that.
All right.
The only thing is now we have to presume that's going to be a set support. So this is definitely a good chance for that Enchanted to come out, perhaps the Lulu to go alongside the Aphelios, give him that Whimsy, give him that protection with the whatever it is, the embiggen. I've forgotten the name.
Wild growth.
That's the one.
Come on.
I'm pretty sure it's embiggen.
It should be embiggen. That'd be a much better name, but it is wild growth.
Ooh.
That's big because
That's smart. This is smart, taking away AP junglers.
Yeah, we have triple ADs here on the side of game. Do we see the Shyvana? Yeah, the Shyvana was
Shyvana
exactly
time.
the thought. Oh, it's Shyvana. Final game of the season. It's got to be the Shyvana. Come on.
It's got to be Shyvana time. It's that or Nidalee, and I don't think Nidalee's good here. I actually think this is going to be Levi Shyvana.
I mean, both do blend into that sort of poke combination.
It's gone to the fiddle!
Are you
This
kidding me?
game 5. At the start of this split, we were like, "Oh, Levi loves the fiddlesticks. We love him on fiddlesticks." Bam, he plays it. Silas, that makes a bit more sense than the cannon. Though the Venn diagram of Fiddle's cannon would be lethal.
So just to give context, because I'm sure some people don't know this, there was a pre-season tournament called the Pulsefire Cup, and due to how the rules of that, because it's a show tournament, due to how the rules worked, Fiddlesticks wasn't allowed to be banned, and Levi played it every game and never lost. Are we going to get
baby.
the ego? Oh no! This is just a hover to look at Levi, surely, and he goes to the chat.
What?
Is this support?
That's I don't think.
Yes,
even
it's
necessarily
Gragas
think that's an
support.
overly.
Gragas
Yeah,
support.
Gragas support. Okay.
I was
That's
about to
interesting.
mention that Gragas was a weird pick for Ego because he has never played it this split, so I was about to be skeptic on his pick, but Gragas support might work very well. Can also interrupt Jin's ultimate and like get rid of the Fiddlesticks very easily. So Fiddlesticks is hype, but I think that Flash has the tools they need to like keep it at safety distance.
Yeah, absolutely. Scatter the weak, the explosive cask can definitely put the Scarecrow back out. But I'm excited. I
am so hyped. I mean, look, I'm gonna force you to make predictions. Not right now. You're gonna have a bit of time to think while we look at the drafts. I don't care who wins. This is so cool. I love both of these. We've got the Gragas support, which counters the Fiddle. Oh, it's crazy. There's so many fun picks. There's so many fun interactions. I'm gonna throw to you first, Clockwork. I want your opinion on Flash's draft.
Okay, Flash's draft is quite good. I don't like the Trundle very much overall because he might like be useful to set up the early game and clears quite fast, but I don't think that when it comes to teamfight he gives very little help. He has no good target for the ultimate and he needs to be in a kind of an awkward position to deal some damage. So I don't think that it's like the right pick for Flash's comp, but it's really hard to predict. I would give this to GAM because when it comes to Game 5, it's like individual mechanics, and I believe that they can make it.
Fair enough. It's going to come down a lot to belief. You can do all the analysis you want, but in the end, there's a lot of belief. And Rebel and Vinny, you need to tell me who you believe in.
Rebel, take it first.
All right. DO1 has been doing his best approximation of NA Jace. I want to see the redemption arc for NA Jace here, and so I'm going to say GAM is going to win this one to keep my prediction true.
And Vinny, is it Flash or GAM?
Since Flash has acquired 𝗏𝗏, they have won every single Game 5 against GAM. History should hold true. I'm going Flash.
Does history move in cycles, or are we entering a bold new era? To find out, I will have to invite, once again, my powerful friend Yulwei onto the microphone. What a draft. Our split has come full circle.
It really has. And I want to... Oh, that's an interesting early trade.
Ooh.
I want to keep my eyes on 𝗏𝗏 and Ego right now on the Flash side, because everyone here has won a title. I think aside from EasyLove, Ego, and 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏, of course, earlier on with his other team, but it's a long time ago, and he made the jump from GAM to Flash in this offseason. He failed to win the title in Game 5 in spring against Flash. Now he is on Flash, and he might, once again, miss the title by one game. So he is going to play his heart out to finally secure another title for himself. And Ego, of course, is the rookie for his team. He overcame 𝗎𝗔, one of the best junglers in spring, and is now the starting jungler. He wants his first title too.
I mean, so there was a lot of debate at the end of last split about who the best jungler was. In particular, me and you demanded that it was 𝗎𝗔. Our communities disagreed and said it was Levi. But apparently, if this game were to go Flash's way, clearly both of them are washed up because this rookie is here. And I mean, I think if Flash wins, he's got to be a strong contender for player of the series. But that is not what we need to focus on now. It's a long way away.
Yeah, the Trundle pick is not really the pick for the composition. It is just comfort. We have seen Ego time and time again. He's such a good Trundle player. The team knows how to play with Trundle. The Trundle is not a great champion here. I agree with the analysts. I think picking Trundle when the enemy team already locked in Sylas and you have an on is kind of trolling your own top laner. But in the end, if he makes the Trundle work, if he's the biggest front line for his team together with Yoshino, it can still work out. Levi, now finally out of his own jungle, who cleared very fast, and it's level 4 already. All his chems are done, so he's going to move to the Scuttlecrab. Scuttlecrab can be a little bit annoying to kill The new Fiddlesticks deals with it much better. Fiddlesticks actually struggled so much before the rework with 𝗧𝗏𝗺𝗺. So far, both junglers just trading farm. 1 camp advantage right now for Levi. And where is he going to go first? I believe his first gank is going to come once he's level 6. So at least another jungle rotation needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Keep going to the void there. That's a bit weird. I think it's interesting that the Fiddlesticks has come out. It's been so long since we've seen a Fiddlesticks. I've lost kind of my bead on his damage numbers. Obviously, they're still very, very high with the ult. But is the level 6 gank going to be enough in any of these lanes to actually get the kill? Because I think mid lane's the obvious lane to go to.
For sure.
But it's a Syndra, right? Can't she just E you away and flash?
She can't if you get the fear off. So it's going to be about vision control and if she can actually anticipate the gank. Yeah, we see the first gank actually coming top lane. There, Levi is here with red buff. Yoshino in a lot of trouble.
Dashed. Yoshino's already dashed. There's the abscond into the abduct. Yoshino has to burn the flash.
On the last breath of the red buff, actually got 1 gank in there for Levi. Nicely done. But Ego, now's the time to start Dragon. And his bot lane pushed in the wave, so this should be a very, very easy Dragon secure. Another first Dragon to Flash. The last 3 games saw Flash securing the first Dragon after struggling with that all the time against GAM last week. So it's a shift of priority. And a lot of teleports back to lane right now, so everyone just using the shortest way possible back to lane. Ego has fallen behind in experience, interestingly enough.
Hang on. There's a TP coming in. Levi's been caught out. That's the real Fiddlesticks. Has to flash. He's draining. 𝗃1's here. Yoshino, he's not that tanky yet. He's still only a level 5 Ornn. 𝗃1 getting chased off, and oh no, what a time for a pause.
Oh, everyone waiting in suspense.
Anticipation.
The game 5 pause all the time. The VCS strikes again.
Hey, at least it's not 3 seconds before the split ends this time.
True.
Do you remember that?
Spring split finals.
The 35-minute pause, 10 seconds before Flash killed the Nexus.
That was amazing.
Ugh.
So I'm not sure if we are going to see a kill here. It's 4 members of Flash chasing 2 members of GAM, but there's the pushed out top lane and the 𝗧𝗏𝗺 level 6, I believe, to reinforce GAM. So it's going to be a very, very dangerous fight for Flash with only 1 level 6 player, I believe, and not on is level 5 still, so no big AoE ultimate. They might just call off the chase here, whatever the problem was. I hope it's going to be resolved soon.
They have a long time to think about it. They've got a really long time to think about it. So Yulwei.
If the pause rules are still the same, they can't actually talk about it. So
yeah,
it's probably going to be explosive after the pause. But usually after pauses, players get a little bit bored and a little bit itchy, and they want to go for the kills. So let's see what happens there.
We'll have to find out. It's the thing I hate most about the pauses is we can't see anything. We're just looking at the lovely Vietnamese casters, who I'm sure are lovely people, but I'd really rather look at a scoreboard because I want to assess early farm and that, but we can't. What do we think of Yoshino playing Ornn this much? Has it been working?
Again and again and again. Some games it has, some games it hasn't. He's kind of consigned himself to be the front line and with no carry threat, which is quite a big shift from the earlier series these 2 teams played against each other. I actually looked at all the damage numbers and all the stats of the top laners, and Yoshino leads in quite a lot of categories. I believe his kill share is by far the highest, which did not come from Ornn games. I can assure you that. He played a lot of Camille against the GAM we saw earlier in hindsight video. He played Camille, dominated the side lane, was 100 CS ahead of 𝗀𝗃𝗃. So they came in with a very different strategy today. I'm not really sure why they haven't gone for the split push a little bit more. I mean, their team fighting is incredible, and their front to back setups,
we've got Rift. And yeah, it is just going to be...
Seems like...
Yeah, 𝗃1's gone. Oh, Ego
maybe. Oh, maybe not.
See, there it is, the flash pillar. They want to make this play happen. That's so bold. Ego takes so much damage, but 𝗀𝗃𝗃 takes even more. In the end, I think... Oh, no, 𝗬𝗺 gets popped up in the air. He should go down. No! Yes! There it is, finally.
Another one.
Oh, bang! 𝗁𝗃 with 2.
And 𝗁𝗃 stepping up. He wants another title. He wants to tell 𝗬𝗺, I am the best mid laner. You got all the MVP titles. You know what I get? The real titles. He won in spring, and now he starts with a 2-0 lead, landing all the stunts. And this Syndra is going to be very scary.
Yeah, that is a huge start. That is a 𝗬𝗺-esque start. And I said, one thing that I said for weeks now, is I think 𝗁𝗃 has been throwing down the gauntlet to 𝗬𝗺. The way he's been picking, the way he's been playing, he was never going to 𝗬𝗂𝗆 in this game 5. But let's look at this replay.
So Flash Pillar actually looks like, looks a little bit troll here, but then 𝗁𝗃 hits a crucial stun on 𝗬𝗺, and 𝗬𝗺 could have just walked away, but for some reason he turns around, maybe wants to secure an overextended ego or someone, but I think 𝗬𝗺 should have just walked away. Instead, he gives up another kill, 2 kills for Syndra early on, and this Jace, Rebel talked about the redemption arc for NA Jace out of 𝗬𝗺. It's not likely with this kind of early start for the lane opponent that can definitely one-shot the Jace in lane. So
Absolutely. This is already a very good start for Flash as they get out here. I want to finish what I was saying very quickly. Last split, one of the ways Flash got over the line was putting 𝗁𝗃 just to neutralize 𝗬𝗺. He picked the 𝗬𝗂𝗆, all that kind of thing. That was never, ever happening in this game 5. He was always going to play, not to neutralize 𝗬𝗺, to beat 𝗬𝗺. And so far, here in game 5, at crunch time, he's the one that gets off to the big start.
So he has no flash though, so there is an opportunity for Levi to punish. He's now level 6, doesn't have a flash of his own, so can't really come from a very long distance, but there's still the fear out of the bush from the ultimate available. Levi not making any moves towards mid lane right now. 𝗁𝗃 playing it pretty safe, even giving up a few CS to stay further away. So he's definitely on top of the situation right now. He knows what's on the line. He has the big shutdown, so giving up the big shutdown to Levi's first ultimate would not be very good for the chances of flash. Going to play a little bit more defensively and then strike again once his flash is back available.
So I just want to kind of... I'm going to admit it, Yulwei. I'm getting a little bit overwhelmed. I'm just a bit too excited. I need you to help me figure out where the next big fight, where the next big breakpoint's going to be. Don't crash stream. Don't do this.
Yeah,
Don't do this to me. Oh, thank God.
Okay, we're back. Might skip a few seconds soon. Palette fishing for his first engage in the mid lane. He wandered off towards mid lane, but there was no mid laner, so sadly he had to walk back in shame towards his bot lane. Right now, bot lane is just trading CS, which in theory should favor 𝗏𝗏 on the Aphelios, much more of a hyper carry, so against the very strong laner that is Jhin. So far, all well for Flash, but of course, historically, you would expect 𝗏𝗏 to have a CS advantage. So 𝗬𝗏 also stepping up in this final game.
Yeah, and we do see 𝗬𝗏 has stolen away the Ornhorn here, has gone to the 𝗨𝗟, something that has been banned a few times in the second rotations. It's a pick that Flash definitely respect. I think it's good here. You said picking Trundle into a 𝗨𝗟 when you have Ornn, not the best decision. We'll have to see if 𝗬𝗏 executes on that. It's interesting, right? Because yes, it's strong, but that's not the ult the 𝗨𝗟 wants to steal. There are so many good ults for him to steal.
That's a fair point.
Subjugation is really not the best. But still, it's something to keep in mind.
So I want to shout out Palette for his very early Moby boots. He wants to leave this lane as often as possible. He has absolutely no interest in fighting 2v2. This lane, so far, I mean, we had a lot of traits in level 1. We didn't talk about those because we wanted to finish our story points. Apologies. But yeah, nothing really came from them, and we are just trading farm right now. I don't think Palette really wants to go for an all-in. 𝗏𝗏 might be looking for one, though. Oh, everything is fine. Palette, that is a very... You just cancelled 2 auto-attacks back-to-back on that pink ward. Okay, happens. And it's another dragon for Ego and Flash. They have full control of bot side. Mid lane is, of course, a big advantage for 𝗁𝗃, who is now sitting on his Flash again, so he can be very aggressive. First item finished against Yeah, what is that for the one? There is no items whatsoever. So right now, Flash in full control on the bot side, and even top lane is not faring too badly.
Yeah, it is really just those early 2 kills that's cracking it open at the moment, and then 𝗏𝗀, with a good bit of presence here, they knew that 𝗏𝗏sticks was over on the top side of the map, so they can break it down a few tower plates. But no white gun ammo left for 𝗧𝗏, so can't melt the tower. So it's going to be
This is a trade.
the old Shelly bargain.
Oh yeah, this is a trade we've seen more and more in the Flash games, and of course also in EVOS games when they played Aphelios, just ignoring topside, just ignoring the Herald, not risking everything on the Herald fight, because we know GAM wants to go for those first Herald fights. Instead, just trading turret gold, immediate turret gold. Oh, 𝗏𝗏's looking for the engage on 𝗬𝗏.
No, he goes for the fadeaway barrel. He's just spooking them, just keeping the fear of Grag in them. Can't say I blame him for it, as they all just go for the reset, except for Mr. 𝗧𝗏, who stays for a bit more fun. Look at that damage onto Dia1. There's a Crow Storm on the other side, but Jace is already dead. Levi gets exhausted, and 𝗏𝗏 wants to keep it going. How far away from another belly bop is he? Too far for now, but 𝗏𝗺 gets an assist. 𝗧𝗏 charging on in, has an orb ready. Do they want to keep this going? I don't think they ever get close.
Nope.
Call it off.
And 𝗏𝗏 once again came out clutch. I talked about it, the storyline we have. He wants to win the title. He went from GAM to Flash, lost to Flash in the final on GAM, and now is once again at the point where he could lose it all in the final game. So he's putting on a show. The early Moby boots to roam into mid lane, and he actually got the exhaust in time on Levi. So the very first ultimate with Flash didn't do anything for Levi, because he was exhausted and his ult damage was cut in half or almost. It's another kill over to Flash. Actually went to 𝗏𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏 is now also adapting his build path towards, looks like a 𝗬𝗃 to me. So more slow with a big belly in the team fight, maybe on top of 𝗬𝗏 or even on top of Levi.
So Yulwei, something you said to me, and you brought it up on cast today, is that GAM's vision control is sometimes quite flawed. They
Absolutely.
have the 𝗏𝗏sticks. Do you think that's a bit of a risky play? If they're letting Flash control the vision, that makes 𝗏𝗏sticks a bit of a stinky boy.
Yeah, it absolutely does. The 𝗏𝗏sticks came out of nowhere. We didn't
really
see
did.
Levi 𝗏𝗏sticks for a long time. He played a lot of it in the 𝗏𝗏svipe Cup, but then actually didn't really go to 𝗏𝗏sticks in the regular season. I think he had like 2 games maybe. I can check that a little bit later. But it's very surprising. Shyvana was open, and Shyvana is his most played champ in the regular season. Of course, he lost with Shyvana in Game 5 against Flash in the Spring Finals, so maybe too many bad memories to go back to that champion, instead trying a new one. But is it really the time to try a new one? Shout out to him for Game 5 against EVOS. He tried Olaf for the very first time, and that looked incredible. So his team trusts Levi, but it might be the wrong pick in the end. It's already a big lead for Flash, 2 dragons and 3k gold.
Yeah, it is looking fantastic for Flash. And I think one other thing, I don't want to dwell on draft too much, we will move on from it, but it was weird because, when the draft was shaping up, people, you were looking at it, and if it had been most other teams, you'd be saying, oh, no AP, that's really dodgy. But it was Levi, right? Levi's just going to pick AP. He'll be the only AP threat, no big deal. But then you picked up the 𝗏𝗏. Yoshino's been playing Ornn all day. That's a free lane for both. They're just going to chill out. But look at what's happened. It's a proto belt to an abyssal mask. What does 𝗏𝗏s do?
So 𝗏𝗏 is definitely a little bit struggling a little bit. He needs some more items to ever do anything against Ornn this game. I agree with you. He was picked more for the team fighting prowess, and 𝗀𝗏 on the 𝗏𝗏s has been great in some games. Good teleport plays, but so far very quiet here. And what is the next play we are looking for? A lot of pinks on the top side for GAM. They want to strike again and slay. It's hiding in the pit. But there's another dragon coming up, and GAM is making absolutely no move towards dragon, so that's going to be 3rd dragon for Flash. Or can GAM turn it around?
I mean, that GAM is very lucky to have rolled the Cloud Rift.
Absolutely.
Complete lack of...
Wait, 𝗏𝗏, where are you going?
𝗏𝗏, oh no, he's gone the wrong way. He's getting crowed. He's getting shot. and 𝗬𝗏𝗺 called the curtains down.
That's a lot of ults for just a support kill, though. And the dragon is still going down. Do we have enough time on the dragon? I believe with 2 members going towards the dragon. Oh, GAM does not want this, want to let this go easily. They are
It's
all
getting too low. It's going to get smited. Oh, there you go. Not the best smite there, but it didn't
got
matter.
smited.
Well, it did get smited, it just didn't get killed by
Yeah.
it. Regardless, it doesn't matter. If you get the objective, who cares? This is, again, very lucky that you didn't roll the Ocean Rift with the fact that you're not paying any attention to Dragon GAM. But still, it's a good Cloud Drake. Ornn likes it. Trundle loves it. Aphelios likes it.
Yeah.
You got to start looking at those neutrals.
And GAM kind of completely lost their way with this kill. They got the kill in the topside jungle and then went to Dragon for no reason. They could have just gotten this very low mid lane turret and actually gotten a little bit of control back in the map state. Now the turret is still here, and as long as Syndra is this strong, it's super hard to get past this turret.
Uh-oh.
As we have now Flash. Flash is on the hunt.
I said uh-oh because I just had it in my head that it would be the jungle Gragas damage, but it's just a support Gragas.
It is.
Not too much to fear. Tier 1 will just wander away. They were never really going to threaten him, just getting that vision control. And it's still all eyes on the man in the mid lane. The Syndra pick the Carti.
But also praise to DR1 on the other side. He came back into lane after the Syndra got 2 early kills with a Jayce into Syndra matchup. That's already not very easy, especially from behind. And he's been able to keep up in CS, not die 1v1, not even die to any kind of gank attempt. So at least scaling up into the mid game decently on this Jayce. Of course, Syndra is going to have higher impact in teamfights than Jayce. Maybe ultra late game, Jayce can come back with a lot of burst damage. But yeah, it's also praise to DR1. Definitely good laning phase after an early blunder in the top lane.
What do you think about him going lethality this game? I think it betrays his logic in the early games, where he went the Muramana and it was the right choice against a beefy team. This team's just as beefy.
I think we have to come back to that, because this might just be another Herald clash.
Yeah, I think you might be right. You have a bit of time to think. There is a huge
Levi?
Levi flies on in. He sets up 2 for 𝗬𝗏𝗺. That's a double kill. He picks up the 3rd. And core, boys. We've got a close game on our hands once more.
That was relatively obvious, I think, from Levi over the wall. He finds the very good engage. They finally break the turret, they get the gold lead back into only 1k of deficit, and most importantly, they get the momentum back. And of course, teams can't see the gold, so Flash feels very bad about themselves right now. They just lost everything in that team fight. They feel kind of foolish as well, getting caught over the wall, a very obvious Crowstone. You kind of blame yourself there, especially if game 5 of a final. They were so far ahead, and now ceding way too much control with this objective, and the turret going over to GAM. Also level 11 now for Levi. And Flash needs to be more careful at these spots.
They really do. They probably haven't played against a Fiddlesticks in a really long time. He's not even that big a presence in solo queue anymore. Who knows when the last time they literally played against a Fiddlesticks was? Because you have to change up all of your warding. Your warding becomes completely different against a Fiddlestick. Because it's all about just making sure you see him when he channels.
Yeah, not just the warding, also how you path, how you split up as a team, because you just can't climb up and get exposed together. Palette very aggressively going for something here. Nope. So in the end, it's just a blip on the radar if Flash can get back on track. Last game, when they threw their lead, they were never able to recover mentally. Just lost teamfight after teamfight, so that's very dangerous. And look at Levi. Levi actually cleared a ward. They had vision on him over the wall, and then they still just stand there. What did you expect? This was just a horrible positioning and champion. Oh, never mind me.
Tower's gone down. In goes the 𝗀𝗏𝗺. That's 3 knockups. It's big. 𝗂𝗃 has the stolen Trundle, but it hasn't done anything yet. On the other side, 𝗬𝗏 takes out 𝗁𝗃. That Syndra's gone. 𝗂𝗃 abducts his way in. 𝗬𝗏 firing out that deadly flourish. Ego's going to be taken down. No, he flashes over the wall. Here's the curtain call. It's a deadly triangle. 𝗬𝗏 has picked up a double kill. Now 𝗁𝗏 trying to get away.
𝗂𝗃
is bringing the revolution home. He goes golden for now. 𝗁𝗏, half health. 𝗬𝗏 has been tagged up. 𝗂𝗏 takes the kill, but it's 𝗬𝗏 versus 𝗁𝗏. It's not a fair fight, though, with those health bars. And 𝗂𝗏, you've got a lot to do, my friend. And I don't think you have the ability to do it. And this is GAM showing why they win so often. 𝗬𝗏, though, he goes down. Now it's 𝗂𝗃, but this is a 𝗁𝗏 against an 𝗀𝗏. It might take a little while, but I don't think this could possibly go any other way than a 𝗂𝗃 kill. 𝗂𝗏 misses the knockup, but it keeps on going, and now 𝗁𝗏 arrives, and that should finally be the kill secured for 𝗂𝗃.
And 𝗂𝗏 threw away the last game, but he recovers in this game. He redeems his team. This was close to the game-ending play. GAM got all the kills right around Baron. God, he misses the stun. This should have been such an easy kill, and now the dragon can be contested. It's going to be sold, though. Oh god, you're just stealing away the red buff. So this solves... and the red buff is very angry, running back to his pit.
This is
Great
sold, though.
animation.
That's, like, I know we're laughing at the red buff. It's hilarious, but what isn't hilarious is that GAM has just lost soul. That is Cloud Soul secured. That is really big for Flash.
They won
And
another fight. And
𝗂𝗏
let's dissect this fight, because a lot of mechanical misplays happened, or positioning mistakes as well from the Flash. Why is 𝗁𝗃 over there? He's getting exposed. 𝗂𝗏 just one-shotting him basically on the side. Now look at Ego. What did Ego do? This was such a... Why does he try to challenge 𝗂𝗏 here? 3 levels down, he just gets sniped by 𝗂𝗏. Suddenly 2 members went down to the Jace that was put behind in the early game. The rest of the fight is just a lot of damage from 𝗁𝗏 and 𝗂𝗏. 𝗂𝗏 really saving his team here, because 3 members alive, 4 members at this point even. 𝗂𝗏 gets 2 kills back. 4 members alive at this point would have been Baron, would have been a big gold lead for GAM. So 𝗂𝗏 barely keeping them in it. He wants to win the title as well, of course. He's never played a playoff game before the split, so it's his very first finals in action.
If 𝗂𝗏 wins this, he's won 3 splits in a row.
Look at his items, by the way. Look at his items.
Oh, wow. Okay, I like it. I'm liking this. He's going into... Yeah. I think that's actually pretty clever. He doesn't need any more tankiness. He's tanky enough.
Yeah, 𝗂𝗏... Oh, never mind. They are on the hunt. Levi, where are you? Why are you there?
Not great on the ult, though. 𝗁𝗏 goes in the showstopper onto 𝗁𝗏, but it's in a corridor against an 𝗏𝗏𝗆. That's already risky. 𝗁𝗏's very, very low. He should go down as soon as the next pillar comes out. On the other side, though, Ego, he only just gets that kill onto 𝗁𝗏. 𝗂𝗏 is a fearsome creature. The Gravitum ult misses. Can they get the auto attack? They can. Curtain call. Will it do enough? No. Ego lives. And now it's
kills for Flash
with the imperative.
Ego has a low HP bar, but he has his frozen domain, so he can heal off the Baron. They have everyone else is quite healthy, so as long as Ego doesn't go down, if they can protect Ego for a while, 𝗂𝗃 needs to snipe out Ego. And Levi, no ultimate, no flash. How can he do anything about this one?
They have to just... It's not that long a cooldown if they can buy some time, but 𝗁𝗏 doesn't want to let it happen. He goes in, gets the belly bop. The 𝗀𝗏𝗺 gets just enough to force Levi to go gold. He comes out, goes down, but it might have bought enough time to dissuade the Baron.
Oh, Flash is so scared. You can feel the tension of the game 5. This would have been a Baron in every other game for Flash. They are not that hesitant most of the time around Baron, but they just don't want to throw it away. Last game, or 2 games ago, we had the Baron where Flash got the Baron, but all died afterwards. That can't happen here. So Flash back off once again. 1k gold lead only. We are the most even we can ever be. But there is some ult match, and there are 2 on items in the inventory for Flash. So stat-wise, slightly ahead, I'd say. But it's super close. It's just execution in the team fights.
I think half of this just comes down to mentality at this point. I said it when I was still talking to the analyst, but I'm going to repeat it. You can do all the analysis you like. But this is game 5, championship point. between bitter rivals. There is so much just mental on the line. Yoshino
Levi!
wants to make up for his mistake last game, but it's a good flash from Levi. He gets out of there knocked up, but there's no follow-up damage. So the Fiddlesticks lives to scare another day.
But honestly, the Levi flash is an objective in its of its own. It's so important in team fights, and now he can't follow up his close down with a flash to actually get on top of Slater and 𝗏𝗏𝗺𝗏. And it's just another turret for Flash. They get a lot of control in the bot side jungle now. Can prepare for a Baron. It's very hard to contest Baron if the enemy team has tier 2 mid lane turret, because they can just push in so far and it takes you so long to get back into an even position. But there's no wards on Baron.
Ooh, they're on it. Can we have a look? I need to see how
Start
fast it's
Baron.
going, guys.
There's a question mark ping.
Observers. Observers? Can I see the Baron? Observers? It's on
Yeah,
half
this-
health.
it's
This
gone,
is gonna
it's
be-
gone.
This is Baron. They can't get close enough. Flash just got Baron. Aphelios, boys. They sneak it. That is the big purple buff secured. Can GAM get anything on the backside? No, they cannot.
The EVOS play. GAM got surprised by this against EVOS 2 or 3 times. The 27-minute Baron, or 26-minute even. And, I mean, they even pinged the Baron. They had question mark pings there, but no one could actually advance. They have no designated tank, no face checker who can survive a potential face check. So they had to just give this up, and it's the big Baron, the big purple worm for Flash. Will this be the final victory lap? The way to their second title in a row. Winning against GAM in all 3 best of 5s this year.
It's honestly just an absurd situation here. Slay has been caught. Palette had the perfect barrel, and Set has been knocked down. Flash, they look like they may well be the Summer Split champions, but they still have a long way to go. And Yulwei, I will not call this game over until a Nexus explodes.
25 seconds to Elder Dragon. One last chance for GAM to redeem themselves, to steal the dragon, and maybe win a team fight afterwards. It's the strongest combat buff in the game. So if you steal that one away, Levi, you can win your team the title. You can get back after kind of failing Game 5, back-to-back from Spring and Summer Split. Shyvana in Game 5 in Spring Split, you got off to a great lead, but then threw it all the way against
He's on the wrong
Skarner.
side of the map.
And no one's
He's on the
even
wrong side of
close.
the map.
This should just be Elder
There's
Dragon.
no
Yeah, it's going
wards.
down way
This
too
is
quickly.
GAM's been caught sleeping. It's Elder Dragon. Where were you?
Yoshino just celebrating with an on-horn there for no reason. He's very fast. Look at him.
Yeah,
Kelso,
I mean,
of course,
he's
coming
moving
in.
forward onto Slay. Can't quite hit the CC to confirm anything, though, but he's so tanky, they can't fight him with the Elder buff. GAM! They just didn't have the mental. They fell asleep this game, Yulwei.
And Baron's still active for 50 seconds. They should just brute force their way into the base and try to end here. It's never going to get better for Flash. They have the 2 strongest buffs in the game and the soul.
Go. There's the curtain call. No Ornalt to cancel
𝗏𝗏𝗺,
out the deal.
the
What's
one?
getting right? There it is. The dragon roars. 𝗏𝗏𝗺 gets the kill. And Yulwei, we are rapidly approaching Flash taking a back-to-back championship. There it is. Palette goes in. They throw in the barrel. Easy Love is the target. They haven't quite got anyone down yet, but the dragons are roaring. Slays the next one. Levi will
That's
come
it.
out of this statue, and there it is. The dragons roar once more. The wings are spread. And Flash, they say they make gamers heroes, but here on the Rift, they made themselves heroes as it goes to 5. But Flash are your back-to-back split champions. They are the new kings of Vietnam.
What a story for so many of these players. Slater securing back-to-back titles, now uncontested the best ADC in the region. 𝗏𝗏𝗺 back-to-back titles as a rookie this year. Ego coming in, replacing 𝗂𝗔𝗠 after he carried Game 5 against GAM in Spring Split and got his first title. And Palette finally back on the throne. Best support in the league, no question. After the Spring Split, there was a big disappointment in the finals. They secure Game 5 in again. They made it very, very interesting in the last game. They had the lead. They could have won 3-1, but they wanted to go to Game 5. And once again, we end with a Flash victory. Back-to-back champions of the VCS.
And Yulwei, you can't go quite yet because of the format we're doing tonight. We are going to reveal player of the series. While it's still us two casters, this was voted by our broadcast team. It's got to be 𝗂𝗀𝗀. Rookie of the split comes in, and he's player of the series in the finals. What a performance out of this man.
Out jungling Levi. Who could have thought this would happen in the VCS? It's actually a new jungler coming out of solo queue, hyped up. He came into the league, everyone doubted him. His Grace performances were kind of lackluster, but then he adapted to Flash's style. He can play the carries, he plays the tanks, he plays the team fights perfectly, and he out jungled Levi in at least 3 of the 5 games today. What absolutely earned.
Just an insane performance. And we will be going over to our analyst desk, but I want to ask you first, Yulwei. What have you got to say? That's our split done. It's going to be the last we hear of you for a little while, so do your sign-offs, mate.
Thank you so much. You're going to see something. I have something prepared a little bit later, so keep your eyes peeled and have fun on the final analyst desk of the whole season. Thank you to all our guests, and please keep don't tune off right now, because we have one final segment, and to celebrate Flash's historic triumph, back-to-back champions in 2020.
Absolutely, and it's been another fantastic split. So happy we found each other, Yulwei. You're my caster husband. I love you. Let's go over to the analyst desk. Bring us over there, Spoods, for the last time. Clockwork, Vinnie, Rebel, Flash are the 2020 Summer Split champions. They've gone back to back. They've brought rookies. They've slayed gods. And Vinnie, you can start off. What do you think?
This is huge for Vietnam, just as a whole, as a region. We look at LPL and we look at 𝗀𝗃, we look at EU, and we see new talent coming in time and time again, stepping up and putting the old guard down. We may be in that stage right now. We have 𝗁𝗁, rookie year. 𝗂𝗀𝗀, rookie split. Yoshino, also rather new blood in the VCS. Massive performances. And the old guard, Slay, Levi, from Fabled 2017, they're falling down. They're not, I mean, they're obviously still holding up because they're in the finals, but they are not they're not at the top anymore. This is a new era for VCS.
It absolutely is. Clockwork, you're next. Give us your thoughts.
Okay, so predicting this game 5 was impossible. The game was mental. I super loved it. I had 5 heart attacks in 30 minutes. It was worth it.
I think you can hear what that game's done to me.
Sorry for making you host. I kind of regret that now. Your voice is
I don't need my voice. The split's over. But sorry, Clockwork, continue.
So, hopefully, you'll have time to rest your voice. But as Vinnie mentioned, series, this ending of the split makes it impossible not to think about the future, because being back-to-back champions sets up so much expectation. Well, not for these words, but for next MSI. Imagine this roster sticking together for 6 more months and 𝗂𝗀𝗀 getting more experience on the roster and at the top of Vietnam, and then going to the international stage. I mean, okay, words is soon. I can't wait for MSI 2021 anyway.
Yeah. Rebel, your last cab off the rank here for your last little... We'll talk more, but your first impressions now that Flash have won.
Yeah, how about a huge step up here from the side of Flash. They are arguably the most consistent team in terms of their mechanics, in terms of their macro, that I think I saw, at least in my first split, casting anything in terms of the VCS here. And so, yeah, as he said, I share that sentiment. And I think after everything, big props to 𝗂𝗀𝗀, but there is exactly one thing left to say, which is that I want to play-by-play with VCS champion Yoshino.
Yeah, I want to play-by-play with Color Yoshino.
I'm never living that down.
You don't have to live it down. It's your crowning achievement, mate. It was great.
Cool, I'll retire then. See you, boys.
No, we need you for next week. So, I know there's a lot to talk about, but my voice is ruined. We've had a long one. So I just want to say a couple things. It's not going to be long. I know Yulwei's got something planned, and that'll play in a moment. I want to thank you three for being here tonight. You guys, particularly Clockwork, you've come on a couple times now. We really thank you for that. I also want to give special thanks to you, Rebel. You've become almost a regular on the desk, and we wouldn't be the same product, at least in the playoffs time when you've been coming on so much, without you. We're so happy to have you. And Vinny, you used to be our enemy. You're an LMS stan. You came in
Still
just to
in
tell
the
us
name.
why the yeah, I know, but you came in to tell us why the VCS sucked, and here you are sitting on an analyst desk for the VCS Game 5 finals.
Oh yeah.
We've got you, mate, and we're glad you do. Yulwei as well. I know you're listening. Thank you so much, man. This has been a wonderful experience these 6 months, and I hope that we can keep bringing it to you next year. Maybe with a few upgrades. Who knows? Maybe if we have money. Spoods as well, all in the graphics, and that if you go look at our VODs from the spring split, they're pretty bad. They're pretty bad. Going forward into the summer split, the graphics have been incredible. The production's been incredible, and that's all down to Spoods. You are an absolute hero. We wouldn't be here without you.
I want to put a little amendment on that. Spring.
They were
Sure. We had some. I don't want to undersell what Peng
the
did.
graphics. The graphics were lovely from
good,
Peng.
yes.
The graphics were lovely from Peng, but the production has stepped up because
Yeah, that's
I'm bad at doing production. Spoods is good at doing production. Fair enough. I don't want to. I didn't mean. I shouldn't. But anyway, with that, the last and biggest thanks goes out to you guys watching. It has warmed my heart just seeing how many people have been interested in the VCS. And I'm sure you all hate my casting. That's fine. I hate my casting. You're allowed to. But thank you for being here. Thank you for watching Vietnam. Thank you for showing that there's an interest from English speakers in this region. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to us. With that final thank you, we'll go over to the final word from Yulwei.
When I started this stream in spring 2019, I never imagined it to grow to what it is now. With the beginning of Summer Split 2019, every day joined me, and we covered every single game we could, barely ever missing a series. Our average viewership last year was between 20 and the rare 100 when GAM was playing. For finals, we reached an incredible 1000 for the first time. I'm incredibly happy that we were able to bring you the spring and summer split of 2020 again. Not only did our viewership grow, thanks to all of you showing some interest in the VCS, we also upgraded the broadcast time and time again. If you look at the pictures from spring, you can see how much of a leap we took this summer. Additionally, this summer split, Vinnie started to be our permanent analyst on the desk. And we even managed to find a lot of great guests. This journey has been nothing but incredible for me, and I want to end this season's VCS action with just one message. Thank you. Thank you to all our viewers who praised this broadcast. It truly makes us all warm and fuzzy on the inside. Thank you for all the constructive criticism and effort to make this a better show. A big thank you to everyone involved in the VCS English Discord. 𝗀𝗏, Nami, Ricebox and Jangun for their management, 𝗳𝗏𝗀𝗃 and Panda for all their hard work they put into social media, team connections, articles, organizatory stuff and so much more. Peng for all the graphics you gave to us in past splits. Thank you to all guests that joined us this season. Nymera and Initialize for bringing us some LJL flair, Clockwork and Crincy for the enthusiasm and perspectives, and of course, regular guest 𝗏𝗏𝗺 for his insightful analysis. Shout out to Jensen for bringing his experience and analysis to the desk too. Thank you, Spoods. Every time I catch a glimpse of my own channel, I can't even believe how good it looks now. You are the main contributor to the enormous level up we were able to accomplish this year. Apologies for all the last second requests and impossible workload. You are our true hero. Thank you, Vinnie, for bringing a second analytical perspective to almost every series, for taking part in all the podcasts we did this summer, preparing videos, skits, and filling in for me whenever I couldn't make it. Suddenly, you were required to host as well. You enriched this broadcast so very much. And finally, thank you every day. I absolutely cannot believe that you stuck with me for 3 splits and more than 300 games now. Listening to all your wordplay and witty jokes brings a smile to my face every single time. You had to endure accent, stumbling, and most damning, my inability to keep up with all your references time and time again. Your calls have truly made all of the highlight moments of the last 16 months iconic and unforgettable. Thank you for doubling down and going down the painful but exciting path of improvement together with me. Your responding to that fateful Reddit thread has changed my life, and I'm very grateful for that. If you are still here watching this way too long and sentimental message, thank you once again. This year's VCS has come to an end today, but our communities never sleep. Watch out for viewing parties doing worlds, heated discussion, and boneheaded gameplay. Thank you for watching VCS English.